Fire escapes are either side. Follow me. I will be going out the door if the alarm goes off. There isn't a scheduled alarm. Ladies' toilets through the doors, to the back, turn right. Gentlemen's toilets to the back, through the doors, to the back, turn left down the corridor. That's the housekeeping. Obviously, there's coffee outside. Please make sure all mobile phones are switched off and computers that bring in news alerts as well, because they can be quite irritating. So, dear Lord, I pray that you guide us always. Satisfy the needs that need to be met during this meeting. Strengthen us as we make our tough decisions. I pray that we will be fruitful. Father, please guide us so that this meeting can be productive. Let us be effective and decisive. Amen. Just a couple of other things. First of all, thoughts to Viv Parry, who suffered a fall. Hope she's not in too much pain and wishing her a speedy recovery. I'd also like to add that our thoughts are with the residents who've suffered from flooding in the last few days, and our thanks go to all of the team who've stepped forward to assist them. I'm also going to mention that it's our sincere hope that the current critical situation in the Ukraine is resolved quickly without harm or loss of life. Who would have thought in this day and age that a European country would once again be staring down the barrels of a gun? So our thoughts are for everybody in the Ukraine and hoping that it doesn't escalate further. So, good morning. Welcome to this meeting of the Council. I'm obliged to inform you the meeting is being live streamed and recorded. Members of the public will be able to view this meeting using the link on the agenda. There are no planned fire alarm tests this morning, and as I've said, I've gone through where the exits are. Whilst cases are reducing around COVID, overall numbers remain high, so we still want to encourage a cautious approach for the benefit of those who are vulnerable or otherwise anxious about contracting COVID. We recommend that masks are worn unless you are speaking and that you keep a reasonable distance from others, especially those who may wish to remain socially distanced within the building. Ladies' toilets are where I've said them. Gents, equally. Please switch on your microphones using the centre button and turn it off again when you've finished using it. You may find it easier to be seated whilst using your microphones. Please remove your mask during use of the microphone to make it easier for us to hear you. I'm intending to take, as we have done in Theatre 7, every 2 hours a 15-minute break. We may well take a slightly longer break around lunchtime, although I am planning to try and get 2 sessions in before we have lunch. Amendment to order of business. I intend to take the exempt item 19 on Alverley Industrial Estate before the exempt item 18 in the exempt minutes. Okay. So before we start, it's going to be my pleasure to make 2 awards. First of all, to Lorraine Curry, who would have been with us in December. I'm delighted to be able to share with the Council today the success of Lorraine Curry. Place is falling apart. The success of Lorraine Curry, who is a professional lead for Mental Capacity Act within our adult social care and was previously acting as the principal social worker. If we can try not to drop too much, it won't throw me off. After excelling during the rigorous judging process at the Local Government Chronicle Awards, Lorraine emerged as the winner of the Outstanding Individual Contribution Award. The judges said Lorraine is a remarkable person whose tenacity has and will have a lasting impact. Drawing on her personal experience, she has been had a transformative effect by empowering those who otherwise would have had no voice. Lorraine was recognised for the instrumental role she played in protecting the county's communities through the COVID-19 pandemic. Through her expertise and truly collaborative approach, she's been a fundamental member of the adult social care team during the pandemic. Lorraine provided and shaped far-reaching support for local people and empowered colleagues on the ground to enhance support during the most challenging of times. It's therefore with great pleasure that I will present Lorraine with her trophy today, and I know you will join me in congratulating her. Now, I will read the second one before I go down. The second one is for one of our children's homes. As corporate parents, the Council are proud to recognise the achievement of our care home staff in recently gaining an outstanding judgment from Ofsted at their recent inspection. As we know, Ofsted is a very rigorous in conducting these inspections, and the outcome is a great credit to the manager and her team. The inspection report says that the children's home provides highly effective services that consistently exceed the standards of good. The action of the children's home contributes significantly to the improved outcomes and positive experiences for these children and young people who need help, protection and care. I'm delighted, therefore, also to be presenting them, Jo Rock, the manager of the home, with a certificate and flowers in recognition of the hard work by her and her team and the commitment to some of Shropshire's most vulnerable children and young people. Thank you. So I'll invite Lorraine to come up first. I will meet you down there. We'll make the presentation. When Lorraine's sat down, Jo, if you'd like to step forward. Okay, well done, everybody. So we'll move on to item 1 of the agenda, which is apologies. I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to read the apologies for absence.
Apologies have been received from councillors Julia Evans, Kate Halliday, Christian Lee, Viv Parry, Edward Towers, Dave Tremelin, Kevin Turley, Les Winwood and Mike Isherwood. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any others? Nope. Okay. I'm going to item 2 is the disclosable pecuniary interests. I'd like to remind members to disclose any pecuniary and other registrable or non-registrable interest in any matter to be discussed, including an interest in their register of interests, and leave the chamber prior to the matter being discussed. I am just going to bring Tim as the monitoring officer in because obviously we are now working under a new code and Tim has a few words to say. Tim?
Thank you, Chairman. So I just thought I'd take the opportunities, we're all in the room together, just to make this particular point. Prior to December, when we were operating under the old code, it was sufficient if you'd put, if an item was in your register, you didn't actually need to specifically make reference to it. If that arose at a meeting, you simply it was simply a requirement for you to leave the meeting. That has now changed. We've adopted a new code from December, and under that code, you need to declare your interest when the item it comes under consideration. So you need to actually explain the nature of that interest at that time. That's in accordance with the LGA code. The LGA recommend that that's the right approach to take. They say to aid transparency. So everybody in the room knows why you're declaring the interest and leaving at that point. I think that was mentioned at the time of the training, but I don't think it was emphasised sufficiently by myself. So I apologise for that. I'm doing that now, so hopefully that's now clear. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So we'll move on to item 3, the minutes.
Mr. Chairman, sorry.
I suppose I'd better let people declare their interest now.
Yes, I just declare a prejudicial interest in items number 9 and number 16. I will take no part in the debate and will leave the room, owing to the fact that I own property within the River Loop.
Thank you. Claire Wild?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wish to declare a prejudicial interest in items 9 and 19. That is because I own 2 properties in Shrewsbury, one on the High Street and one on Wild Cop, and I have no interest whatsoever in the redevelopment of the shopping centres. Thank you.
Thank you. Nat?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd like to declare a prejudicial interest in item 7 as my wife has entered into financial negotiations regarding stalls in the market, so regarding fees and charges.
Thank you. Over there?
Yes, I'd like to declare an interest in item 9. I own a business in the town centre.
Okay. Looking for any more hands? Heather? Okay, well, I think that's probably for the individual members to decide. So, but it is noted. Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Then we will move on to item 3 now. I move the minutes of the previous council meeting held on the 13th of January 2022, as circulated with the agenda papers, be signed as a correct record.
I second those minutes.
Thank you. I might add that members can only raise an item questioning the accuracy of the minutes. They cannot raise any matter of question, exploration or debate. So, is everybody content with those minutes? Okay, been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please, of adopting them, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? Anybody absent? Yeah, 1 abstention. Okay, thank you. So, item 4 is announcements. To receive such communications as the Chairman, Vice Chairman and the Head of Paid Service desire to lay before the Council. Refer members to the list of official engagements carried out with Chairman and Vice Chairman since the meeting on the 13th of January, which has been circulated by email. Public questions. In accordance with Procedure Rule 14, we'll now deal with the questions from members of the public in accordance with revised procedure rules. The Assistant Director of Legal and Democratic Services will read out the public questions received from members of the public who are not present. The relevant portfolio holder will respond to the questions. We have received 6. The first one is from Katie Bland. Katie, are you here? No? Monitoring Officer.
So I'm afraid it's me. So her question is this. The community in Radbrook has come together over safety concerns from children walking and cycling to the schools served by Longdon Road and the Bank Farm Road following ... Shropshire Council has been supporting us with infrastructure interventions to make the area safer, but the location of the ambulance depot on Longdon Road poses a risk to these improvements. Can I ask that the Town Council does all it can to support us in getting WMAS to move the ambulance depot to a more suitable location?
Okay, Councillor Potter.
The West Midlands Ambulance Service has decided to move to Longdon Road following the grant of planning permission for a maintenance depot. Whilst this doesn't restrict the use of the site for emergency response vehicles, it has from time to time caused concerns from nearby residents, particularly on safety grounds, as indicated by this question. The Council is happy to assist residents and West Midland Ambulance Service to find a solution to the concerns expressed. However, we are not aware of any plans by the service to move the facility.
Thank you. Question 2 is from Paul Hollington. I think Tim is going to read this one as well. Tim?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The question is this. Members of the public in Bagley Ward have for several years been campaigning for a pedestrian crossing on Ellesmere Road, Shrewsbury, near to the Greenfields Primary School. The crossing should have been part funded from a Section 106 where part of the finance for the crossing was paid for by Redrow Homes development 4 years ago. There is, I believe, a second enabling development that has yet to go ahead, but apparently a way has now been found to progress this project without monies from this development, which is yet to start. I also believe that feasibility works have already been done and the project is now in the design stage. With less than 12 months remaining for the completion of this project before a possibility, the money to finance it are lost due to the fact that a person bound by a 106 may seek to have this obligation modified or discharged after 5 years. Can Councillor Carroll please answer the following questions? Number 1, has the design work been completed? Number 2, has the precise location of the crossing been determined, that being adjacent to property 1 Hemsworth Way? Is this still the preferred location? 3, will the properties immediately adjacent to the crossing be consulted? And number 4, has the crossing been included in a work programme with a proposed starting date?
Thank you. And I'm going to go to Councillor Dean Carroll, who's the portfolio holder for physical infrastructure.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Mr. Hollington for the question. A feasibility report has been completed, and this determined that the location of the crossing would be approximately 50 metres north of the Hemsworth Way, Ellesmere Road junction. The detailed design for the crossing is in the programme, and build will be programmed once the design has been completed. Works will be completed by February 2023 to work within the timescales of the Section 106 agreement. Residents in the vicinity of the new crossing will be notified of the work prior to the work starting on site.
Thank you. Question 3 is from Mr. Malloy, regular visitor. Mr. Collard.
This question relates to agenda item 13, vexatious individuals and vexatious questions. Article 6 of the Human Rights Act 1998 states, "You have the right to a fair and public trial or hearing if a public authority is making a decision that has an impact on your civil rights or obligations." However, issue 9 in the report recommendation for the proposed changes to the Constitution seeks to summarily penalise any member of the public that breaches this aspect of the Constitution, potentially based on the opinion of one person, and thereby deny them their human rights, not only under Article 6, but also Article 10, brackets freedom of expression, for a period of at least 6 months without appeal or hearing, unable to ask any question, not just a question that might be considered vexatious. Democracy and respect for human rights are fundamental values. There are foundations on which strong institutions, responsible and accountable government, a free press, the rule of law, and equal rights for all people are built. Human rights is the belief that everybody should be treated equally. Contrary to what is claimed in the officer's report, there is already explicit prohibition within the council procedure rules to prevent individuals classed as vexatious because of their contact with the council from submitting public questions, and this is Procedural Rule 14.3, which states, a question may only be asked if notice has been given to the Chief Executive. And Rule 14.5 provides that the Chief Executive, with an explicit prohibition to prevent individuals classed as vexatious from submitting public questions, in that, to quote, the Chief Executive may reject a question or petition if, in his or her opinion, it is defamatory, frivolous or offensive. Failure to withdraw issue 9 may also put this council in breach of Article 14 of the Human Rights Act, which requires that all of the rights and freedoms set out in the Act must be protected and applied without discrimination. The officer's report does not indicate that the Human Rights Act legislation has been taken into account in arriving at the recommendation. In the interests of natural justice and the protection of human rights, I therefore ask that issue 9 is withdrawn from the proposal.
Thank you. Leader of the Council, Leslie Picton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your question, Mr. Malloy. I shall be presenting the report on member public questions, which is item 13, and when I do, I will be recommending that the recommendation in respect of issue 9 remains unamended. In some ways, I accept what you're saying, because the Chief Exec can already reject public questions on the basis that he deems them to be defamatory, frivolous or offensive. It is, in some ways, therefore unnecessary to add reference to vexatious complaints and questions. However, I think it is really important to do so, to make our procedures as clear as possible, and it is common for certain complainants to point out to us where there seem to be anomalies and/or areas open to interpretation. Adding the wording suggesting does not mean that the Chief Executive is bound to reject a question when it comes from someone classified as vexatious, and he will always be bound to apply general public law principles to his decisions. Having said that, the public question time is not a statutory requirement that councils are obliged by law to permit, so I would be extremely surprised if a court agreed with you that Articles 6, 10 or 14 that you quote would apply. In addition, I would add that I have become increasingly concerned at the disproportionate amount of resources expended by an already overstretched council on a few unreasonably persistent individuals. So I will be asking full council to support this proposal in due course. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Question 4 is from Joanna Blackman. Joanna, are you here? Nope. Okay. Tim?
The question is this. In July 2020, the Council passed a motion calling on the Pensions Committee to set a 3-year timescale for the reinvestment of funds currently invested in fossil fuel-dependent assets, and 2, develop an investment strategy consistent with sustainable development goals and developing a local sustainable economy. The Council's motion also recognised that fossil fuel investments constitute part of its carbon footprint and resolved that this element should be reported on within its greenhouse gas reporting for Scope 3. However, at its meeting on the 17th of January 2022, the Pensions Committee rejected the Council's motion, failing to set any targets regarding disinvestment from fossil fuels. Furthermore, the Council's Corporate Carbon Performance Monitoring Report 2021 does not include any reference to the carbon footprint of staff pensions. I would like to know the Council's current position on these matters, specifically, number 1, how will the Council now pursue its resolution to advocate that the pension fund divest from fossil fuel-dependent assets in the near future? Number 2, will the carbon footprint of staff pensions be included in all future carbon performance monitoring reports, and will the relevant figures for 2021 now be included as an additional appendix to the 2021 report?
Thank you. And once again, Leader, Councillor Leslie Picton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion approved at full council in July 2020 was passed to the Pensions Committee. This was considered by the Pensions Committee by undertaking detailed investigation and training over an 18-month period. At the Pensions Committee meeting on the 17th of Jan 2022, the Council motion was discussed and debated in full and voted on by the Pensions Committee members. The full debate and decisions can be found on the Council's website, and in the written answer that will appear both on the website and to the lady who asked the question, there is a link directly to that debate. The carbon footprint of the pension fund is disclosed in the pension fund's public TCFD report and climate risk reports on the pension funds and also on the Council's website.
Thank you. And question 5 is from Michael Dineen, who I understand may be here. Mr. Dineen. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I speak on behalf of Shrewsbury Civic Society. Great care has been taken in preparing the detailed and researched master plan by LDA for the Smithfield Riverside. Proposed streets and building footprints create a legible, interconnected urban grain. The new Smithfield Road helps to ensure that the development is interconnected by both active and passive travel from all directions, including Pride Hill, whilst also allowing the site to better evolve over time due to the increased permeability. The most recent layouts for streets and buildings shown in the Conceptual Master Plan, Appendix E of the Shrewsbury Town Centre Redevelopment Programme, seem to have strayed from the LDA concept. What were a series of smaller connected legible streets and buildings seem to have been replaced by a disorientating maze of routes and larger footprint units. These form a series of non-permeable ways that do not interconnect with the wider town centre. How have the clear objectives and findings of the LDA study been interpreted when preparing this most recent conceptual master plan? Without further master planning design development, this proposed anchor project could become an obstruction to the town's future prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ed Potter, Deputy Leader and Portfolio Holder for Economic Growth, Regeneration and Planning. Ed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your question. We acknowledge the important principle of ensuring the layout of developments on Smithfield Riverside provide well-connected, legible routes for all visitors to the town centre, both within the site as well sensitive to the existing historic fabric of Shrewsbury. Similarly, the indicative plan in the strategic development framework provided by LDA is intended to illustrate the wider core principles to be adopted in the future development of the site, and therefore the SDF plan is not intended to be a definitive proposal, as there is considerable further development activities to be undertaken before the final layout is determined. The conceptual master plan contained in the Council report provides a further indicative interpretation of these principles, with the benefit of being informed by recent appraisals, including market and development assessments. These appraisals have identified potential plots for development that again are only indicative, yet ensure that the Phase 1 development for the multi-agency hub and Pride Hill will not adversely impact on future phases. The layout of later phases purposely remain flexible and will continue to be reviewed as part of the future master planning design development, including the size, scale and orientation of future development blocks, plots and associated routes and public realm.
Thank you. And finally, question 6 from Sheriff Morsa, who I understand is present.
At the last full council session on the 13th of January, I was among a group of around 30 protesters outside 37, raising awareness about the council's failure to tackle the climate and ecological emergency. This protest was non-violent and non-disruptive, and as councillors arrived, we greeted them politely. Many stopped to chat and discuss our concerns. Some took photos. It was notable, however, that a small number of Conservative councillors chose to verbally abuse the protesters, calling us idiots, babies, and telling us to go get a job. One senior councillor told us that the climate crisis was all ball expletive. My question to the Leader of the Administration is this: does she support Shropshire's residents' democratic right to peaceful, non-violent protest? Does she condone her councillor's decision to be verbally abusive to Shropshire residents expressing this right? Does she agree that the climate crisis is all ball expletive? Thank you.
Thank you. Leader of the Council, Councillor Leslie Picton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's very, very simple for me to answer these 3 questions. Do I support Shropshire residents' right to peaceful protest? Absolutely yes. Do I condone councillors' decision to verbally abuse Shropshire residents? No, I don't. However, I will say that in the particular incident you relate to, there is some dispute over the exact nature of this, but I don't condone it. And do I agree that the climate crisis is all, as you quite rightly say, bull expletive? No, I don't. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on next to a petition that's been received. A petition bearing over 1,000 signatures has been received from Darren Childs, requesting a debate under the Council's petition scheme. The petition requests the Council support our campaign in returning the ambulance hub back to Ludlow, South Shropshire, in return for local rapid response vehicles who can be on call based on local areas like Ludlow Hospital, GP surgery, fire station, and attend until an ambulance arrive. So the petitioner has got 5 minutes to outline their case, after which there will be a debate up to a maximum of 15 minutes. Is the petitioner here? Thank you and welcome.
My name is Darren Childs and I am from Ludlow in South Shropshire. And until a few weeks ago, I, like most people, assumed that in an emergency, if you dial 999, within a reasonable time, paramedics would be there and an ambulance would be with you. Unfortunately, I now know this is not the case, and although that's how it should work, it doesn't. My little girl, Mila, who is 12 months old, had a seizure on the 14th of January that lasted for 15 minutes. During that time, she stopped breathing. She was unresponsive. Her eyes rolled back in her head. She went blue, and then she went grey. We knew at that point that we needed emergency help straight away. There was no ambulance in Shropshire when we needed one, and there was no rapid response vehicles either. Thank goodness we were able to get Mila breathing again, as she could easily have died. There are currently, from what we can see, two problems. There's a big problem within the hospitals themselves, with A&E gets full, there isn't enough beds, patients can't get discharged because the community services have been cut and social care is broken, and the whole system is on its knees. The ambulances are off the road because they're stuck at queues outside A&E in Shrewsbury and Telford. I think that this council should be on this like a rash. We need proper funding for Shropshire. We need MPs to wake up, the council and councillors to scream from the rooftops as people in our area, your friends and your family, are being placed at risk, and it is our lives on the line. There is a second problem, and I know it is bad for everybody in the whole country, but for the people in Ludlow, Bridgnorth, Church Stretton, Craven Arms, Bishop's Castle and Oswestry, on top of that, you can add another 45-minute wait on top of the shortages there already are. And that's simply because West Midlands Ambulance Service have closed the ambulance hub in Ludlow in 2018, got rid of the rapid response vehicles, and then came along and closed its other 4 rural ambulance stations last year, despite paramedics, GPs and others warning them of the impact that this would have on wait times and the quality of care that could be available in rural South Shropshire. If you want an ambulance in Ludlow, it's going to come from Shrewsbury or Telford, if you're lucky, as our little girl's ambulance had to come from the other side of Hereford, and there was no beds and a long wait of up over 4 hours to be seen in A&E. So she was taken to Hereford Hospital, where she was seen straight away. The locations are for Shrewsbury and Telford are far too far away, and it means that by the time the ambulance gets to you and you get back, the chances are you are highly likely to die in an emergency when you need them. Your postcode should not decide if you live or die in Shropshire. Please take this on board. Use the Scrutiny Committee and your Health and Wellbeing Board. Put demands on health bosses in Shropshire and talk to local MPs. We need rural ambulances, rapid response vehicles and rural healthcare back in rural South Shropshire. The bottom line is that a life in Ludlow, Church Stretton, Craven Arms and Oswestry has the same value as those in Shrewsbury and in Telford. But at the moment, it feels like nobody is listening and nobody is doing anything about it, which is why I'm here and will not really go away until this is put right. We have a petition to return the ambulance hubs and rapid response vehicles to Ludlow to cover South Shropshire, and we now have almost 4,000 signatures, which is still raising daily. So please, can I ask that the council help us and support us with this campaign and help save the lives back in Shropshire.
Thank you. All right. Now, first of all, as you can hear from that, there is absolute sympathy with you. No parent wishes to go through it. My son had a brain hemorrhage when he was 15 and has had multiple seizures since, so I completely understand. Okay. Now, I'm going to bring in Councillor Simon Jones, who will reply for the council. Then we will go into debate. There are a number of actions which can be taken. But Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. In actual fact, I would come in at the end after the 15 minutes debate, and then I will
Yeah, no,
move
that's
the
fine. I'll bring
motion.
him in. My notes say here, bring you in to respond on behalf of the council before the debate. But there you go. Councillor Carroll, you have indicated. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Child's account is absolutely harrowing, and I can't imagine what it must be like for any parent to have to experience that. I think we should absolutely support this petition, but actually go further than the ask of this petition to campaign for the return of the ambulance hub to Ludlow, but to extend that to campaigning not only for the ambulance hub in Ludlow to return, but for the 4 ambulance hubs that were closed unilaterally by West Mercia Ambulance Service last year in Bridgnorth, Craven Arms, Oswestry and Market Drayton to also be reopened. The problem that we have, and this is a problem that we discussed at the last council meeting when we brought a motion to seek to break from the urban-centric West Midlands ambulance services. We have an ambulance service that neither understands nor is particularly interested, in my opinion, in the needs of a large rural county like Shropshire. So I absolutely think that we should be supporting this motion, and I hope that the portfolio holder will also take on board in summing up that we should be looking at not just Ludlow Ambulance Hub, but the other 4 that I've mentioned that have been closed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Tracy Huffer.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I wholly support this petition, and what frighteningly, a game of Russian roulette is actually being played out in Ludlow with people's lives and health outcomes being compromised by a failing ambulance service. People are actually dying, waiting too long for an ambulance. Heartbreaking evidence received on a daily basis of people waiting for unacceptable times for an ambulance, 9 hours for an elderly, frail woman with a broken hip and leg. Sorry, is it too?
Yeah,
too
that's
high?
better.
Thanks,
Thank you.
I recently had a heartbreaking story of a relative, a mother and son administering CPR to a father. They'd called a Category 1 ambulance. They waited too long. They carried on doing CPR for 7 hours, not actually realising with no one there with them that their father had passed away probably 4 hours previous to carrying on doing that. This is shocking, it's heartbreaking, and it shouldn't be happening. I could go on and on, but we have GPs continuously leaving their practices because they have to go out to assist because the ambulance is taking too long. That's then taking them away from their patients. That shouldn't be happening. 111 is taking an hour and a half to answer. Patients waiting for up to 9 hours for an ambulance. Massive delays at A&E. Ambulances queuing for hours. The longest recently, 9 hours outside Shrewsbury Hospital. Elderly, frail, being too afraid to complain because they fear of repercussions if they need to call an ambulance again. For me, I think the most singularly concerning and disgraceful thing is West Midlands Ambulance Service telling people to take themselves to A&E or to take a person that's in need of health care, taking them to an A&E up the A49 where they could actually die on the side of the road. For me, that is the worst thing I've heard in all my 40 years of working in the NHS. I fear that we are at risk of what we were once the envy of the world with our health service provision, our ambulance service provision, the NHS in general. But at the moment, it feels no better than a third world provision that we're receiving from West Midlands Ambulance Service, and I'm disgusted. But what is the real issue here is clearly accepting patients at A&E. This is getting worse, and this comes to staffing and the process. We cannot solve the problems in Ludlow and other rural areas without solving the problems at the centre of the health operation in Shropshire. But we are not getting answers from SAF, and we're not getting answers from West Midlands Ambulance Service. When we are not getting answers, clearly Shropshire Council has a responsibility to examine what is happening through our scrutiny process. We should set up an inquiry, a select committee, not a task and finish that doesn't really minute anything and is staffed with provision and support. we should set up an inquiry, a select committee, to get answers from the hospital trust, from the ambulance trust, and to hear views from across the county, such as those Darren has expressed today. This would be a powerful statement from Shropshire Council that it's not a passive player when health services in our county are struggling and failing to deliver services that we need. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Ruth Houghton, then Heather Kidd, then Councillor Julian Dean. We'll be getting towards the end of the 15 minutes then, so if there's time, I'll bring other members in.
Thank you,
Okay.
Chair. Thank you, Chair. I fully support this petition. In the last 2 months, I've had at least three recent examples in the local division in Bishop's Castle. 2 heart attacks, where one waited 2 hours and another 3 hours. Fortunately, they survived. An older person who had fallen waited 10 hours and sadly passed away the next day in hospital. There are so many examples affecting people of all ages in our communities. It is not good enough and should not be happening. We urgently need a local rapid response service and local ambulance stations to serve our rural communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Kidd.
Is that working? Yes. I have long raised this particular issue, certainly across the southwest, where we have never had a single target ever met. My division never, even in good times, gets an ambulance within about 40 minutes. This is just not acceptable. And when I was once told on Radio Shropshire by a senior member of the ambulance service that actually there weren't enough people living there, so we didn't matter, my response was, so we die slower, do we? We have to move this on. I've been doing this for 10 years or more. This cannot be right. When my daughter had a severe asthma attack and her daughter came back from hospital where she was working at Gabowen and looked at her and said, her SATs are awful, and she'd gone blue, we were waiting at that point for a Shrewsbury ambulance that was going to arrive in 45 minutes. They were good. They were telling us how long it was going to take. The air ambulance from Gloucester arrived sooner than the terrestrial ambulance. We cannot carry on with this because actually the service has now got significantly worse. It's now routine for people to be waiting hours on end. It's routine for ambulances to be stacked outside Shrewsbury, at the Royal Shrewsbury. My colleagues and I went there about 3 weeks ago on a Tuesday afternoon. No particular huge health issue going on. 10 ambulances stacked waiting to unload. When my daughter was giving birth in Telford last October, there were 17 ambulances stacked outside at the PRH. Those ambulances are more ambulances than we have in Shropshire. We have 12. So actually, not only are we stopping our ambulances from picking up people, but we're stopping everybody else's ambulances from picking up people. We really have to deal with this. And I am appalled that the scrutiny committees that should be looking after this have been cancelled. They have been cancelled all the way through January when actually this was really, really important that we were holding to people to account. Before Christmas, we actually asked for the winter action plan so that we could see how we were going to be doing all of this and how we were going to be turning around those ambulances. There were important questions that have never been answered, such as, are you a 24/7 hospital? No, they're not. My daughter had to wait from Friday to the following Tuesday for a kidney scan for her baby when he was born because there was nobody on duty over the weekend and they didn't come in until the following Tuesday. It is the whole of our health service that is now letting us down, and it's time that actually this council did more. I tried to get more done in my motion that I put to council last time, and actually it was completely turned on its head. These things are vital if we're going to get any of the health services that we not only require, but actually we deserve and pay for. So, this needs to be supported absolutely, but an awful lot more needs to be supported, and we need to have robust scrutiny in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Julian Dean.
Thank you. It just feels like we have we have an NHS in national crisis, but we have a local NHS in complete and utter meltdown. We have an ambulance service which is collapsing. We know that we have a maternity service which is still, in complete crisis and is a horror. We know that that there was the senior management in the local NHS seemed to have broken all the rules when they closed Bishop's Castle Hospital. Across the board, they are in crisis. My only thought is that, in London, when we had a Met Police in crisis, the Mayor of London withdrew confidence from the leader of the Met Police, and she went. It feels to me like we are at a stage, I don't know what effect we can have, but it feels to me that our administration, rather than talking nicely, now needs to declare no confidence in the management of the NHS in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Kirsty Hurst-Knight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to sit here and try and imagine the agony of waiting for medical help when your child is in that need. I have been a medic, as you know, for many years previously, and the look of elation and hope when you do arrive on the scene, cannot be underestimated. I cannot imagine waiting for hours at that time. I just want to praise Darren for all his efforts and everything that he has done. I do feel that it is the right time now, the momentum of the back of the healthy debate we had from the motion brought by Councillor Heather Kidd. We have moved on with Health and Wellbeing Board. We've pressed. They are now a partner and they're going to come to future meetings. Yes, more needs to be done. Wholeheartedly support the motion. And, echo Councillor Carroll's comments. We don't just need to reinstate this in Ludlow, but other ambulance hubs across what is a really complex rural county. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we're up pretty well much on the 15-minute mark now. However, I do think this is a very important thing, so I'm going to bring in the last two councillors who had indicated. They are Roy Oldcroft and Councillor Julia Buckley. Roy Oldcroft. Middle button.
That's
the one.
Gotcha. Yes, this is also about resources, as you've already mentioned. The idea of the hubs is to get a building where our ambulances come into, but most of those hubs are empty most of the time because the ambulances are out and about doing what ambulances do. So without the necessary increase of resources to leave ambulances in such places as a hub at Ludlow, once it's gone, it's gone. It's probably at the top end of the county or in West Midlands somewhere. So what ideally we need is maybe a look at the number of hubs there are for Shropshire, but certainly an increase in the resources we have, the volunteers we have to operate a response service, and obviously more ambulances. And that's just looking at this specific issue, not the wider issue of the health service in Shropshire.
Thank you. Councillor Buckley, and then I'm going to bring the portfolio holder in.
Thank you. So I also welcome the petition, and we should thank Darren Childs and all those who have signed this petition and brought it back to Council for our attention, because we haven't tackled it and it needs to stay on the agenda until we have found a way to take this forward. Obviously, on behalf of Bridge North, I would concur that the issues are across the rural periphery in those 5 hubs that we have mentioned. Over 70% of our Shropshire taxpayers live in the other 16 rural market towns and villages. So we need to be thinking about the majority of our residents who are out in the rural areas and who are on average 9 years older, so are much more likely to require these services. So I would like us, when we move this forward, hopefully to the scrutiny that's been requested, I hope that we will look at broadening the question that we examine. So just as Dean Carroll suggested, we look at the 5 rural hubs and not just Ludlow. I'd like us also, as Tracy Huffer mentioned, to examine the resourcing going into the triage at A&E, which is currently blocking our ambulances and preventing them from behaving like ambulances. Until we have the twin track approach, we're just passing the problem from one side to the other. But the third issue, which Dean Carroll touched upon, goes to the heart of why this is not taken seriously by the West Midlands Ambulance Service. While ever the service is measured across the entire region, there's not only no incentive to serve the rural areas, but we are a burden to those statistics. We must request that statistics and targets are measured by postcode so that we can expose the worst areas and that becomes the measure by which funding is allocated. We cannot continue as the burden that nobody wants to resolve. So thank you again for bringing this to our attention, and let us not take it off the agenda until we are all satisfied that progress has been made.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chairman. As portfolio holder for public health, I wish to thank Darren for presenting his petition and also members for the discussion that we've just had, to which I have listened to carefully. The Council has and is taking action with respect to the West Midland Ambulance Service closure of ambulance hubs in Shropshire, both through the Health and Adult Services Overview Scrutiny Committee and the Health and Wellbeing Board. As portfolio holder for adult social care and public health, in response to this petition, I move that the Council take the action requested in the petition and formally support the petitioner's campaign and continue with our actions to require West Midlands Ambulance Service to reopen the hubs previously closed. I so move.
Thank you. So the recommendation is to take the action requested in the petition. All those in favour, please show. I think that's unanimous. Any abstentions or against? No, unanimous. Thank you very much, Mr. Childs. Thank you, members. Mr. Childs.
Sorry, I don't know whether I can ask whether you can vote on it or not, but one of the members did suggest that another part of the action could be that you announce that you have lost confidence in West Midlands Ambulance Service, as I know this has been going on for quite a few years, and although the scrutiny committees and things are helping, it's very slow progress. So are the council allowed to say that they have lost their confidence in West Midlands Ambulance? Thank you.
I've just had a quick word with the monitoring officer. We're probably not able to do that, but we will take your comments on board, and I'm sure that might come out of scrutiny or cabinet or something else. So thank you. We will do our best to meet that, but we can't formally vote on it because it's not on the petition or the agenda. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. So we'll move on to the short bit of the agenda. Item 6. Hopefully we'll get home for supper. I've had a quick chat with the group leaders about the amendments that will be coming forward and how we're going to take those. I am going to remind members that a recorded vote must be taken in relation to the budget and council tax items under the legislation. So we'll move on to the capital and financial strategy for 22-23 to 26-27. In accordance with Procedure Rule 18.4, it will permit all group leaders to make one speech of up to 10 minutes duration during the debate and on the budget, which I'm proposing they use to comment on the administration's budget. In addition, as a result of the 3 alternative budgets or amendments being presented, all are effectively in 2 parts. So I'm going to allow, because it wasn't too many, that each of those be given 5 minutes to be presented, or if you feel you need to present it in the whole, please indicate when you stand up and you'll get, as in the Labour group, 2 lots of 5 minutes to do that. The mover for each amendment will have the normal 5 minutes to introduce the amendment, and then once seconded it will be debated in accordance with the procedural rules. At the end, the portfolio holder will respond, and it may be that all or parts of the alternative budget or amendment may be considered to be acceptable to the administration, in which case the proposer can decide whether to alter their amendment or stick to the original wording. This final amendment from the proposer will then be put to the vote. This will be repeated with all of the alternative budgets. And as I've said, I'm going to take those in order of group size. So I will take the amendment from the Lib Dems first, then from Labour, and then from the Greens. That way it's fair and open, and there's no throwing of cups or squabbling about whose is more important and should go first. All right? So I invite Councillor Gwilym Butler, Portfolio Holder for Finance and Corporate Resources, to present a report, move the report, and the recommendations be received and agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. I'm not going to repeat what I said in January when we launched this strategy, but I would like to reiterate my thanks to staff in having to deliver a budget which none of us would have particularly wished for. We have been constantly lobbying central government, both directly and through our MPs, highlighting the lack of support for Shropshire, both on the levelling up agenda and through baseline budget on a regular basis to support social care. We are also left in uncharted waters with only a yearly funding statement from government. We need at least 3-year settlement to be able to plan for the medium term, yet we are still obliged to do so with what we are given. I will not lie, I am concerned about the future and the ever-rising demand in social care and how we will fund it. It is disappointing that unlike some councils, we appear to get very little financial support from colleagues in health, and yet it is us that have to constantly rise to the occasion and put care packages in place to get people out of hospital and prevent people getting there in the first place. It is unfair for the people of Shropshire that shortly, I believe 85% of their council tax will be spent on social care, and yet we are not promised any of the new national insurance funding which is proposed for the NHS and social care. To balance this budget, I draw Council's attention to the prediction for general reserves, which must also receive our full attention moving forward. I would like to thank Councillor Dean and the Green Party for bringing alternatives to the table in ample time to discuss them. We may not always agree and are governed by process, but I'm hopeful that next year's budget setting process will have more time without restrictions to debate particular areas. I am disappointed that the Liberal and Labour group did not table their alternatives until late yesterday. I think the email was 6:10, which has given me no time, which has given no time for me or officers to get their alternative validated from a deliverable point of view, or to understand future revenue costs in the medium term whilst we are facing a structural revenue deficit of 50 million in the next budget round. It is such a shame, and I again reiterate, if you have ideas which affect the people of Shropshire, bring it to the table early so we can debate and scrutinise and confirm deliverable proposals. We are currently working through our council tax relief programme for 22-23, following the government's announcement of the £150 rebate. And I'm pleased to say we will be topping it up to £200 for those most vulnerable and on low income, as identified in our COVID support. This will mean that over 1,000 households will pay no council tax at all. I will bring further information forward on our hardship fund when we have understood the full information from government. How we move forward for council tax support for 23-24 will shortly be launched, and I look forward to a cross-party working group and with partners as we do a full review to be recommended to council next winter. However, this will also have to take into account our revenue position and support from government on our core budgets. In respect of the capital programme, in which I have full faith, taking a longer-term view, that our projects will create opportunities for major growth in revenue via more business rates and enabling the increase in our council tax base, which will help future revenue budgets and hopefully make us more self-sufficient and less reliant on central government. Our major projects are based on economic expansion, jobs, housing and income creation for the people of Shropshire, whilst place shaping to deliver the core other objective under our emerging Shropshire plan and the strategies that sit underneath that plan to deliver it. Mr. Chairman, I move recommendations 3.1A to H, and I would also like Council to note and approve the formal council tax resolution as set out in Appendix 4 to determine the level of council tax for Shropshire Council for 2022-23. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Seconder?
I'll second that, Mr. Chairman, and I reserve my right to reply.
Okay. As discussed, we have amendments, and we will start with the Liberal Democrat amendment. Councillor Vasma.
Thank you, Chair. Much of this budget we're considering today, we would not be putting forward if we had control of this council. We would abandon the grandiose schemes the Tories seem to love and set about getting the basics right and getting value for money. And the amendments we are putting forward are an illustration of how we'd run this council. They are limited in design and could be taken up by the administration. As many councillors will here all remember, the Liberal Democrats have been campaigning for many years to get LED streetlights installed. This saves money, reduces our maintenance costs, and reduces our carbon footprint. We are proposing that the conversion to LED streetlights should be completed over 1 year rather than 2. And to my colleagues, many of whom I'm sure have had complaints from residents about faulty streetlights, I hope you'll be able to support me in this amendment because, you know, if we had LED streetlights throughout the authority area, then we'd have far fewer problems. Thank you.
Okay, well, we are going to take them separately, as I said. So that's the first bit. Is that seconded by Roger?
And I reserve my right, Chairman.
Excellent. So that essentially then you're asking for the replacement of streetlights to be brought forward to 1 year. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate the enthusiasm to drive forward the LED street lighting programme. I would point out that the 2-year programme is a maximum time frame to deliver, and we are trying to deliver as quickly as possible. However, it's not just us aiming to deliver conversion to LED street lighting, but councils, town and parish councils, principal local authorities, highways, national highways all over the country, and indeed all over Europe and other parts of the world. So the materials and resources aren't always as available as we would like. We are trying to move as quickly as possible. I will point out that by delaying the initial rollout enabled us to secure the interest-free loan from Salix, which is funding this programme, whereas the original Lib Dem amendments to introduce LED street lights all those years ago called on the use of reserves that wouldn't now be available to support our budget for the coming year. But as I said, I can't fault the enthusiasm. However, practicality is that a maximum of 2 years to roll out is just the realistic time frame that it will take to implement. But as soon as we can get it, because of the cost savings that we will be making, we will be rolling it out as quickly as is physically possible.
Okay, can't see other hands. Roger, you reserved your right.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Yes, we, the group, have been pushing for these since 2017, when there was a fully costed programme brought forward in conjunction with the appropriate officers who said it was achievable, could be affordable, delivered. No problem at all. And the administration at that time turned it down. And can I correct the last speaker? We're not using reserves. Surely he knows the difference between revenue and capital. Revenue is where we're short of money. Capital is where we've got a lot of money in the bank, over £100 million. I know we wasted a lot on the shopping centres, and we may waste more on the North West Relief Road and spending money getting that, which will not be delivered. However, there is a difference between capital and revenue. Street lights are capital, which is where we proposed it. 2017 was the first time. 2018, we did it again, and we've done it again. And it's a real show of the way this council is run when a capital expenditure is not used to invest to save. In the paper in 2017, it was estimated that within 2 to 3 years, we will be saving £1 million a year. Think what that is in today's money. Think what we will be doing now if we were able and had all our street lights as LED. I would suggest there would be maybe £2 million saving in revenue. We'd spend capital, invest it, and we would get a saving in revenue. We'd have £2 million left to actually do what we wanted to do, and that is to help the residents of Shropshire. In 2018, I confirmed there were nearly 20,000 street lights that Shropshire had, and I have had a conversation in the last few days, and I'm told it's around 7,000 to 8,000 are the ones that are converted. So there's 13,000 still to do. I understand a meeting is going to be held next week to review the programme, and it is hoped that it may be able to be accelerated. So I would suggest, Councillor Carroll, you need to talk to some officers, because the officers are investigating how they can accelerate the programme to do it. We've talked to the finance, and the finance say that with the Salix loan, there is sufficient capital there, there's a return there, and it's really, really the way to invest money, which we should be doing. Not accepting, of course, the climate emergency, which we have declared, and the carbon that we would save. Sodium lights are no longer manufactured. We all have lights going out all over the country, all over the county rather. And we are told, I am told, that as they go out, they're being replaced by LED lights, a haphazard way. We should be doing it so that it's done efficiently and it's done in streets and areas. In one of my villages, Hanwood, we started to lay it out 2 years ago. And if you go through Hanwood, at the start and the end of the village, there's all white lights. And in the centre, it's all yellow lights. Why was this stopped? Total inefficiency. Please, can we accelerate the programme, do what we should be doing, tackling climate change, which Shrewsbury is suffering from at present, and we're told it may suffer next year and the year after with all the flooding and the storms we're getting. Let's do our little bit, convert our lights to LED lights as soon as we can. If you go to Telford and Wrekin, their leader was on the radio 2 months ago saying we've saved £5 million by converting all our lights. In 2017, I quoted Staffordshire and their way that they were converting all their lights. If one looks at the country is going LED. Shropshire isn't. It's time we came into the 21st century, or even the 22nd. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Roger. Go back to the original proposer, David. I'll let you come back just for a couple of minutes. You don't strictly have the right, but I'm quite happy because it is new ground. And then I'll go to Gwilym.
No, Chair, that's fine. I think.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Councillor Dean has covered most of the comments in that we are delivering it as quickly as we can. 2 years is the outside, but you know, I think all of us know the supply chain issues that all industries are having at the present time. And believe you me, I'm after every penny we can get, so it will be done as soon as humanly possible. There's one point I do wish to make, though. There is a difference between capital and revenue and cash flow. These are being confused. We need external funds, capital receipts or borrowing, which in turn costs revenue, to fund capital spend. We can't just take capital spend away and just shift it across and think, oh, it's already there, it's already funded. The Salix loan helps accelerate the programme while alternative capital funds are identified. So, members, I ask you to not support this amendment and vote it down. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got the First Amendment as proposed by Councillor David Vasmer and seconded by Roger. All those in favour of supporting this amendment, please show. All those against, please show. Oh, overwhelmingly against. So that part has fallen. I will now allow you to go to the second part.
Thank you, Chair. We are also proposing that the rents charged by Star Housing should only go up by 3% instead of the current maximum that's allowed of 4.1%. Given the large sums that we need to make the council's housing stock carbon neutral, this is a very small extra burden on the housing revenue account, but will make a big difference to families who will be making choices between heating and eating when the full impact of inflation and the explosion in energy prices comes into effect next year. This is a very important amendment, I feel, Chair. I think that we can make a small contribution and help families who are in real need. And I hope that other members of the council will be able to support this. It's not a big a reduction as I would like, but I think it's reasonable and I think it's affordable. And I'd urge members to support it.
Okay, and that's being seconded by Heather Kidd. Heather, are you speaking now or reserving your right?
Reserving my right.
Okay. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Chairman. The proposed rental reduction in the increase of 1.1% equates to a value of approximately £150,000 to the housing revenue account next year, and not just next year, but for every year afterwards, because of the fact of not putting it up in 1 year, and then the compound effect builds on that year after year after year. That £150,000 in effect would support approximately £6 million in debt provision to engage in a capital programme, which is providing new affordable and social rented houses and shared ownership houses, and in assisting with the upgrading the energy efficiency of properties in the HRA stock. The most difficult and costly of which are still to go, because they tend to be the ones that are off-grid and ones that have not had as much maintenance over the years, because for exactly the same reasons that we haven't been able to upgrade them, sitting tenants have opted out of various maintenance and upgrades in the past. So we still have although it's a small number of properties, a significant expense to come on the upgrading of energy efficiency, in addition to our capital or Star Housing's capital programme to expand the housing stock. Now, this difference, this 1.1% variance in the increase, is equivalent on average to approximately 91 pence a week on the social rent. Now, all of our social rents are within the bands of the cap on the local housing allowance, so they're fully eligible for housing benefits. So the most vulnerable and financially disadvantaged tenants will be fully covered by housing benefits, so won't be seeing the rental increase. I'd also add that all of the other RSLs operating within Shropshire and Shropshire Council's area are also going with the 4.1% increase. Given the current rates of inflation, that also adds operating cost to the housing revenue account and to Star Housing that needs the additional revenue provided by the rental increase to support it. So there's two things that the rental increase is doing. Firstly, supporting the inflationary increase in the running costs, and secondly, supporting increased borrowing for capital projects within the HRA. The 4.1% isn't a figure that's been dreamt up out of thin air locally. It is it's a national rent standard limit for the cap on rental increases. So while I appreciate the attempt to reduce the cost burden, actually as I've explained, the most vulnerable and disadvantaged residents won't be experiencing this cost burden because it's still within the rental cap, so covered by housing benefit. So I believe that we should be rejecting this amendment for those reasons.
Thank you. Councillor Bird.
Thank you very much. I'll keep it fairly short, as Councillor Carroll's given a very excellent detailed explanation as usual. Whilst I can sympathise with the point being made that you know, costs are going up, inflation is high, that's been exacerbated through COVID, and also with the actions currently being undertaken in Ukraine. It's fairly settled argument that rent controls do not work historically. It forces people, or people leave the market, don't join the market, and you have a shortage of supply. And this is illustrated also with the energy price cap, where we've recently seen many suppliers go out of business because they haven't been able to respond to wholesale costs. And the benefit of obviously being able to generate this revenue is that the council will, or any property owner would be able to reinvest in the property, maintaining it, expanding it, etc. So for that reason, I say on the general economic grounds, I'd just oppose this motion. Thank you.
Okay. What nobody else indicated? Councillor Kerr.
Yeah, it might be helpful if Councillor Carroll or somebody could just tell us a percentage of council tenants who receive housing benefit. I think nationally it's well over 50%, probably around 60, 70%, but I don't know the figure for Shropshire, but obviously it's quite pertinent to this motion because those people on housing benefit, because of the way the system works, will not pay a penny more for any rent increase that's levied by the council. So I think if we could have that information, it would help us all.
I'm not sure necessarily you'll have that to hand, but I will just ask if he has that information.
I don't have the percentage figure to hand, but I can get it for members in writing following the
If you would
meeting.
like to email that to Councillor Kerr and other members just for interest, then that would be useful. Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Heather Kidd, you reserved your right. Off you go.
I most certainly did. Thank you. I think this is an important point to actually raise because this council itself is doing very little for those people who are just over the benefits limit, who get very little help at all. And actually, if I have read the Shropshire Council Sustainable Warmth Programme, I would have said Star Housing will be getting in quite a lot of money from the bid that's come in there for insulating the new houses. This 91p a week or whatever it is an interesting figure that the council have suddenly come up with, because whenever in the past we have quoted 30p a week or whatever, we've been accused of raising money in a really unpleasant way, and it was really going to hit the electorate and this, that and the other, and then suddenly 91p a week on rents is not applicable and everybody can afford it. I really am concerned about those people not on housing benefit. We have huge numbers now going to food banks. Any rise alongside the rise in electricity, in oil and so on across the county is going to be unaffordable for many people who do not qualify for the very things that have been quoted. So the point here is some sort of solidarity from the council, which isn't government money or a government loan to be paid back on an electricity bill. It is about us understanding that there are many, many people on low wages across Shropshire who simply cannot afford much more. In fact, in Telford, their rents are not going up by 4.1%. It is a choice. We always have options, and it is about options. And actually, this does not affect the overall budget for the council because it goes into the housing revenue account, which is ring-fenced for that very thing. I would love to see Star Housing actually doing more in the way of insulation, but as I say, and I will be speaking on this later, in item 10, we will have grant funding coming in, and it's going to take some time for that scheme to be rolled out. So, I ask for some solidarity with our tenants across Shropshire and that we vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Okay. So we've had debate. We've had a proposal and a second. All those in favour, please. Oh, sorry, Gwilym, come on. Yeah. It's just my keenness to make sure I'm home for supper tonight. I apologise. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I forgive you this once. I shall start with this one on the disappointment that I actually got this amendment at 6:15 last night. And I had no opportunity, therefore, to speak to any of the officers connected with Star Housing to understand what their surpluses or budgets are there for. And what you were talking about is, over a 10-year period, taking £1.5 million out of their revenue stream. And I would need to understand, from their point of view, the impact that that would have on the process. At the same time, referring to what Councillor Kidd was saying, all members should be aware that we have our hardship fund linked with the council tax, and that when we actually look at the hardship fund, we take into full consideration rent, utility bills and council tax, and that fund is there to be used. So it will support. Due to the lack of time and the in-depth information in relation to this, I cannot support the amendment. Thank you. Please vote it down.
Okay. And is there anybody else I've forgotten? All right. There is an amendment, obviously the second part of the Liberal Democrat amendment, as has been discussed, proposed, and portfolios come back on, please. All those in favour of supporting the amendment show. Again. All those against, please show. Again, clearly more against than supporting, so that has also fallen. So we'll move on to the second alternative budget proposals from the Labour group. I'm going to invite Councillor Julia Buckley, please, and I think you want to run for 10 minutes on this, don't you? Just so the clock man knows and I don't get it wrong. And then we will debate it and then we will vote on it as one. Okay.
Thank you. So I think we have a bit of an unusual situation today, don't we, where probably every member in this room would be unanimous in condemning today's budget as surely the worst budget that Shropshire Council has ever presented. There is nobody here who would disagree and condemn the appalling settlement. It was introduced by Gwilym with an apology for the level of settlement that was agreed. And we've seen press reports from the leader of the council who is disappointed in her Conservative government in this settlement and in their austerity cuts. But worse than that, this is the 12th consecutive year that we have borne the brunt of this Conservative policy of hemorrhaging the settlement grants to local government and disproportionately to Shropshire Council, worse than even other rural local authorities. So over those 12 years, we have lost a total of £220 million, worse off because of this constant hemorrhaging from the Conservative government. But what does that mean for our local residents? Well, it means more pain, doesn't it? Death by 1,000 cuts. The basic line is that they are now subsidising the work of the council. Instead of funding the net budget by 50%, our taxpayers now pay 76% of all the costs through this council. So when you're inventing grandiose schemes, it's taxpayers' money that you are playing monopoly with. But let's come back to this 1 year despicable grant. The worst settlement, the biggest gap we have seen, a deficit of £49 million, leaving us unable to meet our basic obligations to our residents. So what will this Conservative administration do to solve the appalling conundrum they find themselves in? First of all, they will plunder our reserves with a footnote that they recognise next year it's going to be worse. It's going to be 63 million because they've spent all the silver. They're going to cut a further £10.5 million from services across every department of the council. We all deal with our beleaguered officers who are trying their hardest to hold the services together on a skeleton staff. Who in their right mind believes that we could trim that any further? And worst of all, they're going to put the maximum rise on council tax, 3.99%, when our residents can least afford it with the cost of living crisis brought about by your colleagues in Westminster. This is not the moment to push the pain of your decisions onto our residents. In the administration's own words, 97% of Shropshire taxpayers will pay more for less. The leader herself tells us, I've seen her quite a lot in the press lately, she's disappointed with the government settlement. She's frustrated at the austerity cuts of the underfunding of the NHS in Shropshire. And she objects, we'll see later in the motions, she objects to the Conservative policy of not redistributing funding through levelling up. It seems to me, Leader, that you're pining for a Labour government and all the investment that could trickle down into our council. Because what is interesting is that just down the road, our neighbouring authority in Telford and Wrekin have a robust, sustainable budget. They've negotiated a decent settlement. They have resisted cuts, and they have put a freeze on council tax for 2 years. So it is possible to negotiate if you have any influence. It is better to manage public finances with prudence. And on behalf of the Labour group today, I'd like to put forward our alternative budget to this council. And to respond to Gwilym Butler's comments, our alternative budget was sent over a week ago to the Section 151 officer, who checked with all the departments for each of our 7 proposals and came back with suggestions and feedback on how to ensure that the budget could be legally and financially delivered. So we have certainly done the work necessary to deliver an alternative budget. Obviously, at this stage, we can't renegotiate a better settlement than this paltry sum. But even within these tight margins, there are always choices to be made. There is always an opportunity to move away from these short-term cuts and these vanity projects that pour taxpayers' money into the same old corners of the county. There's an opportunity to move forward and reinvest in proactive, county-wide schemes that deliver long-term benefits, so investing up front and accruing the benefits every year into the future. So I'd like to propose our alternative budget. We have 3 amendments to the capital programme, which frees up revenue from the net borrowing requirement and leads to 4 proposals in the revenue budget. The first major change in the capital budget is that we will bring an end to the environmental disaster of the North West Relief Road. It's not only unpopular, it's environmentally unsound, it's based on flawed data, and your own budget consultation had this as your number 1 objection. Your residents do not want you to spend their taxpayers' money on this road. We were appalled to learn that £14.2 million has already been spent on this scheme. I don't know if any of you have noticed any tarmac yet or any sods of earth being cut. I've not seen any. So that's invisible activity. Consultants, reports and surveys. £14 million of taxpayers' money that has disappeared into the emperor's new clothes. So, despite this wastage, if we bring it to a halt now, there is still a net gain of up to £5.6 million in the capital programme. We would commit 1.2 million into a county-wide 20 is plenty scheme. So benefits for every town and village across Shropshire, who after all pay into the coffers. It would not only save lives, but it would protect the environment, it would reduce our own highways road repairs budget, every year accruing benefits for health and budget of our residents and the council. Our second capital investment would be another £1 million into active travel measures. So this is specific installation of more cycle and footpaths in some of the larger housing estates which are currently cut off from the other access routes, forcing people to have to take the car. If I can move on to the revenue proposals. We have 4 proposals. The first one is to reverse a proposed cut to the library services. I want to be clear, we're not objecting to the transformation programme across the library. We are objecting quite specifically to PS 17, which will have a reduction of staff by asking people to self-serve in libraries. This is libraries across the county. This is often the first line of defence of our council. This is often the first place older and vulnerable residents go to access services. They go to the library for human contact. They go to speak to somebody and to ask advice. So the idea that this is where we would remove a person to allow them to scan their books, like in Tesco's, we find that unacceptable. And for the cost of £50,000, we would reinstate that staffing issue. Our next investment is we would spend £80,000 to re-establish the open access youth clubs in 4 of the worst hit areas across the county. I don't need to remind you, colleagues, of the impact of the COVID pandemic on our young people. You've seen the antisocial behaviour, you've heard about the impact on their mental health. We've all heard today about how our rural communities are isolated. The closure of those open access youth clubs was devastating, and there has been a lottery whereby some town councils have stepped in to fill the breach and some have been unable to. An average cost of £20,000 per club, we would reinstate 4 in the areas with the least coverage. Our third revenue proposal is to spend an additional £77,000 in extra mental health support workers, specifically aimed at children and young people. You will all have heard this in your casework loads. You will have heard how long families have to wait, how acute their mental health problems have to be. Someone has to be in crisis. A young person has to be suicidal before they qualify for services because our numbers are so limited. Let's put money to help those who need it most. Our final proposal is actually an income generation measure. We'd like to propose a one-time saving for any residents that move across to electronic billing. The saving would be 50% of the income we would generate. So each year, we anticipate this might generate in the region of £20,000. Obviously, after about 5 years, we'll have probably scooped up anyone we can. So our capital changes free up 5.6 million, which enable us to not borrow that 5.6, which gives us access to what we would have paid off as a borrowing requirement. And this is how we would reinvest that in those revenue proposals. Be really glad to hear your views, and I hope that you will take seriously the time that we have put in to think about how funding could be spread across the county, and just as our leader says herself, can be redirected and redistributed to those that need it most. Thank you.
Thank you. A few seconds over, but reasonably well timed. Thank you very much. Seconded by Councillor Tony Parsons. Are you reserving your right? Or?
Yes, I will second this alternative budget and reserve my right to speak at the conclusion of the debate.
Okay. Councillor Dean Carroll.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to address any of the comments that were made about the budget in general or about the revenue issues. I'm going to restrict my comments to the proposed changes to the capital budget. Now, where to start on this? Okay, so looking at the information provided further down, and like Councillor Butler, I only received this last night, but looking at the information further down, assuming that they will be that capital receipts will be realised of 19.8 million, regardless of whether the North West Relief Road is built or not. Now, given that a large proportion of SU West, Shrewsbury Sustainable Urban Extension West, is only opened up by the delivery of the Oxon Link Road, which is the first stage of the North West Relief Road, I would seriously call into question the deliverability of that 19.8 million, to the extent that I would suggest that you would probably not even achieve the 14.2 million that's been spent on design work, preparatory work, and bringing forward the planning application to the stage that it is at the moment, where we are awaiting planning decision by the planning committee. That being the case, then forget the 5.6 million that is suggested would be available, forget the 1.3 million that would potentially, that they're suggesting in the worst case would be available. I would actually contend that rather than gaining any capital funds, we would actually have then a net deficit in capital funds, because we would still have to pay off the £14.2 million that has already been outlaid. We would also have to give back the money from the LEP. We would have to give back the money to central government. We would have to give back the small value of Section 106 contributions that were paid on the provision of delivering the Northwest Relief Road. And rather than having additional capital to invest, and thus having this revenue saving, I contend that it would actually leave us with a bigger capital hole in our budget. On the subject of the Northwest Relief Road itself, that was a very grand statement, and that it's unpopular and not wanted and should be thrown out. But actually, that's not what I hear, not what I am told by residents of my division, by residents of other divisions in Shrewsbury, by residents of divisions north of Shrewsbury, whose villages are affected by the rat run, that are the country lanes, that are supposed to service the villages of Beaumer Heath, Montford Bridge, Baschurch, Ryton 11 Towns, Fitz, Yorton, Nestcliff. I could go on. That's not what I hear from the people of Shrewsbury Town Centre, who long for an alternative for the through traffic going along Smithfield Road, going through the town centre, which I thought the Labour group were fully signed up to, the big town plan, which is all about taking traffic out of Shrewsbury Town Centre. And if you're not going to take them out by providing an alternative route for them, then what are you going to do with them? My only conclusion that I can draw from the statements made by the leader of the Labour group is that the Labour group on Shropshire Council is abandoning Shrewsbury. I encourage everybody to reject these amendments as not being financially and economically sound, and on the basis that they will cause immeasurable harm to the people of Shrewsbury and the villages outside of Shrewsbury, who the Northwest Relief Road is there to alleviate.
Okay, thank you. I've got a few speakers now. Cecilia Motley, Julian Dean, Ed Bird, thank you, and Councillor Rob Wilson. So, Councillor Cecilia Motley, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I just wanted to touch on the issue of PS17 and the implementation of changes under the Library Transformation Project. I think Councillor Buckley has slightly got the wrong end of the stick on this, actually. The reason for bringing it through efficiencies through electronic checking systems is not in order to dispense with frontline staff, but actually to free up frontline staff so that they can undertake more activities in line with the transformation strategy. We're very keen to make more of the rollout of Shropshire Local in our libraries, for example, and we're also very keen to work more closely with public health, because we can see a very important role for libraries as community hubs, which will enable public health to use them and have sessions and clinics there, as well as community health efforts in our libraries, in our towns. We want to make our libraries absolutely essential and integral parts of their local towns. So this is not a measure that is designed to get rid of staff through the back door. This is a measure which is designed actually to enhance the efficiency of the library service and free up some of our really excellent staff so that we can use them more productively. So just to put that one straight. Just with regards to the 20s Plenty proposal, I would just remind Councillor Buckley that 20s Plenty is a splendid concept, but it does need policing. And as you know, our police forces are extremely stretched in this county. So I would suggest that in proposing this, she also has ideas for how it's to be enforced. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Julian Dean.
Thank you, Chair. I'll have more to say about the process that's been involved, but I should just point out to Councillor Carroll that all the budget amendments have been through the 151 officer and the figures have had to be checked. So to simply challenge the figures at this stage is not very useful. But the thing I'm more concerned about is that once again we're creeping towards linking any big town plan development with the North West Relief Road. Occasionally we ask the administration this question and we're told, oh no, there's no link, they're completely separate. And now suddenly Councillor Carroll is once again making that link, which is extraordinarily dangerous for the future of Shrewsbury. I do welcome this amendment. I realise that it's going to get voted down. I think it's one of several amendments where we are at least attempting to do something for the people of Shropshire. It's a real tragedy that we have not yet heard from the administration or from anybody to do with this budget about measures to deal with the cost of living crisis. And this is an attempt, as are some of the other measures presented, to attempt to address that. I am a little bit disappointed, though, that the ending of the North West Relief Road I support, but what we actually, the campaign is called Better Shrewsbury Transport. We actually need a serious look at public transport as well as active travel if we're to do what needs to be done in terms of shifting the transport story. The final point is this. To the Conservative members here, this is your first chance this year to finally put to bed and put an end to the North West Road. You will have other opportunities when it comes to planning and turns out to be a disaster, when the Environment Agency tell us it's a disaster. And your biggest opportunity, obviously, will be at the end of the year when you try to put together a full business case, at which point I suspect it will fall apart. I suggest you do it now and save the cash and save the heartache and give us the opportunity to really look at the alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ed Bird.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, with regards to the Relief Road, I mean, I've been involved in large capital projects before, and if you get an opportunity to undertake a capital project that's co-funded, you grasp it with both hands. I from Shifnal, personally get no benefit from this, but I'm in favour of it as I understand the benefits. So, I find it remarkable, to be honest, that this discussion is still taking place. It's just a bizarre set of priorities. The first item being scanning cards in libraries. I find that extremely bizarre. And against, we've currently got, it's a crucial time at the moment with a very, very tight budget. Before we understand clearly, the problems with inflation, the economy and spending, and to be against finding sort of any efficiency that we can is it's terrible, really. And as mentioned, there's very high costs in social care, adult social care. We have to find efficiency somewhere. Mental health issues, yes, completely agree. In young people as well, the mental health services are generally poor nationally, and of course also COVID's impact on children's education. I work in the education sector, and I can see what's happened there. However, I mean, I presume that Labour supported longer and tighter restrictions, which would have further exacerbated those mental health and educational issues. So, again, just to reiterate, I would vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I've got Councillors Rob Wilson, Roger Evans, Rosemary Dartnell and Alan Mosley. I'm tempted then to try and draw a bit of a line under this. I'm conscious of the fact that it is now 11:45 and we will need to finish this entire item before we stop. And we'll probably stop for 30 minutes then for lunch, but it's probably going to be, well, it's in your hands, basically. So, Councillor Rob Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I particularly want to look at Amendment 1, and I think the numbers there are quite shocking. I think the public are aware that Shropshire Council is in for the entire overspend, if there is an overspend on this project. And looking at the world economic condition right now, the likelihood of the project going over the cost that was forecast is quite likely. And to see that if for any reason the project does not proceed, either it doesn't get planning permission, it doesn't pass the full business case with full council, or the Department for Transport doesn't accept the full business case, because as we see, policy after policy is coming out of the government right now saying buses, active travel, carbon reduction, and I know we hear about how this project fits within that, but I have serious doubts on that. And to see that if this project does not proceed, not only is Shropshire Council in for all of the overspend, Shropshire Council is in for all of the development costs, because we've heard that all of the money to the DFT and the LEP will go back, all the SIL money, everything else. So we're left with, after all of this work, potentially £1.3 million. Everything else is gone, which could have been spent on other things. I agree with Councillor Buckley about a 20-mile-an-hour limits in any communities that want them. Oxfordshire County Council have just brought that in their budget this month. I have to say, after a Conservative administration was replaced with an alliance of the Liberal Democrats, the Greens and Labour. They've asked every community that wants 20-mile-an-hour limits and said they can have them. Not that they are enforced by the police, as Councillor Motley said. You design for 20-mile-an-hour limits. It's not about enforcing by the police. It's about enforcing via the environment. They've allocated their money to that to make their communities safer. And I know that I've got a reputation for this, but obviously 1C I'm going to support. But it's where we should be going. But it's that 1A I want to hang on. It's utterly shocking to see those numbers in black and white. Utterly shocking. And there will be members on the other side of the hall who will say, get road done. That'll be the slogan. But I suggest they go and look up the sunk cost fallacy. Very, very important that councillors understand that. I also heard the other week, just anecdotally, Councillor Gittins talking on the radio about the terrible crashes that there have been on the A41 recently and bemoaning the lack of capital available for dealing with that situation. There's our capital on 1A up there. That's where the biggest part of our budget is right now for capital. If we want to fix these problems on the A5 at Shatton Crossroads, on the A49, on the A41, that's where our capital is. I know Lee's shaking her head. But that's where all of our capital is going right now. We'll get onto the Riverside development later, but right now on our budget sheet, it's there on 1A. Thank you.
Councillor Roger Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm looking at a paper here which went to Cabinet over 2 years ago, where the Oxon and the North West Relief Road were combined, but in it, it actually looks at the Oxon Road when that was first looked at, 2015, 7 years ago. In this paper which went to Cabinet 2 years ago, it said the Oxon Relief Road would be opening in spring 23. The construction will be starting in spring 22. Where are we with this? The Oxon Relief Road was funded from the development that it would release for it. So to say it will not create a capital receipt, I think is wrong. One, I would ask the Cabinet and others to actually go back into the history of this council and see why the Oxon Link Road was first produced. It was produced without the North West Relief Road. It made economic sense then to do it without the North West Relief Road. The Oxon Link Road should have been built by now. And where are we? We're still waiting for this combined new grandiose project to come forward, costing 80, 90, 100, 120. We spent nearly 15 million just on consultants without putting a spade into the ground, really, or tarmac in it. We all read the media about the cost of construction and how it's going up. It's gone up by 15, 10, 20%, depending on which periodicals you read. We have not had a business case. We've been promised a business case several times. We've been promised a planning application would be decided and sorted several times. £14.5 million, and we haven't even got a planning application. What company, private company, would do this? Its shareholders would be up in arms to do this sort of thing. And here we are doing it, and we're saying, oh, we don't want to do it now, do it. I will be supporting this amendment. I think it makes sense for the people of Shropshire. We can actually reduce the pollution in the town without the North West Relief Road, if we wanted to. If we thought outside the, if we thought laterally, we could do it. We could help the residents who are affected by the rat run quite easily. Just put some cameras up. And if any vehicle goes through there without stopping, we charge them. Number plate recognition cameras. If somebody comes off at the crossroads and then drives through to Battlefield, then charge them. And I hear laughter. But that's what happens elsewhere in the country. It's a lot less than spending 120 million pound. We could spend some of that money improving Doby's roundabout, improving that so that it would encourage traffic, heavy goods vehicles to use that way rather than use the rabbit run, which is being used. The Shrewsbury bypass is a step too far. We need to look at what we can afford and what the Shropshire residents want and need. Looking at those, several of those up there my residents want, and they would welcome it. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rosemary Dartnell.
Sorry, I don't seem to be. Is it on? Okay.
Middle button.
Oh, thank you.
There you go.
Thank
You sound as though you're on.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to clarify something from the beginning of this item, is that our budget calculations allow for the Oxon Link Road. So we would remove the Northwest Road, the Northwest so-called Relief Road, but we would continue with the Oxon Link Road. Councillor Carroll accuses Labour Group of abandoning Shrewsbury, which is not at all on our agenda. Not a bit of it, in fact. In fact, what we're interested in is supporting residents all over Shropshire with what we plan. The Big Town Plan for Shrewsbury itself does not depend on the North West Road, and also our policies around 20-mile-an-hour limits in all residential areas of Shropshire are about improving people's everyday lives as they're lived in the areas that they live of our county. So wherever 20-mile-an-hour limits are used to control residential areas, there are already improvements straight to public health, which is the main improvement, but to interconnectivity of neighbourhoods, better lived lives on a daily basis, and noise, for example, is reduced by 50%. Accident outcomes are very much better, and accident numbers themselves are decreased. When 20 miles, Councillor Motley mentioned that enforcement is needed, but all roads in Britain have speed limits, and they are all required to be enforced. Of course, we know that that doesn't happen in a lot of places, but nonetheless, whether it's a 30 or a 20 mile an hour, there is that requirement needed. Thank you.
Have you finished? Oh, thank you. Okay, Councillor Alan Mosey, and then I'm going to go back to the seconder, Tony Parsons, who withheld his right.
I'd just like to, first of all, congratulate Julia Buckley on her speech, the first of no doubt many on the budget. And what she managed to do in that speech, of course, was to expose the abysmal Tory record on this council and in Westminster, and particularly expose the crocodile tears that I've accused the Tories in this room of shedding on numerous occasions while they go out and serve as lackeys for their masters in Westminster at election time. And that still continues year after year, and it's going to happen now, no doubt, when we get some responses to this. She also presented a well-considered budget with detail that had been fully scrutinised by James Walton, and this was something that could lead to significant developments, particularly for some vulnerable people and those in need, despite the Tory nightmare of restrictions on the overall budgetary front. Much is made of the North West Relief Road and the importance of it. It should be scrapped. That is clear. But I just want to draw Councillor Carroll's attention to the fact that the people of Shrewsbury are not being abandoned by Labour. It's quite clear that the people of Shrewsbury overall do not want this road. Certainly, all but one of a meeting of Shrewsbury Town Council said we don't want this road and are vehemently opposing it. Certainly, some people who are sitting here today are here because they oppose the North West Relief Road in areas of Shrewsbury that were previously Conservative controlled. There is one member of the Conservative Party, well, I presume he still is, who is not sitting here today because of his support for the North West Relief Road, which was rejected by the residents that he purported to represent. So I also heard Councillor Carroll say on the radio when the Riverside plan was being discussed, quite clearly said that the plans that were there and the Big Town plan did not depend on the North West Relief Road. He did, in fairness, say it might be a little bit more difficult if we didn't have the North West Relief Road to implement, but he said quite clearly that it didn't depend upon it for its development, for the development plans. Well, I'm willing to spend a little bit more time and take a little bit more trouble devising a traffic scheme that avoids the clogging of traffic in the town centre in Shrewsbury if the North West Relief Road doesn't go ahead. And I hope that we all can commit to that. And I'm not going on about the expenses of it. We all know that the only reason that we would be building that road is because of some figures that we've got that it's going to help Shrewsbury and Shropshire economically. And the figures that I see increasingly emerging show that it simply does not do that. And that's quite apart from the absolute damage that it does to the environment. There's soon going to be a movement strategy starting with significant funding to look at the impact of traffic in and around Shrewsbury with respect to the Big Town plan. And that is going to include the hinterland, and it will obviously include towns, villages up to the north of Shrewsbury. That is going to look at the implications with or without the North West Relief Road. And it's important. And I just hope that members to my left do just get rid of this obsession. There is a future for Shrewsbury and Shropshire without a North West Relief Road, and not to become so obsessed with that as a concept that needs to be operationalised. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parsons.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to commend to all members today this alternative budget. It is one that obviously we would like to be spending a lot more money on some of those areas in the revenue there, but we have had to work to make sure that this budget is balanced, and we've been taking advice from our financial team on this to make sure that that is what we bring to you today. I believe that this council will face severe financial problems, not only in this forthcoming year, but in those years moving further ahead. I know that colleagues on the left-hand side of this table are hoping for so-called fairer funding, where rural councils like ourselves get money redistributed from those urban councils in the north of England. I can't see that honestly happening with the fact that the government is proposing some sort of levelling up for those areas north of Manchester. The chances of any additional funding to this council is very limited indeed. And the point made earlier that we are now, our council tax payers are now paying a significant proportion of the cost of running this council, up to 76% from 55% in 2015-16, just shows where we are at. We need to try and make best use of the money that we have. Now, the Northwest Relief Road is an issue that we do take objection to. This council only recently, in consultation on the future of Acton Scott, said in the beginning of that document that we could only look to focus on statutory expenditure. The Northwest Relief Road is not statutory expenditure. We do not need to do that. It's a huge cost, and we will have to bear the cost of any overspend on that particular project. So we should not continue with that. We should be looking more to deal with active travel within the county, and also we would propose to you that the 20's plenty should be able to be put into practice in any area that wants to have that. And so I would ask you to support this budget going forward, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you everybody for taking part in the debate. It's really nice to be back in a chamber and to have this debate. Before I make my response, I just wanted to be clear on the spend on the North West Relief Road is expected to be 12.2 million by the end of this financial year. A further 2 million of costs would be incurred, effectively abortive costs if cancelled. I want to make it perfectly clear, all this has been funded by government grant. And the 39 million in next year's capital budget is all government grant. The capital receipts come at the end of the programme. Now, to my response. I have not had time to speak to the individual directors with all the different areas you have proposed. It is only the finance officer, our 151 officer, only covers the financial legalities, and they should not be criticised around the approach to risk that is the members' jobs. He does not deal with the deliverability of your proposals, where the other directors needed to be engaged so we can understand the deliverability and the future revenue costs. Obviously, as I only received these late yesterday, I had no chance of actually undertaking that. Mr. Chairman, I am aware that we've got quite a lot of new members in the room, and this is their first budget. To that end, I'd like to take them down memory lane. Let's have a memory check here. The whole country went through a financial crash the last time the Labour government was in power. Okay? They were in charge of the Financial Services Authority. They brought down the banks. And what was it Liam Burns said when they left administration? Sorry, no money left. Who had to pick up the mess and sort it out? And we were there, but a pandemic got in the way, to which our government has responded well. And we see the economy thriving in Shropshire with good employment levels. That is the result of what we've done. We have to live within our means, and again, you are mixing revenue and capital. There is nothing in your budget to support growth, economy, jobs, or no increase in future council tax base or increase in business rates. There is no vision from Labour, there is no building for the future, no place shaping, but of course, just remember the last time they were in power. I fully support the North West Relief Road due to all the benefits it will bring, not just the road, but the land it will open up for housing, economic growth, jobs, I'll go back, affordable housing, all the things we need to keep young people in this county. It will also give us long-term growth in our income base, both for council tax and business rates, and increase our revenue provision for future budgets. Just on a side thought, if you live in the north of Shrewsbury and are in an ambulance on the A49 or A53, the North West Relief Road will cut down the time it takes for an ambulance to get to the hospital by at least 30 minutes, as we're talking about ambulances earlier. You mentioned Telford and Wrekin. How do they compare? Oh yes, there's an election in May. Funny old thing, isn't it? Members, this is old Labour orange box, pulling at heartstrings, playing with people. Don't be fooled. Vote it down. Shropshire will continue to thrive and grow under a Conservative administration. Vote it down. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, members. That will do. Let's try and, keep this relatively orderly. Okay, there is an alternative proposal which has been tabled by the Labour group. All those in favour, please show. Julia.
Sorry, I believe I have the right of reply.
I don't think you do, no.
It's
sorry.
my amendment, and there were some factual inaccuracies I need to respond to.
Tim? No, sorry. We're going to the vote, sorry.
Well, could I suggest that Dean Carroll have a word with the Section 151 officer to understand the numbers?
Okay, you could say that to Dean outside, but we're going to move to the vote. So all those in favour, please show. All those against, please show. I think that's clearly against, so that has fallen. Okay, we will plough on. We've now got the third amendment. Obviously, there is a bit in here that perhaps would sit better in the next agenda item, but we'll take it in this one anyway. Okay, so the proposer, I believe, is Julian Dean. Julian?
Thank you. Just to clarify, I'll save my remarks on the main budget for the discussion after we've concluded all the amendments.
Our discussion earlier. That's fine. Yeah.
This is so. I'm moving our. So we are bringing two amendments to the budget. Our first amendment seeks to establish an active travel and public transport infrastructure fund. We have agreed as a council that public transport needs to be developed, and we have even identified ways in which to do this, and have put a substantial bid into government. Unfortunately, it's a foregone conclusion that we won't see much from that. But we know that to address congestion, to improve accessibility for all in our communities, and their opportunities, and to tackle carbon emissions, we must develop and promote better bus services and better walking and cycling infrastructure. So far, we haven't committed any funds to this. So we are presenting a plan to seed fund this transformation with a pot of 4.6 million. At the same time, we are looking to raise some revenue by shifting the price band in 2 Shrewsbury car parks, so that Frankwell costs the same as St Julian's, and Abbey Foregate costs the same as Frankwell used to. This modest increase will probably realise around £253,000. I'm having to slightly adjust my remarks due to some advice from the 151 officer, so please bear with me.
Well,
the purpose of that shift, of that additional, that raising of those bands, is that it will begin to equalise the unfair disadvantage that public transport users have. Currently, it is so much cheaper as a family to drive and park in the centre of town than it is to get a bus. So we think that as a signal to the people of Shropshire, we need to start shifting that balance. And a slight increase in those 2 car parks will assist in that. Until we begin to put our money where our mouth is, we will not be taken seriously on the commitment to level up public transport or active travel. And this is entirely appropriate way to do this. To bring the pricing differential between a family travelling by bus and by car down a little on the one hand, and on the other hand, to raise funds so that we can establish a serious committed fund with which to use as leverage to raise funds from government, from grants. We are proposing, we're in the middle of work on an LTP4 and LC WIP, and unless we have our own committed fund to show that we're serious about it, we will be in deep water when it comes to making successful bids. So I move this amendment.
Okay, thank you. Is it seconded? Councillor Kerr. Councillor Carroll. Broken it or worn it out.
If I speak very loudly, hopefully you'll hear me. It's just in regards to the car parking proposed car parking changes. I would actually quite like to bring forward in the coming financial year a review of the car parking strategy to see what's working, what isn't, and where there are opportunities for us to make changes to meet our other objectives. And so I would happily take these proposed changes under consideration as part of that review, because they will have knock-on implications for other car parks around the town. So, I have a microphone.
Try not to flatten the battery on that one.
So I would propose to take on board what they're saying, what Councillor Dean is proposing as part of that review, rather than incorporating it in as an amendment into the current budget.
Okay, I can't see anybody else indicating. Councillor Rob Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. I think I attended a webinar yesterday with the charity Playing Out, which was hosting Chris Boardman, who is now the Walking and Cycling Commissioner for England. And I was joined on that call by a number of cabinet members as well, which was pleasing to see. And he made the point very strongly that if councils, and I've said this before to this council, if councils don't start spending in this area, then they will see a lack of funding in other areas. And he named Bus Back Better, he named others, and I'm sorry, I can't remember them right now, but he said that councils will find problems getting funding in other areas if they don't invest in these areas themselves and show intent in these areas. That potentially brings risk towards other projects the council wants to bring forward. So I think this would be a very important step to showing Active Travel England that this council is serious in this area. It's clearly a very well put together proposal. It's gone to the Section 151 officer. I'm pleased to hear Councillor Carroll say that he will take on board some of the suggestions. But I just want to make that particular point about that government right now are being very serious in this area, and he made that point yesterday to that webinar.
Thank you. In other hands, Councillor Kerr, you reserved your right.
Yes, thank you. I think we've brought forward what is anybody's view would be a very modest, reasonable and pragmatic proposal. We've done that in plenty of time, and we've done that free of any political hype or any grandstanding. So we would hope that the administration would respond in kind and take it as a genuine attempt to make the council greener and more equitable. The evident discrepancy in our car parking strategy is very clear to be seen and should have been seen by anybody preparing a budget for this or indeed future past years. It cannot be right that the Shropshire Council's car park in Festival Square, Oswestry, a town that has lost jobs and has significantly greater social deprivation than Shrewsbury, is actually higher than the main car parks of Frankwell in Shrewsbury, a town that has gained a significant number of jobs, done very well over the past decade, and has proposals for massive investment going forward. Nobody can think that is equitable. It is ridiculous to try and compare the centre of Oswestry and say there's an equivalent experience to the centre of Shrewsbury. It's palpably nonsense. So this is a very sensible and pragmatic proposal for you. There is no need to review this in the future. You could have reviewed it in the past. You can just accept the amendment now. By doing that, you also, as a council, can reallocate the funds, because any future review of car parking strategy will not be able to reallocate that in this way. That's the role of the budget, and that's what we're here this morning to do. We reallocate those funds to encourage cycling, encourage active transport. It's a small step, an important step in the right direction, And by doing that, we can help ourselves and help the future generations of Shropshire. So I urge you to accept this amendment. Let's do it now. It's fair and it's right for the future. And let's pull the council together in taking us into that world.
Thank you. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Firstly, I would like to thank Julian for the time he took last week and the discussions we had over these motions. And I really hope this is going to be a new way of working, and in future budgets we can have those conversations any time during the year and work together. My major issue with this is, well, there's two areas really. This motion is very Shrewsbury-centric, and it doesn't give the opportunity for the other market towns to be involved or be reviewed. Mirrored with the fact that we have put within the budget a proposal to increase parking charges by 10% across the county, a part of which would have to go to a consultation, which Councillor Dean has alluded to, and part of that consultation can be to look at the wider picture. The ethos of the amendment I fully support. The other issue I've got, obviously with the revenue deficit that we're actually facing, is the risk that we don't get that increased income from the parking. Because obviously we can't use the parking revenue to fund borrowing, because that is illegal, but if we have increased parking funding, we can probably offset it against somewhere else within the budget to fund the borrowing. But my concern, especially as we've had terrible news today in Ukraine, that if the oil price goes through the roof, how many people will be in their cars anyway? So it's things to take like that to take into consideration in this changing world. Members, I would urge you to vote this down, but with the ethos that this will be covered in Councillor Carroll's parking review, and I hope the Green Party will take a big part in that review. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I have a proposal. It has been seconded. All those in favour, please show. Those against? That's fallen. That's clearly against. Okay. Councillor Dean, your second amendment,
thank you very much.
Amendment, or whatever they're called.
Yep. So on our second amendment, this is also about supporting our communities when they're on foot or mobility scooter or bicycle. And as an aside, I really hope we don't hear any nonsense about being anti-motorist. You will find that most motorists are pedestrians too, and many of them are even cyclists, whilst there are plenty of people in our communities who are not motorists. The poor condition of many of our footways and cycle lanes can present hazards to some of the most vulnerable in our communities. So we think the 60 million allocation to bring the state of highway services up to scratch should at least in part look after everyone, with a dedicated pot going to footways and cycleways. It's not much to ask. We suggest 10%. It's a shame that the administration seems likely to reject this out of hand, rather than even propose a different percentage. So I move that we create a ring fence within the 60 million for highways improvements to be dedicated to looking after footways and cycleways.
Thank you. Seconded by?
Myself and reserve again.
Thank you. Looking for hands? No hands? Councillor Kirk?
Well, I don't think I can add much to what Councillor Dean said. It's a very sensible proposal. If you're going to have any doubts with it, we can suggest a different percentage. But in this day and age, we need to start saying the highways budget is not just about cars. It is about everybody who needs to move around. And I know my own area, the pavement's in a shocking state. And yesterday, I was helping somebody in an electric buggy who couldn't actually manage on the pavement and had to go on the road because of the potholes in the pavement. So 10% sounds a very reasonable amount to invest in those other users.
Thank you. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I support the ethos of the problem, but I will not have my hands tied with percentages on the capital programme into specific areas. Again, this could be down to delivery and what we actually need and desire. We also need to understand that coming forward to Cabinet very shortly, we have the LTP4 and other strategies like the LC WIP, which we need to get endorsed. And I strongly believe that this will find us other opportunities to obtain capital funding, which will help the ethos of what this motion entails. Members, please do not tie my hands, as we do not know what is going to be in front of us in the future. We cannot have percentages tied for specific reasons, and I strongly believe that the capital budget for highways is already committed, so we would actually have to then have a decision of what are we not going to do because we're doing this. So, and I don't want to go down that road. Please vote against the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have the second Green motion which has been proposed and seconded. All those in favour, please show. Those against, please show. And once again, that's clearly unanimous, 22 to everybody else. Okay. So. Yes, no, I know that. I might not be brilliant at this, but I do my best. Okay, we will go back now then to the original motion, which has been proposed and seconded. Group leaders, you have 10 minutes to do your stuff. Is somebody going to indicate that they would like to? David Vasmer, Councillor Vasmer.
Thank you, Chair. This budget debate is being overshadowed by the Council's impending bankruptcy. There is a 50 million hole in the Council's budget that is within the power of government to fill, but they've chosen not to help, and limited settlement was awarded to the Council for 1 year only. Using reserves, one-off grants and some wizardry by our financial officers, our revenue budget has been balanced, but the money will run out if the government does nothing. The open-ended demands of adult social care make the job of our finance officers very difficult when you have no certainty over around 8% of our revenue budget. There is talk of a long-term solution by Tory government ministers, although that cannot be certain. Meanwhile, Tory ministers appear to ignore the day-to-day problems that councils face. Indeed, listening to our council leader talking about the actions of her government in Westminster, I wonder if she's in the right party. But any thought of offering her a membership of the Liberal Democrats, that I might think consider, but after yet another attack on our government, it's quickly dismissed when I review her record and the record of her predecessor. The Tory leadership on Shropshire Council must take responsibility for the terrible decisions over recent years. The shopping centres, bought for 51 million, are now worth 12.3 million. That's a loss of 38.7 million. The business case used to justify the purchase of the new shopping centres predicted an annual income of nearly 3 million, but has never been achieved. The income that should have been generated by spending of 51 million could have helped to fill the financial hole that now faces the council. And then there is the North West Road, which we've been debating, which will provide limited relief in my view. It must be the first major road project where estimates of its costs go down. When the proposed Oxon Link Road and North West Road joined together, the estimated cost was 90 million. Then it came down to 87.1 million, and now following some changes, 80.1 million. I think council leaders are deceiving themselves and ignoring reports of increasing costs in this construction industry. This is reported to Cabinet as having an impact on many other projects, but not on the North West Road. And the reason for this blindness, as has been mentioned during the course of this debate, is that the council is committed to fund any overspend and emphasise how disastrous that could be for this council. We've had the problems with the announcement, which we've learned during the course of this budget-making process, that 14.2 million has already been spent and not a brick has been put on the ground, no tarmac has been laid. Really, the Conservatives here, you ought to be worried. You ought to be very, very worried about what the future holds if you go ahead with the North West Relief Road. Indeed, locally, Tories seem to love big, grandiose projects, the shopping centres, the North West Road, but they don't know how to manage them. You'd have thought they've got their hands burnt with the shopping centres, but our Tories could have taken a step back, review where they were going wrong, apologised to electors and declared they were reformed characters who had gained an ability to manage Shropshire's finances. Instead, they just plough on. Lovers of grandiose projects, the Tories have excelled themselves this time. Building a civic hub in a land which floods regularly and where problems with parking will be a huge issue for staff and councillors who travel long distances to get to Shrewsbury seems madness. And even more so when a movement strategy has not been completed for Shrewsbury town. It took over 30 years from original suggestion to move out of the town centre before that suggestion was realised in the 1960s. And now the Tories have turned that decision on its head after proposals to renovate Shire were taken forward in 2018.
There's not been a proper consideration of options, and shouldn't that wait until the pandemic has played out and we know how many staff want to work from home, what their needs are for meeting up, and how many staff, as a result of home circumstances or to maintain well-being, need to be office-based? But we all know why this is being proposed. Having lost 38.7 billion on the shopping centres, Shropshire is desperately looking around to realise some capital receipts from selling land, and Shire Hall presents a plum prize. And like North West Heathrow, costs have gone up from, as far as the hub is concerned, from initial 27 million to the current estimate of 37 million. But our leaders claim that the cost will be reduced as a result of other agencies moving in. We have no evidence of that. And remember how the police abandoned plans to move into refurbish Shire Hall. They're even less likely to move into a civic hub with no parking provision, which may be inaccessible for 3 weeks every year because of flooding. If you take all the spending of Riverside into account, that's a 51 million on buying the shopping centres, and then the total cost of developing Riverside, another 77 million. That's a total cost of 28 million. It's just madness. Much of this budget we can, one thing I'd like to go on to say, during the course of the debate, a lot of mention has been made about the process. We too have been involved in discussions with Section 151 officer about our proposals. Unfortunately, I think that in future we should look at a better process. It was good having those discussions, but I think in future more could be done to actually make sure that proper proposals come forward, which are considered by officers who are responsible for the running of those services. So I do think that we perhaps need to look at this in the future and make sure that there is a proper process whereby we can have a good debate and not one where ideas are dismissed because they have not been properly considered.
Thank you. I think you managed to pack 15 minutes worth of speaking there into about 8 minutes worth of talk, and I did pick up a couple of bits on the budget. Okay, thank you. Who am I going to bring in next? Julia, would you like to use your 10 minutes now? Or are you eating? Would you like me to bring Julian in first? Julian, you come in first. Julia's having a picnic. Julian.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I just wish to say thank you to officers for all the work they've done in preparing this budget. And I also think that, you know, on this day when statutory rules over COVID have been somewhat dangerously lifted, I think it's also worth just taking the opportunity to say thank you to Shropshire Council officers who've worked throughout the pandemic to support our communities, and also to say, you know, noting the dreadful floods that Shrewsbury has had, again, a huge thank you to staff for the work that they've done over that. And the final little introduction, I think it is worthwhile probably on this really worrying day to celebrate and deepen, and we have a couple of items coming up around the way that we ask questions and how we do scrutiny, to celebrate and to deepen our democracy, which, you know, given the events in Russia and Ukraine is so valuable, and we need to fight to defend. But we need to also remember the context that we are looking at this budget in. It's a context of, you know, one of the highest mortality rates in Europe in terms of a poorly managed pandemic, and our social care sector thrown to the wolves at the beginning of it, alongside one of the worst economic outcomes in terms of the pandemic. It's a context where the government has failed to address underfunding of local government services in general. It's failed to address rural services in particular. It's failed to address the social care crisis, despite promises in 2019 to fix social care once and for all. The overwhelming burden on our budget. Instead, limited help for elderly homeowners paid for by low-paid young workers through national insurance rise. And the government has failed to provide anything to the county through levelling up. To quote Councillor Potter once again, Shropshire has been overlooked and has missed out, and at the moment we feel overlooked, unrecognised, taken for granted, and completely undervalued. Perhaps we were not helped by having MPs with their eyes on the prize of lucrative contracts with interests far beyond anything Shropshire can offer, whether defence contracts or Randox or Saudi Arabia. The only conclusion available is that the Conservative Party is bad for Shropshire. But I have to admit that some of the conversations I've had with some Cabinet members suggest that they actually want to do well for Shropshire. It seems to me the obvious and necessary step is to leave the Conservative Party. I certainly don't expect you to be joining any of the other groups. There's too much distance between us. But leave the Conservative Party, set up your new group, and let's do a Herefordshire. Let's actually take Shropshire in a new direction and turn our back on the Conservative Party, which has let the county down so badly.
Perhaps we could stick to the budget, if that's possible.
My biggest concern with this budget, and with this meeting is that we are continuing to drift. We have a budget without a corporate plan and without an economic strategy. So it's no surprise that the first 4.5 pages of the leader's 6-page introduction is a moan about government. So it's not just me. And then finally, a bit about a scattering of investment projects, but with no sense of purpose or mission. To repeat myself, I've said this before, we are the other side of Brexit, we've declared a climate emergency, and we're coming through a pandemic, but without a paddle. We have to get this sorted in the coming months. Moving to the specifics of the budget, the administration has goaded the opposition groups for some years about a failure to bring forward alternatives. And again, I'd like to thank James Walton for the help we've had since the beginning of the year to develop ideas, several of which didn't come to fruition because, frankly, it was a very, very tricky process, not made easy by a very late budget and by a revenue budget where, effectively, cuts were take it or leave it. The opportunity to really discuss and investigate the budget, I don't believe, was effective. And I think we have to really seriously think about that in future years. And I would suggest that actually that's another reason why moving to a committee system would actually allow all members, not just opposition members, but all members of the Conservative group as well, to play a much more active role in developing ideas. Many of the ideas brought by opposition groups together were brought late, but if the opportunity through committee system had been there, I think some of those ideas might have found their way into the budget. The next difficulty has been to find ways to protect those facing the emerging cost of living crisis, triggered by the rise in fossil fuel energy prices, plus the government imposition of a national insurance hike, hitting those on the lowest incomes in a way that even income tax wouldn't. Elsewhere, Green colleagues in administrations in Sheffield, Lewis and Herefordshire have revised upwards the council tax relief to 100%. But even finding out what that would cost proved to be impossible in this council without an investment in new software, I was told. This isn't satisfactory, but I do understand that some support is coming for low-income low-income council taxpayers, though not for those not responsible for council tax. Through the result of discussions I've had with Councillor Butler, he has offered a cross-party piece of work to look at hardship support. And that I welcome, and I will be pursuing that to make sure that we can do something in the future budget, as the cost of living crisis isn't going away anytime soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Buckley, as leader of the Labour group, I assume you've had your pudding now and you can start.
Thank you very much. So I have 3 comments to make today. The first one, well, first of all, to thank members on all sides for participating in what I hope has been an interesting debate today and to allow different groups to put forward different ideas. I think it's a shame that only a small number of the Conservative group did participate, and I do hope that you will find your voices and not just be here as voting fodder, as per the instruction on the top desk there. What I find most distressing about the budget before us is how out of touch our Conservative administration are with the ordinary voters. It's as though the cost of living crisis doesn't exist in your bubbles, in your private worlds, or perhaps you haven't heard from the residents in your wards who are struggling on day-to-day troubles. You set up a public consultation on the budget. Now, I wonder, did any of you actually read any of the responses? Because nothing that you have put forward or said today indicates to me that you even bothered to read what your residents replied in your consultation on your budget. They overwhelmingly said they cannot afford a 3.99% rise and asked you not to do it. They categorically said they don't want you to invest in the Northwest Relief Road. They told you that they're worried about the library changes. If you're going to go through the process of a consultation, please have the courtesy to read it and to take on board those comments, because otherwise you really are taking our taxpayers for fools. You're asking them to plug the gap in your mismanaged budget. You ask them how they feel about it, and then you ignore everything they have to say to you. And that brings me on to my second point, which is really about a lack of prudence. I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that Shropshire represents the same sort of area as Telford. But what that Labour-led council is doing is demonstrating prudence. They are not wasting money on speculative, commercial, high-risk projects whilst cutting basic services to residents. The risk level of the projects that you're putting forward in the capital strategy are scary. And they're scary because your track record does not instill confidence. What will you do if your next batch of commercial projects go the same way as your purchasing of the town centre shopping centres? You won't have any money left in the coffers. Today, we as members are asked to approve the council tax rise. I ask you members to reconsider that council tax rise. Listen to what your residents told you in the consultation and spare them this final blow in the cost of living crisis. You ask us to confirm the savings, which shows another £10 million of cuts, and to throw money into more and more capital schemes. In very small writing, we're told to note what is happening to our reserves and to note the funding gap for next year and the year after. Just to reiterate, by plundering the reserves this year, we already know next year's budget deficit will be at least £63 million. What prudent council can sit here today and vote that through? I ask you to take responsibility for other people's money and not to pile all that up for next year on some fantasy that your friends in central government are going to give you some fairer funding, which has not yet materialised. And my final point really is a response. We hear a lot in the proposals around construction and around building and how you hope that that will generate revenue income into the future. And I also heard from some of the members in response to our alternative budget that Labour isn't building for the future. And I say to you that we have 300,000 fantastic residents across Shropshire. Building for the future doesn't necessarily mean bricks and mortar. Investing in our young people, putting money in youth clubs, putting additional money in the mental health support for children who are suffering and vulnerable people, investing in people and communities is another way to build up the resilience in our county. Let's move away from the obsession of construction and think about the people we actually represent whose tax is funding all of your schemes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Binnery, I believe you're the leader of the independent group.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The two of us here present today. I'm not actually going to waste everybody's time. I will simply say that as the one of the architects over the previous 4 years of the financial strategy that we're discussing today, I would be a hypocrite if I said anything against it. So I will be supporting it. I've listened with interest to the comments made by other leaders, and I was thinking to myself that if a stranger walked in here, they'd think this was a debate over the Northwest Relief Road rather than a debate over the finances of our council. Of course, we know that times are hard. We know that funds are being cut. We know that there are huge holes and huge gaps on the horizon. There are remedies, which nobody has mentioned today, of course, because they're all far too keen to make their political points. There are remedies that are available. The most important one, I think, most significant one, is it really is time now that the party lost its ideology of commissioning, outsourcing, contracting out, whatever you have. It's something that's been around for 40 years. When it came on the horizon, it certainly did good. Even 20 years ago, it was doing good. but all of the basic requirements that should be in place for successfully commissioning services are no longer here. We no longer have certainty of our future income. We no longer have certainty over our future demand, and we certainly no longer have a competitive market. I won't go on about that. I'm quite happy to talk to the leader and cabinet members outside about potential ways forward, which I and my colleagues will doubtless help with. But I think I will leave it there for today. I will be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking around the room. No? Councillor Picton, you reserved your right.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And now it's snowing. Inside and out, I think. Mr. Chairman, in seconding this proposal, I really do want to thank the officers, but not just the officers, but also cabinet members and scrutiny chairs. They have worked extremely hard to understand the nuts and bolts of our expenditure and income, and I hope that officers and cabinet will agree that collectively we know more about the detail behind our budget headings than we have ever done before. This budget round has not been easy. I've made no secret of that. It was with regret that we could not bring our proposed budget to scrutiny before the decision was made. We genuinely wanted to do that, and it is something that we will genuinely try to do this year, at the end of this year, again, depending on the timing of the financial settlement. There have been a number of amendments today, and I genuinely welcome those amendments. And maybe next year we might even have alternative budgets. But from the Conservatives' point of view, I do echo what Councillor Butler said. It was very difficult for us to look at those at 6 o'clock last night. Things of that magnitude we would expect to talk to the whole group about, not just Cabinet. And unless we were going to convene a group meeting at 7 o'clock last night when we had no indication that those amendments were coming through, frankly, I think that's a shame. I'm not blaming anybody on the left-hand side of the room at all, but I'm just saying, frankly, it's a shame. Each portfolio holder has worked really hard with officers to put forward the proposals for this year's budget. In some areas, it's meant increases in budget, and nobody's mentioned that today, but we have actually increased some areas of budgets. But of course, on the flip side of that, there's had to be savings. But those decisions have not been taken lightly. I don't intend to go over the arguments that we've raised already in the room because we've already been here a long time. However, I'm just going to make a couple of points, and forgive me if they are slightly political. Firstly, we can't vote down this budget. It's been a long and thorough process, and actually it's been a better process than ever before. My experience of working with the officers in the past is very different to what it's been this year. We are absolutely 100% on top of this budget. We know exactly where the monies are and where we need to put the monies. The second point is you talk about us cancelling the North West Relief Road, Councillor Vasma. You say that we should be worried for our seats. Well, I think that's what you said because I couldn't hear, to be fair. But I, for one, have residents that are absolutely desperate, and I'm not alone in this room. Our residents are desperate for this road to come about. Even last night in Ellesmere, I had a resident say to me, for God's sake, get that road built. The traffic that it is creating for the north of our county is really difficult. So don't assume that every single resident in Shropshire is against the building of the North West Relief Road. I know it makes great political headlines, but not every resident is against the North West Relief Road. And actually, if I thought that I won't say if I thought, I know. When I knocked on doors in May, I was told, you better not have changed your mind about the North West Relief Road. And let's think about whose patch the North West Relief Road actually goes right through. And I was told categorically, don't you dare change your mind. We've waited 40 years for this. Secondly, reference was made by the leader of the Labour group, that's not easy to say, about our neighbours over the border in Telford and Wrekin. Let's be absolutely clear about our Labour counterparts in Telford and Wrekin, who I've got a really good working relationship with, I hasten to add. They are putting up their council tax. They're putting it up by 1%. They will tell you that they're not putting it up, it's actually 0% because they're putting the 1% on the adult social care, which is absolutely true, but then afford us the same courtesies. because we too are not putting our council tax up by X%, because we too have the adult social care precept added to it. You can't run with the hounds and the horses, basically. What's good for one needs to be good for the other. So when you hear and people say to you, Telford and Wrekin, they're not putting up their council tax, ask the leader what savings they're having to make. And I would just once again like you to cast your mind back to when my own administration some years ago froze council tax on a regular basis. And the leader of Telford and Wrekin knows that it's going to happen to them, the same that happened to us, if you continue to freeze council tax. People think that costs of living are really bad at the moment. They are. Nobody in this room is going to deny that. It is difficult for people. But what people seem to forget is that our cost of living goes up too. All our heating, all our lighting. You saw the people here earlier on from our children's homes. Their costs have gone up. Those costs have got to be met. Nobody in this room really wants to put council tax up, I'm sure. But we do not have a choice. We do not have a choice. And finally, Councillor Evans, I so look forward to you bringing forward your ideas for APR cameras on the public highways in Shrewsbury. I'm sure that the residents and the traders in Shrewsbury are going to love you for that, and I just hope that they offer you the same courtesy that they did to me and my cabinet colleagues when we introduced the low traffic trial in Shrewsbury. So I do look forward to you bringing that forward. I'm not going to carry on any further because, as I said, I'm not going to rerun the arguments, but what I will say is I don't believe that Shropshire receives the funding it deserves. You know that. I've made no secret of it. I'm not going to join another party either. However, I'm not going to rerun those arguments here, but I will rerun them at every opportunity I have, be it with our own MPs, be it with ministers. I will rerun that argument. And the last point, let's not forget that Labour-run Telford and Wrekin Council are far better funded per head of population than Shropshire is, and yet it's the same county. Mr. Chairman, I formally second.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been nice to be back in the room and having the debate. And where there are areas where I feel that the opposition have brought up some good ideas, next year, let's work more closely together and have the time to develop those and come forward with good proposals. I think the debate has gone far enough, Mr. Chairman, today, so I'm more than happy to just move it to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we will go back to what I said, what seems like yesterday now, in that this will be a recorded vote. So I'm going to hand over to Tim Collard, Andy Begley, somebody.
Thank you. Roy Allcroft. 4. Jeff Anderson. Caroline Bagnall. Against. Nicholas Bardsley.
4.
Joyce Barrow.
4.
Bernie Bentick.
Against.
Thomas Biggins. 4. Edward Bird.
4.
Andy Boddington. Peter Broomhall.
4.
Julia Buckley.
Against.
Gary Birchett. 4. Gwilym Butler. 4. Dean Carroll. 4. Steve Charmley. 4. Ted Clark. Against. Gerald Dakin. 4. Rosemary Dartnell. Steve Davenport. 4. Mary Davis. Against. Julian Dean. Against. Jeff Elner.
4.
David Evans. 4. Roger Evans.
Against.
Paul Gill.
4.
Rob Gittins.
4.
Nat Green. Against. Simon Harris.
4.
Nigel Hartin.
Against.
Nick Hignett. 4. Ruth Houghton.
Against.
Richard Huffer. Tracy Huffer. Vince Hunt.
4.
Kirsty Hurst Knight. Mark Jones. Simon Jones. Duncan Kerr. Heather Kidd.
Against.
Hilary Luff. Nigel Lumby. Elliot Lynch. Robert Macy. Richard Marshall.
For.
David Minery. Dan Morris. Pam Mosley.
Against.
Alan Mosley. Cecilia Motley. Peggy Mullock. Ian Nellins.
For.
Kevin Pardy. Tony Parsons. Leslie Picton. Ed Potter. John Price. Chris Schofield.
For.
Dan Thomas.
For.
Robert Tyndall. Edward Towers. David Vasmer.
Against.
Alex Wagner.
Against.
Claire Wild.
For.
Brian Williams.
For.
Rob Wilson. Paul Wynne. Thank you.
Okay, do you want to give me the numbers on that, please? Just while the Chief Executive's doing that, we will adjourn and reconvene at 25 minutes past 1, which will give everybody 30 minutes to have a coffee, picnic, go outside and enjoy the weather. But I will be starting promptly at 25 past so that we can crack on, because we've still got some miles to go in this meeting. So if we just wait for a second before we move, I can give you the numbers on the vote. Sorry? Hold on, can we just wait while we just finish this little bit off, please? Wait for the bell, it is a school. That's 42 for and 23 against. This year's budget has been approved, and my personal thanks are going to go to obviously James and his team, but also to Tim. We're not used to having these extra bits thrown in, so we've had several meetings over the last few days, and thank you everybody. Now go and enjoy your lunches, unless you've eaten them already. Talk about giving an inch and taking a yard. Okay. So we're going to move on to item 7, please. Members can stop chatting and take their seats. That would be useful. Okay, so item 7 is fees and charges 22-23. I invite Councillor Gwilym Butler, the portfolio holder for Finance and Corporate Resources, to present the report and move the report and recommendations be received and agreed. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, a lot of this has actually been covered in the previous paper. I'd just like to advise members that it's my intention in the next financial year to actually merge the papers together. So we will take it all as one lump in the future, because I think it'll make a lot more sense, especially when Councillor Vasmer's amendment to the previous paper actually represented in this actual paper. I'm not going to go over it in a lot of detail. A lot of the increases and the charges are not set by us, they are set centrally, but I'd just like to move recommendations 3.1 to 3.4 inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's seconded by...
Yeah, I formally second, Mr. Chairman, and reserve my right.
Okay, I'm looking around the room. Councillor Heather Kidd.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm interested in the fees and charges on page, whether it's either 44 or 30, depending on which number you're looking at. The road closure charges, in that I am unsure whether Kia pay these or not, and it's quite an important part of the contract, I would have thought, or our charging regime, only they don't seem to go through permitting, and it's all done at a drop of a hat, which I know Ed Potter knows about, because it affects both him and me mostly. And the other one I'd quite like to raise is I'm really concerned at the level of charges for pest control. I've got it marked here when I can find the right page. Which actually is £125 for bed bugs, mice, rats, all sorts of different amounts. And that really concerns me, because I've had issues within my ward where somebody who can afford £125 will get people in, the £125 is paid, then the rats are coming from next door, and so the person next door can't afford to pay it, and we've had all sorts of knock-on events around that. £125, when my actual son-in-law does this for an awful lot less, is quite a lot, and these things are public health issues. So I am concerned that it's a huge amount for us to be charging people, and people do come directly to the council because they think it's a council issue, and it is a council issue in many ways.
Thank you. Councillor Rob Wilson.
Thank you. I just had 4 queries, if I may. Looking in Appendix 3, and this comes back to Councillor Dean's point earlier about parking charges. It appears that the largest increase... Oh, sorry, it says earlier in the climate change appraisal that nudging behaviour can be helpful, and car parking charges are one of those things. But it seems the largest increases are occurring on the furthest out of town, cheapest car parks, and actually some of the lowest increases are on band 1 and 2 car parks. So just querying the rationale of why those increases are happening in that way. Secondly, under miscellaneous licences, it's referred to street trading consent. I was just wondering whether that relates specifically to the cafes that have been able to work out onto the streets during COVID to recover, to expand their space, or is that referring to something else? I couldn't find details of exactly what that was referring to. And there is also a new fee in there for an annual renewal, so that there could be an increase in cost there. Thirdly, on mobile homes, there's lots of new fees listed for residential mobile home sites. I have one of those in my division, Bellscroft on the Mount. They're currently undergoing a change of ownership, and obviously are very concerned about that at the moment. But I just want to know whether these charges are charges on the owners of the site or on the residents of those sites. So just a little more clarity about what those charges are. And lastly, I note that in our corporate climate action plan, it says we will consider in the future a workplace parking levy. It's not in here yet, but I was just wondering what work has been done on that to date and when might it be considered by scrutiny. That was all. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking around the room. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Chair. Just coming back to firstly Councillor Wilson's comment about parking charges and increases in parking charges. Yes, the largest percentage increases are at the lower banded car parks, but that's because a small increase represents a higher proportion of the original. So the 33% increase on band 6 car parking is actually going from 30p to 40p. So it's a 10 pence increase. So although it may be the largest percentage, it's the smallest actual real terms increase. In terms of Councillor Kidd's question, I didn't quite understand whether you were asking about fees for the work or penalties for overrunning, but maybe we can discuss that outside and I can provide a written response to that question.
You finished? Thank you. Okay, Councillor Wagner.
Sorry, did we get an answer to the part on street trading consent, which I think Councillor Wilson raised? Because, you know, it is, if that does refer to...
That will be picked up probably by the seconder or the proposer.
Sorry, just checking.
As opposed to
Councillor Cowell coming back to other points.
Yeah. You'll get your answer, I'm sure, in a minute. Okay. Well, I am therefore going to go back to the seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe, Councillor Wagner, that Councillor Potter is responsible for that area, so he'll come back to you and Councillor Wilson about that matter. We don't have that individual detail now. I've nothing further to add, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, members who have raised the questions, it's quite difficult to have the full information on every single line of the fees and charges books. Should you wish me to raise it, please could you email me and I shall get you a written response back from the appropriate officers in regards to your questions. I know, Heather, in regarding to the rats, when it fell under my previous portfolio, we do it on, I believe, a financial, what it costs us to do it, that's what we charge. So we can't actually afford to subsidise it, but I do have empathy for the situation you raise. I move the recommendations as stated, Chair.
Okay, well, it's been moved and seconded that we receive the report and the recommendations. All those in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? Oh, that's clearly passed. Okay, thank you. Item 8 is the Treasury strategy. I invite Councillor Gwilym Butler once again, portfolio holder for... Well, I'm not going to say it because you all know it. I've said it about 10 times. To present the report, move the report and recommendations be received and agreed. Councillor Butler.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I promise I'll give somebody else a go shortly. Again, this is part of our housekeeping which we have to provide annually. You'll note in the paper there are recommendations to Cabinet, Audit Committee and Council. So today we are looking at recommendations 3.3, and that is I to Z to O. And I move those recommendations to be approved for the next 12 months for our Treasury strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's seconded once again by you, Leslie, I believe.
Yes, it is, Mr. Chairman. Reserve my right, but...
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I know I spoke to Councillor Butler about this at the last meeting. Just a further query about Cornovi and the rate at which we're charging interest to them and the effect that's having on their ability to fulfil the purpose it was set up for, such as providing affordable homes, high energy efficiency. And I note that in last year's financial strategy, I'm just referring to this, it says through its wholly owned housing company, Cornovi Developments Limited, new house developers are aiming to build zero carbon homes wherever possible, including photovoltaics, etc., etc. So it's that thing of affordable home provision and achieving those highest green standards, and has an assessment made of whether the amount we are charging for the loan facility is inhibiting them from doing so.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go back to the seconder then. Councillor Picton.
Nothing further to add, Mr. Chairman.
Portfolio holder, Cullum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the question. What we're actually charging them, I believe, would be is commercially sensitive at this moment, but I'm also aware that it is the market-going rent for the type of company we are dealing with, and being under the Treasury strategy, we have to be prudent in how we actually lend our money out to arm-length companies and prove that we are correct within the market, so to speak. What I would suggest is that we go back to perhaps raise that with the Canovi board to see if they feel that it's an issue. And I think that might be a better way for you to actually get a straight answer to the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, we have the report and the recommendations. All those in favour, please show. Yeah, I think that's overwhelmingly for. So, thank you. So we'll move on to item 9, which is the Shrewsbury Town Centre redevelopment phase 1. I invite Councillor Ed Potter.
Mr. Chairman, are there councillors outside the meeting which need to be invited back? They may have left because of the fees and charges paper with the declaration that they made at that
I'm not
time.
sure any left, did they?
Can they be invited back?
All right, yeah. If we just let them know, we'll retrieve him for you, Roger. He may not be keen to come back. He may want to go home or enjoy the sunshine. Okay. So I'm going to invite Councillor Ed Potter, Deputy Leader and Portfolio Holder for Economic Growth, Regeneration and Planning, to present the report, move that the report and the recommendations be received and agreed. Councillor Potter.
Thank you very much. So members who were at Cabinet last week or were tuned in will remember this paper came before Cabinet to send to full council for approval for the next phase, or phase 1 of the Riverside, Shrewsbury Town Centre Riverside redevelopment programme, which will enable and bring forward the regeneration of the Riverside area of Shrewsbury Town Centre. There's been a lot of talk around the purchase of shopping centres, which enabled this council to be able to place shape this important part of the town. We have a successful retail destination in the Darwin Shopping Centre with a 97% occupancy there, and it has enabled us to bring forward 2 redevelopment sites, one being the Pride Hill site and the other being the Riverside, to bring forward this important redevelopment for Shrewsbury Town Centre. This paper asks for us to approve bringing forward the first phase of this, which has a huge economic benefits not only to Shrewsbury Town Centre, playing into the informed information that's been gathered through working with partners and through the Shrewsbury Big Town Plan, in conjunction with partner agencies such as the BID, Shrewsbury Town Council and Shropshire Council. I won't rehearse what was said last week, and I'm sure there'll be a number of discussions about this moving forward, but I'm happy to propose the recommendations within the paper at paragraph 3 for approval today.
Okay, and that's seconded by?
Formally second, Chair, and reserve my right to speak.
Super. Okay, I understand there are a couple of amendments to this. We'll start with Councillor Alan Mosley's. Middle button on the speaker. There we go.
Yeah, thank you. My amendment is clearly to remove 2 of the final paragraphs of the recommendation, and then to replace it, replace them with another one, which is labelled 3.5. I recognise the value of the redevelopment proposals, and I say that despite the appalling decisions that the portfolio holder just alluded to, which was the cost of purchasing these shopping centres at £51 million for properties that quickly became worth less than £12 million within a period of a year. I don't think that was right. There were other ways of stimulating regeneration and revitalisation without that ludicrously high level of investment. However, we are where we are, and one of the plus points of ownership is the ability to influence the sort of thing that we're trying to do down in the town centre, which is major regeneration. And we're making a vital decision here today, although it will be subject to much further work over the years, and we must avoid errors which were made in the 60s and 70s in terms of town centre development. I'm pleased that it was made clear that these plans are indicative and not definitive, and that there will be plenty of opportunity to change them. There are questions to be raised, obviously, that I'm sure will be worked out during various further iterations of plans as they're drawn up. There's a question of flooding. There's a question of the design of the buildings involved, which are clearly not going to be fixed, I hope, and their artists' impressions. It does show too much massing of buildings that will fit in appropriately. And also there's a lot of work to be done on movement, quite apart from work that needs to maximise the mitigation impact of the development on climate change and the general environmental impact. But I'm concerned that there are issues being raised now by members, by the public, and by staff who are our staff who are implicated in one of those changes, and that is the movement, the indication that we should declare this building, the Shire. I'm imagining we're at the Shire Hall now, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry about it. Feels about the same. So we're removing the clause which declares the Shire Hall surplus to requirements. We're removing it at this time, and we're removing the decision to go ahead with demolition and whatever, so that remains open. And we want that to remain open because I think this whole issue requires more close scrutiny and a rigorous appraisal. And you'll see that that is what we're noting in the amendment that I'm proposing. An up-to-date detailed appraisal of net costs. It was not so long ago that we were discussing how wonderful it would be to renovate the current Shire Hall. Now we're discussing whether or not it should be demolished. So I think that whole area needs to be looked at again. I'm also concerned that we know nothing about how the new centre will be operated. We're told 250 staff will be there, which is clearly significantly different. So this raises questions about how we will be deploying staff and what flexible working arrangements we'll be offering, and whether they approve of that, whether they think it's a good idea and agree to changes in their conditions of service appropriately. It's one thing to have taken a survey just at the start of the pandemic when home working and all that was quite new. It's another now in terms of what staff have experienced over the last 2 years in terms of changes to their working patterns. Also, I think the scrutiny should also look at whether there's been any consultation with trade unions. We need to know whether there's been any realistic consultation with stakeholders. And also, when the flexible working patterns were and the original ideas about moving the Shire Hall or reducing its size were made, we talked about some staff would be relocated into the market towns, which would reuse existing buildings that we've got there, and would also assist in terms of climate change targets in terms of reducing staff travel. So we need to know something more about that. So despite welcoming the overall ambitions within this document, I think that this is something that is necessary for us to look at now. call a halt to it. Let's ensure we're not talking about an ivory tower or a white elephant or whatever. Let's get people behind, ensure that all the work's been done and we're making a proper decision on this part of the plan.
All right. Thank you, Alan. And that's seconded by Tony.
Chair, formally seconded and reserved my right
Seconded and
to...
thirded, eh? Okay.
Second, he just bumps in. That's
Yeah,
all.
I
Okay,
noticed.
cheers.
Okay. All right.
We've
looking
got it.
around the room.
Cheers.
You're welcome. Oh, sorry, Mary, didn't see you down there. Your microphone's not on.
Sorry,
Now it is.
start
Thank you.
again. I support this motion as the future of the Shire Hall is a huge issue for Abbey Ward and its residents. We must make sure we explore all the options and alternatives as there are huge costs involved and there are also environmental issues to be taken into account in view of the climate emergency. Surely it's better to reuse, recycle and repurpose the existing building and make do with what we have in view of the climate emergency declared by the Council in 2019. A decision of this magnitude can't be done without full and proper consultation with the public, members of staff and any other interested bodies and parties, as the stakes are very high, as developing on a floodplain is far from straightforward. The Shire Hall purpose is to serve all of Shropshire, and moving into the town centre ignores the wider Shropshire area. There are concerns over accessibilities to the proposed relocation of and especially when the River Sem floods. This is the third year in a row the Smithville Road has been underwater, and is it a coincidence that we're debating this week of all weeks? No doubt this will become more frequent with climate change. Selling and developing the Shire Hall site for housing should be the very last resort. I have witnessed firsthand what a large-scale development can inflict on local residents in the area. Obviously, I'm talking about the Weir Hill development, a development of 600 houses in Preston Street. Local residents have got in touch with me to complain about various issues, including construction traffic, the increase in traffic generally, speeding, the noise, and general disruption, blocked sewers and drains, and issues with groundwater, and the general inconvenience to their day-to-day activities. And talking about developing land, developing the riverside is far from straightforward. Any plans to develop on a floodplain is the highest of risks. There will be delays with any construction works due to the complexity of the site, and this will result in additional costs. My background is a property lawyer, and I have dealt with buying and selling of residential and commercial properties. I can see from the outset there will be problems with the dealing of the riverside. Any solicitor advising buyers bear with me, sorry.
That's all right.
Any solicitors advising buyers of properties will have to deal with numerous requirements by their lenders. The very first thing any interested party will do when buying a property is to carry out an environmental search and other searches. Well, as you can imagine, there will be a huge red flag on the environmental search stating the risk from flooding is extremely high. Any potential buyer will want reassurance, various commitments from the seller to deal with the flooding risks. This is a major issue, and if they are not dealt with, then the buyers are likely to withdraw from the purchase. I have seen people walk away from buying a property when there is a risk of groundwater. We are dealing with a major river here at the riverside. The council should not make a decision about the future of the Shire Hall until we have all the facts, all the costings to the various options, which should include updating the building, which has been neglected over the years, refurbish and reuse all or part of it, and to repurpose some parts. This is a massive decision. There is no need to rush. Let's take our time and make sure we make the correct decision. The Shire Hall is a statement building which serves the whole of the county, and once it's gone forever. This is why I'm supporting this motion.
Thank you very much. Well done. Okay. Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In his introduction to his amendment, Councillor Mosley says there would have been surely other ways of stimulating the redevelopment of the town centre. Given that no one else ever came up with any particular ways of stimulating the redevelopment of the centre, I wonder if he would kindly share the benefit of his wisdom on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, I will go back. Sorry, where? Oh, so little hand down. Up. Councillor Carroll.
I've been called a few things, Chair, but I've never been called a little man before.
No, I said little hand.
A little hand?
It's right down here somewhere. I couldn't see it.
In regard to Shire Hall, and I appreciate that aesthetic. Somebody need a glass of water? Oh, I didn't realise what I said was that funny. In regards to the Shire Hall as a building, I appreciate architectural merit is very much in the eye of the beholder, although I believe there's a rather small group of beholders who eye Shire Hall as anything other than a carbuncle on the face of Shrewsbury. You can polish and polish and polish a round brown object, but it will never be anything other than what it is. We could sink tens of millions of pounds into Shire Hall, but it will never be as energy efficient as a new building. It will never meet the purposes that we need it to meet, as well as a new building. The limitations on the building, as I've said in the past, due to its construction method, prevent large-scale alterations to the structure of it, just in terms of complying with the modern building safety regulations post-Grenfell. As I explained at Cabinet last week, in order to use floors 3, 4 and 5 of the south block, there needs to be another fire escape, is my understanding from the technical experts. There's one at either end, but that's not sufficient under the new regulations, which will apply to Shire Hall as well. And so, as we can't knock a hole through a solid concrete structure without destabilising the whole structure. So we would need to build a whole new 6-storey abutment on the side, and that's just one example, and that will have following on knock-on implications on the performance of the building. So we can invest huge amounts of money into a building, and it will never be as efficient or as useful as a new purpose-built building.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Wagner.
So I just wanted to say, first of all, that I support the amendment, and I think that it's having pause and think and a bit more scrutiny and figures in the public is a fairly essential decision when we're talking about fundamentally redeveloping quite a large part of the town centre. But I just think quickly, you know, the point is often raised about what Shire Hall looks like and about the architecture and about the sort of blot on the landscape. And, you know, I'm no great lover of the building, but I just would like to comment on the Riverside plans, because I don't think they're a massive step up in a lot of ways. I mean, a lot of the feedback from residents when I've spoken to people, posted about it online, has been that actually the look of plans, you know, there hasn't been massive great thought put into sort of creating beautiful architecture which fits in with Shrewsbury Town Centre. Parts of the quayside are nice, but having a £37 million spend on a new Shire Hall, which actually, you know, isn't a thing of particular beauty. You know, we could well look back on creating a lot of concrete and a lot less sort of cobbled shuts in Shrewsbury and, you know, going down a more modern route. You know, we could look back on that in quite a similar way to how we look on mistakes made in the 60s. You know, the market hall in the town centre is a great example of how a building like that can come into its own. You know, even though it replaced a great Victorian building, it is now, you know, pretty well used and loved. I think we do need to bear in mind that we are rushing into this. Shire Hall is not perfect, but it can certainly be improved, and I think it can certainly be improved at a far lower cost than running into this. So I would like to support the both the amendment and also just the sentiment of, you know, I think Shire Hall is something that we should at least put some real thought into sticking with for the time being, because I don't see this being a big improvement, and I see it being a big logistical difficulty.
Thank you. Ted, you seconded and withheld your right. I have nobody else on my list, so...
Oh, nothing like the afternoon, is there? Everybody's still full of vim and vigour. Very little to say. Councillor Mosley encompassed it all, really, but if I could just remind people that it was only approximately 2 years ago that we were presented with proposals for the Shire Hall full refurbishment, including a multi-agency hub, effectively, which would involve other agency partners being involved. This was with a previous chief executive, God bless him, and for some reason it's now morphed into a situation where I would still suggest that to some degree there's a desperate need to find fig leaves to cover the embarrassment of the retail experiment that we got into. We've suddenly moved this into the town centre. And I'm not at all happy with it. I do hope you'll refuse. It does need full and open examination. Every time it's been mentioned since the original suggestions were quietly dropped and we began to move towards the riverside as the area to progress, the costs have increased every time somebody's spoken on it. Originally, it was going to cost, I can remember that I appreciate construction costs do increase, but it was around 18,000 quid for a full refurbishment of the Shire Hall some 2-3 years ago. And then it just seems to, as I say, Councillor Carroll particularly, who has obviously got building expertise, he's coming up with increasingly worrying figures every time that this subject's mentioned. But even so, with his, I think, over-optimistic or over-pessimistic figures, if you compare it to the rebuild or brand-new build in the riverside, it still seems to me to be much cheaper to actually retain the Shire Hall with all the extra advantages that has, not least of which it does mean that the Shire Hall is separate from the accusations that we've become Shrewsbury centred, which you know opens up the old wounds relating to unitary and everything else, and you find that the remnants of the former districts do get very understandably, I think, anxious about that. I fully support the town centre. I've no issues with that. It's something for Shrewsbury Town Council primarily to approve or deny. Who's it for us to intrude? But I do think that this particular item, the Shire Hall issue, is so fundamental that it must go to scrutiny, and it must be a full scrutiny rather than some sort of a palliative. I would like to say to the people across the way, really, all their forebearers, and they were all, if I can say it gently, high Tories in the 50s and 60s, are the ones that moved from the town centre up to the Shire Hall quite specifically. And they had reason, I think. And I think we should remember, you know, we should pay homage to their memory, really, if that's of any significance to the tribe on that side. please support this amendment. There's nothing to be lost on it, and I think it will show to the public that at least we're going through a full and rigorous scrutiny before we march into such a fundamental change. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to bring back Councillor Potter.
Thank you very much. And Alan, I very much hope we can work positively together through continuing with the Big Town Plan, particularly around the movement strategy, which is going to be absolutely essential for this. However, I just want to point out the fact that it's precisely because the shopping centres are in our ownership that it enables us to bring forward this regeneration. Had they not been in our ownership, we wouldn't highly likely have seen the opportunities present themselves to redevelop this whole area of town, which is in great need for it. And of course, you talk about the valuations, but of course, this is neglected. The valuation is effectively based on the Darwin Centre, which is 97% occupancy, and you're neglecting the value and the hope value around the development sites that we have within this area, and what this can actually bring to Shrewsbury Town Centre, but also to the wider county as a whole. Just on some of the points you've raised in your amendment, members will recall that a lot of detailed work has taken place and independent consultants led an appraisal of options around the Shire Hall. And Councillor Mosley will recall the costs of refurbishing Shire Hall have been known in detail to this council since it's made its first decision in 2018, which has already been mentioned. In terms of the environmental impact, an independent appraisal work has already been undertaken, and today's decision now paves the way for the detailed proposals to be drawn up, costed and planned. As the report states, the final design will come back to the council for approval. As we have, and we will also bring forward detailed open briefing sessions with members as well, as we have done previously. In terms of touching on number 3 in your amendment around attitude of our staff, there are a number of working groups in place to support this exciting development. This already includes employee reference groups who are working with a new ways of working group chaired by the Executive Director of Place, and there have been numerous staff communications and survey of staff groups. I can confirm that trade unions are involved and do form part of the ways of working group. In terms of consultation with key stakeholders, preparations on these proposals have been made to members of Shrewsbury Bid and the Big Town Plan Partnership. Councillor Mosley is very aware that these are very successful and well-attended Big Town Plan Festival last year set out the broad ambitions for the Riverside, and this had much positive support from amongst the community around improving what, if we're going to be honest, is a very poor quality part of the town as it stands. It is important that we do not waste time and money further, and we continue to push forward with this development. And of course, there will be the opportunity for stakeholders and partners to participate through the normal planning process. And finally, number 6 of your point, the council has been operating a range of satellite offices during the pandemic, and based on evidence of usage and feedback, we are now consolidating the model into 5 key locations, which will support and enable staff to work more flexibly and provide responsive services to areas in their locality in Bridge North, Ludlow, Oswestry, Market Drayton, and of course this new development in Shrewsbury. Just touching on flooding, which is obviously something that's very topical at the moment. The River Severn runs right through the middle of my division, and I am well aware of the impact flooding has on homeowners and businesses in particular, with a number of my residents been flooded this week. This is an opportunity for the Riverside to improve the defences in this part of town and will help as a catalyst for flood prevention measures in Coton Hill, and it can act as a game changer for this part of the town centre. I can touch on, I'm sure time is running short, and I will have an opportunity later to talk perhaps a little bit more on flooding and the work we're doing with the EA, the River Severn Partnership. The redevelopment and regeneration of Shrewsbury Town Centre can be part of the solution to alleviate the flooding in this area of the town. I'm surely you cannot be suggesting that we do nothing if we have an opportunity to do something as it stands. Councillor Wagner, we've already paused and reviewed. We did this as an administration last summer, which has led forward to the papers coming forward at previous council and cabinet meetings, and this is something that we are content to move forward at this stage. I fear that you have fallen perhaps into the trap of mistaking the artist's impressions for a planning application, and of course there will be ample opportunity for more discussion and input from stakeholders and partners around the architectural impact and the look and feel of what this redevelopment, and it's a very exciting redevelopment for the town centre, will bring forward. So please don't fall into the trap of thinking this is a planning application, an artist's impression. Perhaps we should have just put some square blocks with no colour and image on, but it gives a feel of what the possibilities are, what people, and the feedback is important, what people like and don't like, and this of course will be taken into account as we move forward over the next 6 to 8 months, bringing forward some firm plans.
Yeah, time's up, sorry. Thank you. Okay, we have a motion that has been proposed and seconded. Will all those in favour please show? Sorry? Sorry, yeah, amendment. Getting a bit confusing for me up here. Okay, all those against, please show. Okay, clearly the amendment has fallen. Sorry?
Here, I can't tell.
Would you like the exact numbers?
Please, if you could.
Okay, those 4, please show. 4, Gary. Those against? Well, they want the exact numbers, which is fair enough, so. Okay, 24, 37 against. I'll reiterate what I said. Clearly.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry,
welcome.
I hope I haven't exasperated you at all.
No, I didn't do the counting. I'm fine, thank you. I can't get that far. Okay, I understand there is another amendment from Councillor Julian Dean.
Thank you very much. Can I just first of all point out, Chair, that this is Amendment 1. We've just discussed Amendment 2, which seems a little bit of a shame, but never mind. This amendment is really... first of all, I'd like to remind members of the comments from the Civic Society person who came at the beginning of the meeting several hours ago, who made, I thought, really important points that there's a huge difference between the vision that we saw in the Big Town Plan that was consulted on over the summer and previous to that and the latest version. We've seen creep towards something which is much more heavily developed, where in the previous iterations the picture of the throughway showed 2 vehicles. One was a nice little electric bus, the other was a car with people walking in front of it, making absolutely clear that this was a priority pedestrian area. Now we have a plan with a huge, great big hotel, which I assume will demand parking, and a car park. So clearly the vision has shifted already, and my real worry is that we are drifting, as I've said before. So I will move my amendments as follows. So I'm moving that we receive this report, but then pause before committing almost 9 million to various aspects of this, when there are so many underpinning strategies and plans that we have simply not completed yet. How can we decide on the shape, size and place for the council's workforce and services when we don't have a corporate strategy or any service targets? How can we determine the future development priorities for the town centre when we don't yet have an economic strategy? How can we move towards any sort of master plan for one of the most constrained pieces of land in the town, when we don't have either a local transport plan or a local cycling or walking infrastructure plan or a big town plan movement strategy? And it's not as if I'm just inventing needed strategies and plans. These are all actually in development right now. Then there are other aspects that have not yet been fully investigated. Our partners at Zero Carbon Shropshire have been asking to work with the council on options for a heat network in the town centre. Such a network would be an essential part of producing affordable heating for renewable energy. It may well be that a heat network could provide heating to any buildings in the area, new or old, housing or commercial space, but we don't know yet. I'm also not convinced that we really know whether Shire Hall can be brought up to a standard. But I won't go on about Shire Hall because we've just discussed that. There are certainly, and then there's the flood risk. The part of the report that we're looking at that deals with this is, well, it's not watertight. We're assured there will be a plan, but we are given little detail other than that we are part of a pilot scheme to deliver and test an adaptive planning approach. I'm also concerned that despite assurances from the administration that they want to see scrutiny, looking at things prior to decisions being made rather than afterwards, that here we are again. The plans in this proposal are significantly different to previous iterations of the Big Town Plan. Scrutiny should really be taking a long, hard look. And these were only presented to Cabinet, 3 weeks ago? That's, without any possibility to scrutinise it. My worry is this, that the prospect of a shiny new development opportunity can seriously derail and undermine the crucial work on shaping our mission to be a resilient carbon zero, local wealth creating county. Do we seriously believe that the international hotel and cinema brands that will come won't take up the offer to build here, so I beg your pardon, will take up the offer to build here, will not take advantage of the fact that we've not yet set out our stall in terms of what we want, and we've not yet drawn the red lines that we need to be drawing with all those strategies. All of this work is due to be completed in the coming months. Let's get those strategies in place first. Let's put this on ice and then return to it in the light of all those strategies which are about the future of Shropshire. So I move the amendment.
Thank you. And sorry you feel a little aggrieved that you weren't number one, but the amendments are put in order by me, not by paperwork. So perhaps next time. Okay, is that seconded?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Are you reserving your right, Councillor Kerr?
I do.
Okay. Looking around the room. No, Councillor Kerr, do you want to respond? All right, sorry, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I think one of the big issues here is that because of the scale of this paper, it's conflating two issues. It's conflating the development of the riverside, which is what the heading says, with the disposal of the Shire Hall site and the potential for that to become a housing development. And I think it's those two things that are causing a lot of the friction in this discussion. And I think the ability to pause and go away and detangle those two things, that triangular site on the riverside may be a civic hub, it may be something else. But if we pass this motion through today, then we are allowing the disposal of the Shire Hall site to go ahead. I think there's a lot of people around here who are in favour of development of the riverside in some way or another. Now, it may be that some people wanted to look more like Stockton-on-Tees, what they're looking at for their shopping centres where they're creating a large urban park. Some people may want something more like Southwater in Telford. But the ability to pause and detangle these two issues, I think is important. And if this amendment falls, I would be proposing at the end of our debate that there is a deferral of this decision because it seems conflated to me.
Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. I wondered when to speak on this debate because there are a number of amendments and I think all of them deserve to be looked at again. First time I actually saw this was when it was in a members' seminar held just before the papers were published for the Cabinet. Members were not included in that up until that time. There was a seminar attended by a number of councillors to do it. And I'm also looking at page 25 of the report, which shows additional information about Shire Hall disposal. What's going on here? It's declaring the existing offices surplus. Step too far. I would want it paused. I want it looked at. This council is again being pushed into making a decision, similar to what happened over through the town centre when we bought the shopping centres. We were told, you're the only one in discussion. You need to make an urgent discussion and a decision on it before it goes into the open market. You need to make a decision. and we made a decision. I didn't, I voted against it. But certain members were pushed, pulled, whatever, to spend 51, 53 million pound on the shopping centres. They were rushed. This is what is happening here. There is no planning permission for another offices, for the council offices. I haven't seen anything. We've spent 14 million pound, as was disclosed this morning, on consultants. So I would think consultants are saying, go to Shrewsbury, it's Christmas every day. We have no idea of the real costs of any building that has gone on this riverside by the river. What will the Environment Agency say? I was aware about when the old Shrewsbury and Atcham offices were built and the input by the Environment Agency said then about the floodplains. Those floodplains are becoming even more important now, and we've only got to look at Shrewsbury in the last few days. It is thought that this can be built on the floodplain, and I've been told about the number of piles and how far they've had to go down to support some of the buildings on there. Shire Hall is in the state it's in because of lack of care, the lack of work. And I heard the cabinet member at the meeting last week say about the emergency work that's having to be done on the building because of the fire preventions that needed to be done. We've had to vacate the top 3 floors, and there's a third of the building now, whilst there's emergency work going on, to actually comply with the fire regulations. That was stated at the cabinet last week. And I heard a cabinet member not long ago today talking about a 6-storey building. A 6-storey building on the riverside to replace the Shire Hall, because that's what was mentioned, a 6-storey building, a carbuncle there going on the Shire Hall site. I just don't know. I've seen plans and I've talked to planning consultants, and they came up that there would be possible to build a new offices on the Shire Hall site whilst the Shire Hall was still there. If we go down this avenue and declare the Shire Hall surplus, it's going to be sold off, and then we're going to rent it back, are we? Because the new offices, if they are going to be built on the Riverside site, the fit-out on the diagrams that I saw was 2026, 4 years away. So what are we going to do until then? Please let us pause. Let us do this, what this report says, all the way through to do it. It is a big decision. It's a decision which will last this council and this county for the next 50 years. The Shire Hall has been there for 50 years. The next building is going to be at least the same. So let's look at the Shire Hall, see what is needed, and look at what can be planned and put in place on the riverside. It is an ideal place to capture tourism and visitors to the town. You look at what other cities and towns have done with their river. We can do more than just build offices there and a car park. I don't want to give developers...
Time's up if you'd like to just finish.
Okay, but please support this. Let's have a look at it.
Thank you. Okay, I've got Councillor Dean Carroll.
Thank you, Chair. I'm perplexed and bewildered. I thought I'd been completely clear 10 minutes ago, but perhaps I wasn't. When I referenced a 6-storey structure, I was referencing the new fire escape that would need to be built on the outside of Shire Hall in order to make full use of the entire of the Shire Hall building under the new fire safety regulations. I was not, and at no point did I say that there would be a 6-storey building replacing Shire Hall on the riverside. Let me be absolutely crystal clear on that, if I wasn't before. Coming on to the fire safety works, the fire safety works are a matter of record, as Councillor Evans has said. I described I provided an overview of what was being done last week at the Cabinet meeting. Those urgent fire safety works are to ensure that we can continue to use the ground, first and second floors of Shire Hall, that we can receive a fire safety certificate for those floors that complies with the new fire safety regulations. Now, to come on to the wider issue that was raised by the past two speakers, I wasn't going to specifically talk to this on this amendment, but seeing as it's been raised here, I will answer it here. And that is in regard to recommendation 3.6. And I would invite members to actually read the entirety of recommendation 3.6, and I will read it aloud. Delegate responsibility to the Executive Director of Place in consultation with the portfolio holder for physical infrastructure to agree and implement the disposal and marketing strategy as the recommended option for the Shire Hall site. Agree terms and conditions of sale, all subject to approval at full council. I will repeat the last phrase, all subject to approval at full council. Now, the monitoring officer will quite rightly correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I read that recommendation to mean that if we agree today to proceed with implementing a disposal and marketing strategy, that the final decision on sale will still have to come back to full council for a decision. We are not selling the building today. We are seeking approval for a disposal strategy and a marketing strategy, and to negotiate with the market on that point, and then bring back the most favourable offer we receive for full council to make the decision on. I want to make that absolutely clear.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Kidd.
Thank you. A long time ago, I realised that probably some of these things could be avoided if we tried to take elected members with us, rather than trying to do things to us. The redevelopment of Shrewsbury and the disposal of Shire Hall are things that do impact on Shrewsbury hugely, but they also impact on all the rural areas because we all use Shrewsbury as our service centre. Being able to see some of the figures and the costings around some of this would help to actually alleviate some of the fears, because we have justifiably a bit of a distrust on figures when we see what happened with the shopping centres. It would be great if the administration would start looking at these things and giving us things in balance so that we can make proper decisions and not just delegate these things to the director from now on. These decisions around where our civic hub goes has a huge impact on the rural areas, and I would really like to see a proper and detailed equalities and impact study on that. And James knows jolly well that I've raised this with him on a number of occasions, because people in the rural areas do not have good broadband, they do not have a good mobile phone signal, and they need a significant amount of support just accessing many of those things. They will want to access Shire Hall in whatever form it is in the future. And hot desking in areas where we've got no public transport, say to Bishop's Castle, is not going to be able to provide that. They can get to Shrewsbury. So I want to be able to see that so that I can make a reasonable decision. So this amendment gives me some of that information that, quite frankly, I have no access to at all. But alongside that, I still want to see an equalities and impact study for how accessible that building will be to many of my residents who will not be able to park when it's flooded, who will not be able to walk across the bridge, who actually need to be able to park in the town to get to it. If you can set my mind at rest on those things, that would be great. But I have seen none of that evidence, and I thought that was about democracy. I thought that was about elected members being given all the information they require to make decisions. And I look forward to an administration trying to do that, and I don't want to be patronised around it now in an answer. I would just like to have some basic facts.
Thank you. Okay, got nobody else, so I'm going to go back to Councillor Kerr.
Yeah, thanks. I'm glad to go back to the motion then. I mean, I think it is simple due diligence to ensure that you've got the appropriate plans in place before you take action based on them. And that's what Councillor Dean's proposal is simply to do, that we finalise those plans so we have the guidance that they produce for us when we take what is a very, very significant decision regarding the Riverside redevelopment. In terms of Shire Hall, well, I think there are many other options that could be considered, including the decentralisation or indeed levelling up of Shropshire, shall I say. Places like Oswestry have lost about 10% of their public sector jobs in the last 5 years, and many other places in the county have done so also. In places like Oswestry, the council has significant buildings which could be used now. It purchased Castle View for a few years ago. It sits there completely empty. It could house 2 or 3 probably Shropshire Council departments. Have we looked at the option of actually breaking up some of the departments and passing them around? In these days of the internet and electronics, it's not beyond our wit to find ways of connecting up the county and thereby levelling up instead of focusing everything on the one county town. And that would be a much more effective, viable, and I think carbon neutral strategy as well. But we can see at the moment Shropshire Council is struggling to maintain the buildings it's got. Again, an example would be the Cambrian Railway building in Oswestry, featured on all the television campaigns during the election campaign. I think I've had more posters of the Cambrian building than I've seen in my life. It is currently had to shut the pavement outside. It's derelict. The roof is the tiles are falling off the roof, which means that the pavements have to be boarded up and prevent the public getting access to it. 5 years ago, it was a thriving workplace, but under Shropshire Council stewardship, it's come down to being completely derelict with an unworking heating system and a building that's a threat to the public of Oswestry. So I urge Shropshire Council, before it engages in many more views about redeveloping the Riverside in Shrewsbury, to actually look at the buildings it already owns and get those back into productive use and use those for its staff.
Okay, portfolio holder.
Thank you very much. I'll try and rattle through some of the points raised. I just want to clarify that this is about the first phase of the development, and the future proposals for the rest of the Riverside will be coming forward in the near future. So many of the wider points that have been made by members will be addressed as the whole programme evolves. I think it was Rob Wilson made the point around the tying up of Shire Hall and the Riverside. The point is that in making a decision about new accommodation, we also have to tie up the future of the Shire Hall. The two are inextricably linked. And if they were not, then I'm sure you would be complaining about the cost of both and that we would have no strategy for it. In terms of Councillor Evans' points around the redevelopment of the Riverside and the flooding, I think I raised it earlier. It often takes redevelopment to act as a catalyst to improve flood defences, and this is particularly important in this part of town. And it is what we have seen has been the catalyst for bringing forward flood defences in other areas of Shrewsbury, in the Frankwell area, for instance, in previous redevelopment phases. And the impact that has in preventing flooding into the Frankwell area of town. We've had members' briefings on this, and obviously there's been much of this has been formulated through the work of the Big Town Plan, and this is something that will continue to happen as we bring forward more firm plans around the Riverside redevelopment. My biggest concern here is all I'm hearing at the moment is we want to pause, reflect, delay, and this is not going to benefit the economic regeneration of Shrewsbury, and this is something that we need to move forward with now. Take the opportunities that are presented to us. We have conducted a pause and reflect over this already, and this is the direction of travel. And I do not see the merit in pausing at this stage when the discussions have been ongoing from as early as 2018 around Shire Hall. and numerous discussions have taken place already around Riverside redevelopment. Now is the time to move forward, and I hope, and in that case, I want to progress with these plans for this first phase to enable significant investment from the private sector, pump priming 2,000 jobs and £20 million into the economy each year from this, and this is important that we move forward with this now. Therefore, I'm unable to support this amendment, I'm afraid.
Okay, we have an amendment that has been proposed and seconded. All those in favour of the amendment, please show. Would you like it counted, by the way, or? Yes. Okay. Well, I don't mind being here till 6. That's fine. Okay. All of those against. Still 20. 4. Okay, 37 again. So 24, 37 against. Now, just before we go back to where we started, Councillor Wilson, you indicated that you might want to put forward an amendment. The only thing that I would urge is that essentially both amendments that have been proposed so far have been around deferring this item, in effect. Are you...
That was my thought too, and I wasn't going to move an amendment.
All right, excellent. You had said that you were thinking about it, so I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So we will go back to the original, and Councillor Dean Carroll, who's already said quite a lot, is reserved his right. Councillor Carroll. We're back on the original item.
Chair, I don't know whether there's a debate before I come back in on the substantive motion.
Well, there's no hands up. All right, there are now.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Just wishful thinking on my part.
I won't be very long. I just wanted to pick up some of the things that Councillor Carroll said, and that he indicated about the fire escapes, fire report. He indicated about problems with the structure of Shire Hall, all of the issues which I'm interested in, but I've got no information about. And I wondered whether he'd be willing to share with us the information that he clearly has about Shire Hall, and which would help us to make a decision. Because I think one of the problems we've got here is that we don't have the information. It's not being shared with us. Things are being said in committee and council, and I have no way of checking whether they're right, and going away and talking with other people about it.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Chair. I will happily, as to Councillor Vasmer's request, I will happily discuss that with officers as to what information we can share, whether that be in public session or as part of an exempt briefing. I've got no problems with that at all. Otherwise, I just support this paper and these recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Ed Potter then to sum up.
Thank you very much. I think we've probably summed up several times over, so I'm happy to move the recommendations and hope that members will support it.
Okay. All those in favour, please, of the report and recommendations be received and agreed, please show. Sorry? 37. That's 37. And all of those against, please? 20. Any abstentions? Ted, are you abstaining? Oh, there you go. Put your hands down. It's my job to be the comedian here, not yours. Okay, we'll move on to item 10 then. Can we get the councillors back, please, who are out? It is my plan, by the way, councillors. We are slowly wading through this. I'm going to keep going till the end now. I think that if a councillor needs to go and use the facilities, they're able to do that The only reason I'd stop is if I needed to, but I don't, you'll be pleased to hear, so. Yet. Okay. Is that everybody back? Where's Councillor Picton? Oh well, I'm going to carry on anyway. Shropshire Council Sustainable Warmth Programme. I invite Councillor Ian Nellings, Portfolio Holder for Climate Change, Natural Assets and the Green Economy, to present the report, move the report and recommendations be received and agreed. Councillor Nellings.
Thank you, Chairman. The Shropshire Council Sustainable Warmth Programme. This report details all the successful funding bids made by the Affordable Warmth and Energy Efficiency team from Housing Services. The aim is to raise awareness with members as to the funding received to date, as well as possible future bids, and also seek permission for Shropshire Council to operate as the accountable body for 2 of the funding bids. That's the Green Home Grants Local Authority Delivery Phase 3, or LAD 3, and the Social Housing Decarbonisation Fund. In addition to the existing grant funding, which supports both the private rented sector and owner-occupiers, a further £2.5 million has been awarded from the Social Housing Decarbonisation Fund for work in Shropshire, including match funding from 5 registered local landlord partnerships. You'll be aware that Shropshire has higher than average levels of fuel poverty. The latest figures suggest that 16,826 individual households suffer from fuel poverty in the county. That equals 12.3% of all Shropshire households, the West Midland average being 11.4%. But some areas of Shropshire have over 20% of households in fuel poverty. These high levels of fuel poverty are due to a combination of low income, high cost heating fuels, due to many Shropshire properties being off the gas network, and large numbers of older, hard to treat properties. The funding under the Green Homes Grant Local Authority Delivery and Sustainable Warmth bids is specifically aimed at increasing energy efficiency and reducing carbon emissions based on a whole house approach. It is intended that the funding will be used to install multiple measures, starting with the fabric of the buildings before moving on to low carbon heating measures. Unlike previous schemes, funding cannot be used to install fossil fuel heating systems. The next round of Sustainable Warmth funding is due to open for bids in spring 2022 and will consist of Local Authority Delivery LAD 4 and Home Upgrade Grants or HUG 2. The Social Housing Decarbonisation Fund, Wave 2 funding, is also due to open in spring 2022. Shropshire Council has been extremely successful in the bids and is well placed to make future bids due to the success we've had so far, and I congratulate the team on their efforts so far. The scheme aims to improve the energy efficiency of fuel-poor homes and target properties with low energy efficiency ratings. The funding supports vulnerable households across all tenures. Shropshire Council is already processing 350 applications for a variety of measures, including air source heat pumps, high heat retention storage heaters, first-time double glazing, installation of doors and walls, underfloor installation and park home installation. However, many more residents are set to benefit in the future. Almost £9 million will be invested in Shropshire. This includes both government grant and match funding from local landlords. However, Shropshire Council is also to be the lead for some other funding in other areas, so our legal responsibility is for around £10.5 million. Shropshire Council is leading the way in securing the combination of funds, and we are determined to help ease people out of these difficulties in fuel poverty. So I recommend that the Council notes the bids received so far and the various work streams associated with them across Shropshire. Agree permission for Shropshire Council to operate as the accountable body for the Green Homes Local Authority Delivery Phase 3 bid, which was awarded on the 18th of November 21. Agree permission for Shropshire Council to operate as the accountable body for the Social Housing Decarbonisation Fund, awarded on the 8th of February 2022. Approve inclusion of the schemes and associated funding totalling £10 million, £414,244 in the capital programme. Thank you.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Simon Jones, I believe.
Yeah, I'm pleased to second the paper, and I withhold my right.
Okay. Councillor Heather Kidd.
How could I possibly not agree with this? It's a really good thing across Shropshire. particularly for the southwest, where we have absolutely no gas at all, south of about Minsterley, and that's around 200 square miles with nothing other than oil and electricity. So what I'm really interested in is this being able to come back to a scrutiny so that we can see how it's being implemented and how actually it's going ahead across those mixed tenures, as we've just been told. Because for many areas in the southwest, for instance, it is private rented tenure, which is the big issue. And it would be great if we had access to a housing, I've now got lost. We need to look at the stock survey for all of our housing across various areas so that we know exactly where the fuel poverty is likely to be because of the energy efficiency of a lot of the housing. So it would be really good to see this come back with the detail, with how these properties are actually being, having it implemented on them with their whole house strategy. There's a whole range of different things, but it will be vitally important that we see a good geographic spread, and it would be interesting to know as well which of the social landlords you are working with, because it names 5 in the report. But actually, what is that spread? Obviously, Star Housing is one of those from what was said earlier, but what about the rest? So it will be in every member's interest to actually know what's going on in their areas and how it's being implemented, especially in the private rented sector, where we often have problems or have had problems in the past with many of these things not being worked through properly and the people installing sometimes not being up to spec. And for a local member, that's a nightmare if you don't know anything about the whole system. So if I could add to those recommendations, please, that actually members will be fully informed on how this is being implemented and where, and we have that geographic spread. And I do welcome all of this, and I take it then from this 1.9 million via the Green Homes Grant, that's shared between us and Telford and Wrekin, or is that just ours? Because it's not clear from the paper.
Okay, I've got Julian Dean, then Councillor Ruth Houghton. Julian.
Thank you very much. I too welcome this report. We know that there are many people who face serious fuel poverty. We know that we have some of the draftiest homes in Europe. We know that the decarbonisation challenge is absolutely enormous, and it's good to see that some of these bids are going through successfully. I asked some quite detailed questions on this area at Cabinet last week, and actually we also, just to let you know, we tried to bring forward an amendment to support the enforcement of minimum energy efficiency standards in the private rented sector. Unfortunately, we weren't able to work one that was successful, but we have had some interesting discussions with the team, and there is clearly work that needs to be done there as well. But my main concern is that what we do know is that the supply chain, in terms of retrofit, in terms of the type of insulation and installation of zero carbon heating, of heat pumps, the supply chain simply doesn't exist sufficiently yet. And so I'm appealing once again that we actually push our economic strategy back up the agenda. It still isn't getting any attention here. And we make sure that that business of retrofit and of making our homes warmer becomes a really central part of how we develop the Shropshire economy. It's a huge opportunity in terms of work. It's a huge opportunity in terms of the improvement of people's lives, of their health, of their ability to afford homes. It should be right at the front and centre of the economic strategy. I understand there's a meeting on Tuesday at the down at the pump house, which is looking at this whole retrofit piece and is beginning to bring together our housing providers with the industry. But it really does need to be. We all need to be pushing this as a way to a really important part of the economy going forward. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Ruth Houghton.
Thank you, Chair. Very, very supportive of this grant funding. I think it's a credit to the officers to have attracted so much funding into Shropshire. I am concerned about rural areas where housing stock is generally poorer and there's a higher reliance on fossil fuels. and just how will those houses and households be supported to complete their applications, and will the council provide any support to organisations to help those households who need to submit applications either online or in a traditional paper format? And I'd also like to ask that as members we receive publicity materials that we can circulate to those known households in our areas that might be eligible and more widely. We have developed large mailing lists and social media forums, and I think it's important that we use those to get this important information out. My concern still lies though with the fact that there will be many in-work households still on low incomes. And I note under 7.2 that there's a definition of who would be classed as vulnerable. We really do need to work hard to make sure those households are supported and that they get the benefit of this very welcome funding. Thank you.
Okay, I've not had anybody else on my list, so I am going to go back to Councillor Simon Jones, who reserved his right. Simon?
No, it's all right. I've got nothing further to add.
Okay. Councillor Ian Nellings, have you got anything you wish to just round up on?
Yeah, thanks for the questions back. First of all, to Councillor Kidd, yeah, very happy to take this to scrutiny and maybe even a members' briefing session to give more information on this. And in line with that, it was just mentioned there by Councillor Houghton about, I think she's already picked up on the eligibility, but the eligibility, just for wider knowledge, it's in the report, is for households with an income of less than £30,000. That's a combined income of less than £30,000, excluding housing costs. And back to Councillor Kidd again on the monies from the bids. Of that total, I haven't broke it completely down here, but of that total 10.5 million, just under £9 million of that's for Shropshire. It's the remaining part of that is being shared out with the other bordering Telford and Wrekin, and Shropshire have the legal ownership of that. Thank you.
Okay, so we've discussed it, we've heard about it, we now need to vote on it, that we receive the report and move the recommendations. All those in favour, please show. That's 20 plus 37. Thank you, that's unanimous. All right, probably a few more, but unanimous. Okay, move on to item 11, which is always something that's close to my heart with our looked after children, Care Leavers Covenant. I invite Councillor Kirsty Hurst-Knight, portfolio holder for children and education, to present the report. Move the report, the recommendations be received and agreed. Kirsty.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Today I'm going to bring the paper forward for the proposal for Shropshire Council to sign up to the National Care Leavers Covenant. We know that the children that are looked after and our care leavers have absolutely the same right to the same opportunities that those that are not in care. We are the corporate family. In 2019, this was in principle brought before the council. This now, today, is actually the covenant being brought to you for approval. The Care Leavers Covenant is a 5 main area strategic plan to support our care leavers, raising awareness in the covenant, council tax exemption and suitable housing, training and employment opportunities, social value policy and economic development. I hope today that you will support this. I think you'll remember from last council meeting, this is an award-winning, forward-thinking team that work incredibly hard to support our care leavers. And I acknowledge and praise all the work that they do, not just in times of celebration, but in times of sadness and need. This vital support that our care leaver ambassadors also note, Amanj and Holly, they clearly see the voice of their care leavers, and this is what they want. I'm happy to propose the recommendations in this report and support our current 191 care leavers. It's part of our statutory duty, but it's also absolutely the right thing to do today. Regardless of our political persuasion, we are all corporate parents here, and I do hope that you will support the recommendations in the paper, and not to be presumptuous that you would agree to this today, but Councillor Nick Bardsley and myself, we have the written pledge here. We will circulate it to sign if agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, and that will be seconded by Councillor Nick Bardsley.
And reserve my right to speak.
Yeah,
Chairman,
right.
thank
Well, I've got a couple of speakers, but before we do, I'm going to say something for a change. When Shropshire Council came into being, I was the first member champion for young people, and I particularly championed the cause of our looked after children. Indeed, I did the Regulation 44 visits to one of our children's homes for 11 years before it moved by regulation, and it's something that I absolutely and utterly completely support. As a father of 3 children, 2 of whom have left home, I want the aspirations for our looked after children that I have as a corporate parent to be the same as I have for my own children. So, that said, Ed Potter.
Yeah, just very briefly, I think it's important to note over the last 4.5 years that I've been a councillor here, I've seen a real transformation of the looked after children's care leaving team, and I was fortunate enough as portfolio holder for 2 years to see firsthand the real difference that the work that this council does and our colleagues within that team do to our young people. And it's also important to note that we can all make a difference as well by getting involved, whether it be in a small way, whether it be through the Christmas appeal, or whether it's simply engaging with our communities to ensure that we can offer work experience, driving lessons, and even mentoring, CV writing, those sort of things that we would do for our own children. This is really important, and I really hope that we are all able to sign up to this this time round. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Houghton.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank officers for a very comprehensive report, which I fully support. The adoption of the Covenant, and in particular the employment support available and that the Council can provide with its partners, is really commendable and really should be extended to non-looked after children too and non-care leavers. And I think the point I really want to make today is that everything in this report, the goal point on the goal banding on home point, zero council tax, the employment support, it's absolutely vital for young people and our care leavers, particularly our care leavers, to make a really good start in life. But there are lots of other young people in our communities who would benefit from some of these aspects too, and I'd like to ask this council to consider those at a future date. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kevin Pardee.
Thank you, Chair. It's a similar question. It's just a query, really. Portfolio holder mentioned 190-something children in our care. Does this covenant cover the other, and there's a lot more children in care in Shropshire, does this cover the other care leaving children, or just the ones that are corporate?
I assume you mean just Shropshire children or not. Okay, good.
Homes with children, isn't there?
Okay. Councillor Nick Bardsley, you withheld your right.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just to pick up the point that's there in the report in several different places, that we should think of our corporate responsibilities in the same way as we think of our own children and grandchildren. I guess, like a lot of people, I thought things that went wrong with other people and other families. Just about 8 years ago, my eldest daughter died after a short, valiant but unsuccessful battle with bowel cancer, leaving 2 boys, the elder of whom was just coming up to 14. He took it very hard indeed when his mum died. He then fell out with his father and ended up trying to live on his own in South London, and perhaps this won't come as a surprise to you, he got involved in county lines. He ended up in Guildford Crown Court with a conviction for dealing in drugs and received a suspended prison sentence. I've spent the last several years with my eldest son battling to try and get him away from these people. I just tell this story because I'm sure everybody in this room would do what I've tried to do over the last few years. And what we're asking is that we think of our care leavers in much the same way, that we care about what happens to them passionately. We do everything we possibly can for our care leavers and for our looked after children, just as we would with our own children and grandchildren. And I think the other statistic, and many of you have heard me say this before, sadly, at any one time, between 25 and 30% of the prison population are care leavers. Now that tells us something. There's so much more we need to do. Here in Shropshire, we've done an enormous amount. And as Ed Potter says, there's been a transformation, but there's so much more we need to do. But the crucial thing is we should never stop caring. Even if they've left care, we need to support them in exactly the same way as we support our own relatives. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. And here. Kirsty.
Thank you, Nick. Just on a couple of points, Ruth, I think you raised about employment opportunities. Shropshire Council, we are keen to support older children, not just care leavers. We were successful in gaining £877,000 through the European Social Fund, and we support children, young people 16 to 25 to gain employment, bespoke mentoring, careers advice. I will get all this information to you, though. A further £230,000 in the county from the Department of Work and Pensions to provide employment youth hubs, looking at strategic plans, mentoring again to get them into employment. So there is other opportunities, not just for care leavers, for young people, but I will certainly share that information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we've got to take the report and the recommendations be received and agreed. All those in favour, please show. I think that's probably unanimous. Alan, are you abstaining or? All right. Okay. So one not made your mind up, whatever category that fits in. Okay. Now, I do know that both Nick and Kirsty have the copies of the covenant with them. I could suggest it's up to members, but maybe if one went to this end and one went to this end, if members are minded to sign them, they can get passed back and then forwards and then back again, and that way it just saves a queue at the end for everybody queuing up to sign them. Of course, if you don't want to sign them, just pass them back. But I would encourage everybody to sign them. It is very important. All right, thank you. We'll move on to item 12, which is paper versus digital agendas. I invite Councillor Rob Gittins, portfolio holder for digital data and insight, to present the report. Move that the report and recommendations be received and agreed.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm very pleased to present this report, which addresses the remarkable progress the Council and in particular we as members have made in embracing digital ways of working, and the impact this has had in driving efficiencies, including reducing costs, staff time and carbon. The recommendations, which I hope all members can support, are designed to acknowledge and build on the progress made so far. With regards to the ongoing reliance on digital reports, the cost savings set out in Appendix 2 should be seen as an ongoing bonus, seeing as councillors will need good IT equipment in any event. So they should not be set against the costs of that. Documents are more easily stored, kept secure and referred back to in digital format. Producing, distributing and later disposing of reams of paper is inefficient and wasteful. I do understand that accessing and working on reports in digital format takes some getting used to and is a skill to be developed. Officers are happy to assist those councillors who do need to develop those skills further, and additional support and training can be arranged. As the report alludes to, manipulating documents to have larger print or to be read out is possible with digital technology should any member have any particular needs that require that. But should there be any quality issues that can't be resolved in that way, then of course a appropriate pro-revision can be made We are not looking to discriminate against councillors who have a valid need for a paper copy, and if councillors have a genuine need, a paper copy will be provided. During the first part of the pandemic, meetings were held solely online whilst it was lawful to do so, and drove very significant development in accessing meetings of all sorts remotely and increasing accessibility and transparency of council business for people across our large rural county without the need to travel. Continuing to live stream meetings maintains that accessibility and transparency, and should continue to be a part of what we offer. I'm happy to take questions, but I move the recommendations as laid out in this council report. Thank you.
Thank you, and I believe Councillor Butler's seconding that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I second the report. Reserve my right. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Wilson.
Can I just ask, I welcome the report. I think we need to look at other ways of putting our agenda packs together for being online. When you're flicking between multiple PDFs, it's really difficult. And either it's an HTML format, which is fully tabbed and searchable or something, but I imagine, I don't know if another council has done it yet, but if we're going to be digital by default, relying on what's effectively a piece of paper, but in electronic form isn't going to cut it long term. And it's not going to encourage and enable more people to take it up.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Macy and then Councillor Kidd.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm aware the paper is presented as much as a point of principle as the practical recommendations included to formalise the arrangements on the matter, and I'm in favour of the making digital the preferred way to work emphasis, but with the emphasis being on preferred rather than only, and indeed the live streaming has opened up the council meetings to the wider public. As councillors, we strive always to be effective, most effective on behalf of our electorates. Today's venue in an educational establishment should remind us that all people learn and work with information differently. We are rightly supporting members with high quality IT training on the use of digital to fulfil their role, and looking at the anecdotal evidence in Appendix 2 from the other councils, we already seem to be a reasonably leading light in this. We've got 74 councillors from a wide range of backgrounds, so it's naive to believe there aren't any members who may have diagnosed or undiagnosed conditions on how they process information, or other reasons that mean the use of paper in certain scenarios, such as public meetings, are the way they can be most effective serving the public. Recommendation 3.1.2 requires reports in paper format to accompany summons to be agreed by the head of Legal and Democratic Services. To make these or future members request and potentially have to justify their request to the head of Legal and Democratic Services when they may not wish to disclose a condition just raises a concern for me. I note from tables in Appendix 2 that most members have already made the move to making digital the preferred way to work, and that the figures in the log for the 18 months, if you extrapolated them out to 12 months, would equate to a relatively modest saving of £738.
Well, can I just ask you to get a little bit closer to your microphone?
Yep.
I think one of our
Sorry.
councillors having trouble hearing you.
Okay.
Thank you.
It would equate to a relatively modest saving of £738 plus the staff time. So I just wanted to note my concern around the approval process if you request an additional report. Request that a light touch approach is used, as I think has been used up until now, and just on that, inquire what the process is in place when a member's request is not agreed just on face value. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Heather Kidd.
I too actually welcome the ability for people to be able to opt, because there are people who have significant issues where paper is only possible. I can't go completely paper-free unless we have a better mechanism of being able to search through the papers. I've raised this with Leslie in the past. The page numbers, if you look at all vary. You've got 2 page numbers on everything through the packs. And if you're trying to look for a particular paragraph that somebody flags up, that can take forever. So the search system really has to improve when we've got large numbers of papers in a pack. Otherwise, I just have to paper, because then I can put a marker in it, I know where to find it. And I'm not flicking, and I've been flicking through from thing to thing here today, because I've got some paper, but mostly not. So please can we get IT to enable us to be enabled? And then we might actually have more people being able to use the system and being able to use it profitably. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking round. Nope. Okay. Well, I will go back then to. Oh, Ted. Sorry. Yeah. You just sat sideways.
Thank you. The previous but one speaker, I'm sorry I haven't got his name, but I concur with his concerns generally. I can live with this on the basis, as I understand it, for those that do need paper copies, they will still be able to receive them. Yep. And people are nodding.
That's as I understood it, but I'm sure the portfolio holder, when he winds up, will confirm or deny that. So.
Good. Confirm, I hope.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Butler, you reserved your right.
Nothing to add, Chairman.
Nothing to add. Excellent. Councillor Rob Gittins.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the questions there. Yes, Councillor Wilson, yes, we can always look at different ways of improving the way the agendas come out and what format is used. We're always very open-minded about that and will continue to be. Councillor Macy, just looking at sort of a more sort of diverse ways of sort of working around what it is that you're saying there. I'll be quite honest with you, really. I myself suffer from dyslexia. So I actually personally find using IT far more easier because the laptop, for example, will actually sort out my spelling for me. But I do appreciate that there will be members, for example, who might have medical reasons or learning disabilities that might actually find that using paper is more important to them than using IT. And you know what? That's absolutely fine. You know, we're quite happy to quite happy to provide paper copies in those circumstances. Councillor Kidd, just around what you're saying about sort of manipulating and searching for specific items through agendas. Yes, look, I'm quite happy to put on extra training for that, and I think that pretty much rounds that up. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kidd, you indicated, did you hear that? Or?
I did hear that. It's not about training, it's about having the IT
Okay.
mechanisms.
I wasn't planning on reopening it. Have a word with Rob at the end. I know he's very keen to accommodate everybody in a way that they would like. So, okay. So we will move to the vote that we receive the report and the recommendations. All those in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? 2 abstentions. Okay, thank you. We will move on to member and public questions. I invite Councillor Leslie Picton, Leader, to present the report and move that recommendations be received and agreed. Councillor Picton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We obviously made a mistake giving you papers to sign during the meeting. I'm very pleased to present this report, which I understand is going to be kindly seconded by Councillor Julian Dean. It's the culmination of a piece of work by the Constitutional Working Group, and for those of you who don't know what that is made up of, that's the leader, the deputy leader and the 4 group leaders. This piece of work has been overseen by all of the group leaders and agreed, and actually we had a change of group leader in the middle of it, so we made some alterations to this latest version. The recommendations, which we hope all members will support, are designed to refine rather than rewrite the member public question time process. It's very much recognised that a balance needs to be struck between having a manageable system of answering questions, which doesn't take over the majority of the meeting, and the need to ensure that non-executive members and members of the public have the right to hold their elected leaders to account. The Constitutional Working Group as a whole believes that recommendations strike that balance correctly by, amongst other things, limiting the total wording of a question to 250 words, limiting the number of questions per person per meeting to 1, increasing the deadline for questions, unless it's an urgent question, to 3 clear working days, allowing public questions to be asked via Teams, and having a log of all questions that have been previously asked available on the gateway. And you will have already heard my response to Mr. Malloy about adding explicit reference to vexatious individuals and questions to the Constitution. And what I would say, I'd just point out again, that that sentence does not have to be in the policy, but I feel that it should be, because it makes it explicitly clear to everybody what the situation is. I'm happy to take questions on any part of the report, but I formally move the recommendations as set out.
Thank you, and I understand that's being seconded by Councillor Julian Dean.
Thank you. Yes, I'll speak now, if that's okay.
It's
I'm seconding these proposals, not because I think they do a whole lot to address weaknesses in transparency and accountability processes in the Council, but because I think they address some minor legitimate issues, mostly facing hard-pressed officers in a way that doesn't undermine the rights of members or the public. Having taken a bit of a look back over the questions in last year, the word count limit from last year, no public questions reached the limit or came even close. Amongst the members' questions, one from Councillor Pam Mosley and one from my friend Duncan Kerr would have needed a slight edit to reach the 250-word limit, but I think could still have covered the same ground. The limit to one question each is a bit of a challenge, but given that there is a number limit already, it is appropriate to ensure as many people as possible get to ask questions. And if the question has value, it's unlikely that a questioner wouldn't be able to either submit it to an alternative meeting or possibly even get somebody else to ask it. On vexatious questions, I think confirming the principle that question opportunities should not extend to personal attacks or to harassment either of officers or members is appropriate. What defines vexatious might be an issue in itself, but the principle is what is being confirmed here. I hope that these changes enable officers and Cabinet members to provide fulsome and informative answers on all occasions, but I can't guarantee that. A much more useful constitutional amendment that would allow far more involvement for elected members and address widely shared concerns over scrutiny will be the adoption of a committee system, and this is something our group will be pursuing in the coming months. Finally, I need to add that the discussion on this was between group leaders, and I didn't have the opportunity to discuss this with my group, though I know others did. Nevertheless, as this concerns individual members' rights as well as the rights of the public, we won't be applying a whip, not that it really counts for very much, given I'm the only member of the Green Party left in the room, but I would also recommend that other groups don't. I think this is the sort of thing that ought to be a free vote. Thank you.
Well, at least there's enough of you now to have a whip. Good. Okay. Now, I understand there is an amendment proposed by Councillor Vasma, well, actually by the Liberal group.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there is concern amongst within my group about this, particularly a feeling that that the restrictions were too much, particularly around Proposal 1 to be limited to 250 words, around Proposal 2 that only one question per member, and particularly on the multi-question argument that there is a need sometimes to have a whole series of multi-questions, and they shouldn't be refused. On item 8, and also particularly on the vexatious, the sections on vexatious individuals. I think there was a feeling that although some people may be vexatious, they might have a good point, and that they shouldn't be excluded necessarily from asking questions. So I'd like to move that those particular sections and in the proposals, that's 1, 2, 8 and 9, be deleted, and we are perfectly in favour of the rest.
Okay, and is that being seconded by Kevin Pardy? Okay. I take it you're reserving your right. Kevin Pardy, you seconded? You seconded? Are you reserving your right? Okay. No hands up. Would you like to speak now? Can you put your microphone on? Yeah, and
Sorry. Are you there? Right, I hope nobody finds this vexatious, but I think they may do because I was asked late to second this. But anyway, Anyway, so free speech carries with it the evil of all foolish, unpleasant, venomous things that are said. But on the whole, we would rather lump them than do away with them. Winston Churchill. Freedom of speech is at the very core of our democracy. Boris Johnson. In 9 years as a councillor, I've never heard a vexatious question. I've heard many questions of deep scrutiny, but that is very different. It is obvious that the administration does not like to be scrutinised. This before us is the latest example of the administration's attack on democracy. Has the administration something to hide? Is it coincidence that in recent months questions have been asked of the leader? It is general knowledge that the author of those questions to the leader was discussed during the meeting of the Constitution Working Group, which was held recently. I will identify the author, which is a waste of time, as Mr. M. Oh, I've lost it. Sorry?
Sorry, can we have a public debate with the council?
Well, you speak to your Conservative
I will if I hear him, but you're sat next to him, I'm not. But carry on, please. It's your time you're wasting.
Right. In 9 years as councillor, I've never heard a vexatious question. I've heard many questions of deep scrutiny that is very different. It's obvious that the administration does not like to be scrutinised. This before us is the latest example of the administration's attack on democracy. Has the administration something to hide? Is it a coincidence that in recent months questions have been asked of the leader? It's general knowledge the author of those questions to the leader was discussed during the meeting of the Constitution Working Group, which was held recently. I will identify him as Mr. M. Mr. M has asked many questions over the years, and I'm sure his scrutinisation has been a thorn in the side of the administration, but they have always been legitimate questions. To prevent Mr. M and others asking questions is a disservice to the public. As politicians, we should face the scrutiny. What are we afraid of, and what do we have to hide? Can you just bear with me, please? I've lost it completely now.
We've got 2 minutes, 30 seconds left, so
I'll
look
get
quickly.
there, don't you worry. We have to hide. There is no doubt that both issues 5, which is not included in this amendment, so I'll dismiss that, and issue 9 are acts of self-protection. It only can be that. Administration wish to suppress the very people that have put their trust in us. These proposals are created out of fear. Somebody somewhere is afraid, and the way to defend themselves is to shut the public up. So who is the grand person that has the power to drop the axe on free speech? Who is that person without sin? Issue 9 of the recommendations would undoubtedly have prevented Professor Lalage, I think her name is, Lalage Brown, OBE, from asking questions. Because if this administration believes that Mr. M asks vexatious questions, then he is nothing compared to the late professor. Of what one commentator said of the recently deceased woman, Lalage was an iconic forerunner within the field of adult education who traversed the breadth and length of Africa like a colossus. The administration would have said she was vexatious. We are now on the precipice of kicking democracy into the long grass. If you vote against this amendment, then you are voting against free speech, scrutiny, and democracy. For those of you that feel obliged to follow your leader, don't. It is time to stand up and say, no, you are asking far too much. Councillors are being asked to do something that is against every Democrat's philosophy. Remember what your Prime Minister believes. Freedom of speech is the core of democracy. I second the amendment.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to come back to David Vasmer.
I've got nothing more to say, Chair, so if you...
Okay, I'll speak to you in a minute, Rosemary. Portfolio holder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is absolutely not an attack on free speech.
Of course it is.
I have made this very, very clear that this changes nothing. The Chief Executive already has the power to declare anybody vexatious if they fall into those three categories, which I won't repeat, but they're in the report. All this does is actually set out in the Constitution that he has the right to do that. This does not stop free speech in any way, shape or form. In terms of some of the, in terms of the general amendment, Councillor Vasma, I'm entirely perplexed, I have to say, because it was Councillor Vasma's suggestion that we went with 250 words, and yet he's now saying that that's not right. So I'm a bit confused as about that one. It was agreed, and as Councillor Dean said, not one public question, I think, has even got to 250 words, and we took that as a sort of benchmark, if you like. This wasn't something that the working group did lightly by any means. It's about trying to make our processes very clear to members of the public. That vexatious policy has always been there, but it wasn't clear. We wanted to make it clear. That's why we agreed with it. I haven't got anything further to say, Mr. Chairman, really.
Okay, well, we'll move to the vote on that. Amendment's been proposed, I believe, by the Liberal Democrat group, although there's some debate about that, but there you go. All those in favour of the motion, please show. Sorry, the amendment. Been a long day. Thank you. Do you want those counted or? No.
Yeah, yes, please.
Okay.
You ask, you're going to get it back.
Okay.
You're being facetious.
Put your hands up again then. I'll end up vexatious, blimey, or vexed at least.
Heather, are you 18?
18. Anne, do you need the number against counted for you? Or
Yes, please.
can you do the maths?
Yes, please.
Okay. Those against, please.
You want to be a prat,
show.
I'll be a prat.
Oh, and me, of course. Okay, 41. Looks like it'll only be 17 next time. Okay, Rosebery, you emailed me just before we move on, saying that you sent in that very amendment this morning. I haven't got it on my paperwork, but I had it from the Liberal group. So I guess you guys have managed to cross over each other. So,
yeah.
But the net result's the same because, you know, I was very clear when I said it's a Liberal group amendment and Kevin seconded it, so they ended up being rolled in together. And because you didn't notice, I guess they're exactly the same amendments proposed.
Can I just reply? It's different. It speaks.
Well, we've not. I mean, if you wish to propose it now and elongate things, we can do that. But I was very clear when I introduced the amendment as being as David Vasma, and then I said no, Liberal group. Kevin wasn't sort of following along and managed to second the wrong bit. That's not really my fault. But there you go. Do you wish to propose your amendment?
Yes, please.
Right, off you go then.
Thank you. It refers to issue 9, vexatious individuals, and to appraisal 5. So the amendment is simply to change the proposed recommendation. Excuse me, sorry. Computer difficulty. So to change the proposed recommendation for item 9, issue 9, sorry, to this, it is recognised that vexatious questions may challenge councillors and officers and that the council considers individual residents vexatious. However, within an open and transparent council meeting, any open and transparent council meeting, public questions are a demonstration of fundamental democratic rights. Vexatious and repetitive questions will be ruled out under the criteria of the Council's procedure rules. Repeating a question asked and answered at any public council meeting in the previous 6 months will not be permitted. So that is asking for, instead of banning vexatious people from asking any questions. It's asking simply to stop the repetition of questions. Because I think Councillor Vasmer mentioned earlier, a vexatious person is perfectly able to ask very good and perhaps very useful questions. The second item is about appraisal 5.1, that there is a risk to allowing members of the public into meetings which are live streamed, of course. Officers will be able to mute or remove participants from a meeting where there is cause for concern if abusive, personally abusive or foul language is used, or if the participant attempts to interrupt the progress of the meeting. So that last clause we're asking to add, because the question really relates to what are the criteria for deciding who should be sort of effectively shut down in a meeting and who makes that decision at that moment. And how is that helpful to a public meeting? Obviously, if people are disruptive, that's one thing, but there should be clear criteria in the motion. So ask people to support this motion, please. This amendment, please.
Now, does somebody from the Liberal group want to second that, as they kindly seconded yours for you, or Toady? All right. I have found your email. It was sent at 9:23 this morning. Unfortunately, I wasn't reading my emails. I was trying to make the awards and then run the meeting, so apologies. The best way of getting them so we don't get confused is to get them in well before the meeting, so they can go onto the speaker's agenda. Okay, who would like to speak? Roger. Can I just remind members, Kevin, if you switch your microphone off, other microphones might work. The system will only take 2 or 3 microphones left on before it doesn't work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This paper is important. I know some may not think it is, but I do. I was a leader of the Liberal group, Liberal Democrat group, for a number of years, and these questions have come up a number of times. And I have fought them every time, and it's been listened to, and we've got to where we were. Member questions pushed to the back. Public questions, they now read it from the back of the room, and they do not have a supplementary. Democracy is going out of the window. And I know there are some in this room who do not want any questions at council at all. And as was said, it is not mandatory, and it is by agreement that this council does it. I think this is another step, and again, I would argue it's a step too far. We are a public meeting, and as has been referred to about what is happening quite a few miles from here, democracy rules, or it should rule. We should allow the public to come in. We should let them ask questions. And as far as 5.1 goes, I drew the attention of this council to Guildford. Guildford allowed questions via Teams at their planning meetings right at the start of lockdown, and they had no problems. The people wanting to ask questions were in the waiting room, admitted into the building, admitted into the meeting, and then put back into the waiting room where they could listen. This council refused to do it at that time, and it's about time that we did. But really, I think this is 1, 2, and the others I really object to. But vexatious questions, I think this council should do it. The power is already there for interpretation. We shouldn't need it. And really, I really object to this paper and the trying to shut down on the democracy and allowing us, members, and the public to ask questions. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Chris Schofield.
Thank you, Chair. I think some of the opposition parties are trying to twist exactly what this says. It doesn't say in anything that I've read in here that it stops any member from the public asking a question. I'm all for transparency in any organisation, but vexatious questions are vexatious questions, whichever way it's dressed up. And once that question is asked, whatever the question may be, it insinuates people and it sticks. And I would have thought it was up to the legal team to make that decision. So I fully back the Leader of the Council in this.
Julian.
Thank you very much. So having seconded the original proposal, which I would still stand by, I actually think this does slightly improve it in that it makes the point that we're talking about vexatious questions rather than vexatious people. It could have been slightly better worded, but the second sentence, vexatious and repetitive questions will be ruled out, is the crucial part, and I do think that's actually an improvement on what we discussed in the working party. So I recommend that we take this on board and accept this as a useful amendment. Thank you.
Okay, Julia, Councillor Buckley.
Yeah, just to support this amendment, as I said at the Constitutional Working Group, that it's not a good look if the public feel that they are being prevented from speaking. It's not a good look if people think that it's a subjective decision as to who can or cannot speak. And I think what Rosemary Dartnell is trying to do is bring definition and clarity to the very rules that you want to bring about. It will put objectivity and clearly defined rules around exactly the thing you wish to see happen, and it would remove the objections that people are raising. And I think that I would encourage the administration to embrace this friendly amendment in the nature in which it was intended, to help you deliver this in a way that people will find more palatable. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parsons, you reserved your right.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, exactly that. It's a shame that members can't see the wording of these two amendments, and that makes things more difficult. I accept that. It may be, the lateness of our amendment may have had an impact insofar as that was concerned. But what we're trying to do is just to put some flesh on the bones of the statements that are there. In particular, if we take that point in item 5.1, I think it is, where we talk about, in a public meeting, turning off the microphone of someone, all we're doing there is to give the reasoning as to why we would be allowed to do that, because they're being obnoxious, because they're being very difficult in the way that they're putting forward their points of view. So it's not to move away from that principle of being able to control the meeting. It's just to give some reasoning as to why we would be able to turn the microphone off. And the second point's already been made. Yes, we've changed the emphasis from a vexatious individual to a vexatious question. And if it's a vexatious question, then we're in agreement that should not necessarily have to be answered by the either officers or other members of the council. So it's only trying to put some flesh on the bones of the proposal from the committee that we've got today.
Okay, sorry, just getting some advice. Portfolio holder.
Yes, thank you. And Tony, I don't disagree with you, actually. I've just been trying to find Rosemary's amendment. I've found it now.
It came in 37 minutes before the meeting started.
Sorry. I think that I don't disagree with you, actually, about the first part. What I would point out is that a vexatious... This doesn't really change anything, because the Chief Exec does have the power, if you like, to rule an individual vexatious. However, I get the spirit of what this is saying. I do. I'm slightly concerned about the latter one, around what makes somebody... why would you remove somebody? And I think we left it fairly vague for that very reason. Because, in all honesty, if somebody came in... If you take this meeting room now, and if somebody was here and they were shouting foul or abusive language, you would ask them to leave. But if they constantly interrupt, would you ask them to leave? And I think I'm just a bit concerned, and I'd take advice from Tim, that by making it that specific, we make more of a rod for our own back. But with the first part, Mr. Collard, may I have some advice? I don't have an issue with the first part. I'm a bit concerned about the second.
I'm afraid I haven't even seen the amendment.
Do we need to defer?
Would you like to come and stand next to my... I'll read it. Let me read it, because then the rest of the committee will hear it. So the proposed recommendation is that it is recognised that vexatious questions may challenge councillors and officers, and that the council considers individual residents vexatious. However, within any open and transparent council meeting, public questions are a demonstration of fundamental democratic rights. Vexatious and repetitive questions will be ruled out under the criteria of the council's procedure rules. Repeating a question asked and answered at any public council meeting in the previous 6 months will also not be permitted. And that was interesting, Rosemary. That was something we actually threw out in the group. I don't see a problem with that, Mr. Collard. So if you would consider this, Rosemary, I'm happy to accept the first part of the amendment, but not the second part. Simply because I think we're just tying ourselves down too literally.
Can I answer?
Rosemary, are you happy to accept that part of your amendment's adopted and
yes,
part of it isn't?
Yeah, yes, certainly the first part I think is very important, because I think it's important that we don't ban people from asking questions. I don't know if we have any vexatious individuals identified by the council, and do those people ask questions? I don't know whether that is the case. But anyway, so I think it's important to turn it away from people and turn it into questions. The second part, yes, I understand what you're saying. Of course, people might, if they want to cause trouble, they might look at what's not allowed and do the things that are allowed thereby. So, yes, I would accept that. Thank you.
Okay, so before we move to the vote, sorry, do we vote on the amendment now, or do we take that into the substantive?
The
Yeah.
amendment's been amended.
Right.
Rosemary,
You
yeah.
vote on the amended amendment.
So you are withdrawing one of the clauses from your amendment. The second part. Is everybody content with that? So all those in favour of accepting the amendment, please show. Okay, so that's without the second part. Okay, so the amendment plus the original now becomes the substantive motion. So will all those who are willing to... do we need to read it out first, Tim, do you think? Or?
It's issues 1 to 9, isn't it? With number 5 amended, or
Yes.
clause 4 amended.
So does everybody understand that? Everybody's clear on what they're voting on? Yes? Good. Okay, I have to make sure that's my job. I apologise. All those in favour then, please show. All those against? 5. 6. Okay. Any abstentions? 2 abstentions. Good. Thank you. That's clearly passed then, and we will move on. Thank you. That was a bit of a grind, but we got there. Okay. Move on to item 14 then, which is members' allowances and parental leave for councillors. I think this is more about the parental leave than allowances, which we've already been through at a previous meeting. So I'm going to invite Councillor Gwilym Butler, portfolio holder for finance and corporate support. If you've still got the energy, Gwilym, please.
Yes, I've got my power pack in, we're all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I'm pleased to present this report, which does 2 things. First, it allows us to approve our allowance scheme, which we must do before the beginning of each financial year. Second, it introduces a scheme for parental leave for members. Members are not entitled by law to take, for example, maternity or paternity leave, but this arrangement follows the LGA recommendation and provides that members should be able to take leave in certain circumstances, and they can seek the support of their colleagues within their group to assist with their constituency work as far as is practicable. The scheme explains how to deal with special responsibility allowances in such circumstances. Both the allowance scheme for 22-23 and the parental leave scheme have been approved by the independent remuneration panel. Over and above this, I think it is worthy that we create the best environment that offers the opportunity for anybody in our society in Shropshire to become a councillor and to attract as many new people as we can. And I move the recommendations in number 3.1 and 3.2, and I look forward to hearing from my seconder. Thank you.
Councillor Brian Williams. Oh, no, sorry, Councillor Dan Thomas. Daddy Dan.
Thank you, Chair. Members, I have the pleasure of addressing you on this important report,
specifically at the recommendation at 3.2. As you may be aware, I became a father in October when my son Eric was born. I need to stress that this isn't a reflection of my experience. My experience was positive, and colleagues kindly covered meetings and my Much Wenlock divisional casework. The role of a counsellor isn't a formal job, but is an incredibly demanding role with significant time commitments. As members will know, it's not easy to juggle these, especially as a young parent. If a counsellor, woman or man, becomes a parent or has further children, they're entitled to take parental leave from their paid employment. However, no provision exists for them to take a similarly paid leave of absence from their duties as a counsellor. This is a great issue that particularly impacts younger counsellors, with the greatest respect to most members in this chamber. And we need to continue to break down these barriers that deter young people from entering the political arena. Approving this today would support existing councillors who become parents and show the people we represent that this council is open to and supportive of new councillors who may be parents in the future. Councils should be reflective of the communities they serve, and having councillors who are young parents can only broaden the debate and improve decision making. Approval of this recommendation will mean that councillors have flexibility in addressing their casework and their meeting commitments, and approval will send out a clear signal to everyone in Shropshire that becoming a parent isn't a barrier to representing their communities. I want to thank the portfolio holder for placing this before council, and I urge all members to give it their support. Thank you.
Thanks all. Thanks all. Thank you. Councillor Rob Wilson.
I'll make it really quick because I know we all want to get home. I just wanted to say I very much welcome this, and as one of the other few people with young children, I think it's a really important step, and having a more age diverse and gender diverse council is really important. And obviously the only people we have with young children right now, I think, are fathers, and it would be great to have more mothers feeling that they could stand for election, and I think it's an important step towards that. So I wholeheartedly welcome this.
Councillor Julia Buckley.
Yeah, I also support this report, and I did raise at the Constitutional Working Group that being a family-friendly council isn't just about paying cabinet members their allowance. It's also about when you hold meetings and where you hold them. I specifically complained that this meeting is being held in half term. I would like to bet that there are no members on the current cabinet who have children of school age, because where have their children been for the last 8 hours? It's not appropriate to hold a full council meeting during school holidays. If you want a range of people around the table, you have to consider their family commitments, male or female. Somebody has to look after my 12-year-old and my 9-year-old today. I did threaten Leslie Picton that I would bring them with. I would like to have imposed them upon you, but I did not want to impose you upon them. So can we think about when we hold meetings? And the second point, can we make sure that whichever building we hold meetings in, that you'll have baby change facilities in the toilets? If we want to be family friendly, please, let's do it properly. Thank you.
Thank you. And I echo some of those things. My daughter was 7 when I started doing this, so it was juggling. But there we go. Okay. Anybody else? Roger. Yep, sorry, I missed you there, Roger.
Yeah. A quick one, Chairman, and I hope it's constructive, and whether we go for a vote or whether it's just accepted, I'm not sure, and it's about 3.1. And what I would like is 3.1A or a 3.3, that in the light of COVID, we ask the remuneration panel to look at and hear comments from members and then prepare a report for the February meeting next year when we will be looking at allowances again. So sometime during the year, can we ask a remuneration panel to allow members to make representations and then bring a report back to the February council next year when we have to consider it anyway. So whether it's accepted or voted on, I'm not sure, but hopefully it's constructive, and I think it would be good for them to have a look at it and to come back mid-term.
Okay, there is a conversation going on behind my eardrums, as well as a statement in front. From what I understand from the conversation behind me, that that's doable. So, but there we go. I'll bring the portfolio. Oh, sorry, Bernie. Councillor Bentic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wonder if the council would agree to extending the allowances to parents who sadly suffer miscarriage, stillbirth, death in childhood, and that it be extended to foster parents. Sorry, to adoptive parents, not foster parents. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to bring back the portfolio holder then, Gwilym Butler. Gwilym?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My view would be that it would be better for the group leaders on the Constitution Group to have a look at this and then work with the remuneration panel and bring back recommendations to Council next February, taking in count of the two conversations that have just been, the last two conversations of other options to look at. So could I suggest it goes back to group leaders to actually decide how they wish to instruct the remuneration panel to work with members for the report next year? And that would be my recommendation.
Okay.
Rather than make an amendment.
So where do we go with this now? There's a recommendation. I'm not sure that was that amendment you were proposing. I mean, would we be better to vote this through and then take up the portfolio holder's offer that will be looked at?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would agree with that.
All right, good. That's what we'll do then. All those in favour, please show. Any against? Abstentions? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Okay, we'll move on to allocation of committee seats and appointments. I move the recommendations be received and agreed.
Aye, this time. Seconded.
Good. All those in favour, please show. Okay, that's unanimous, I think. Move on to item 16. Crikey, we're rattling through now. Notices of motion. The following motion has been received from Councillor Joyce Barrow and is supported by Councillor Steve Davenport, David Evans, Robert Lacey, Chris Schofield, Leslie Picton, and me, and hopefully all of us.
Thank you very
Joyce.
much, Chair. I'm sure members have all read the motion before them, and given the length of the meeting, I won't read it out again. This motion will make a huge difference to stoma users and others with similar hidden disabilities. So I ask members, please support this motion, which both Oswestry Town Council and Ellesmere Council have already taken on board. Thank you.
Thank you, and it's seconded, I believe, by Councillor Chris Schofield at the back in the sunshine. Lucky man.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, not much to say about this, but I'm sure all members would be able to support this. I think it's a facility that's vital to people with this condition. Thank you.
Okay, I can't see any hands going up, so all those in favour, please show. I would say that's unanimous. Thank you. Second motion has been received from Simon Harris. It is supported by Councillors Tom Biggins, Richard Marshall, Ian Nellins and Chris Schofield. Ban both sky lantern and balloon releases from council property.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And first of all, I'd like to thank my colleague Dan Morris for starting this work to improve the environment that we live in Shropshire by, I think it was 2018, proposing that the sky lantern releases were banned from council property. So for many years, the Marine Conservation Society has run a campaign to make sky lantern and balloon releases illegal by classifying this activity as littering, and the Society has not been successful. The Society has also encouraged local authorities to ban these activities from property that these authorities own. This approach, while not dealing with the problem per se, has had some success. For example, Shropshire's neighbouring council of Worcestershire has banned both sky lantern and balloon releases, while Hereford has banned sky lantern releases. As I said before, I understand that Shropshire Council did ban sky lantern releases several years ago, but this ban is not reflected on the Society's website. And should this motion pass, I will ensure, or do my best to ensure, that Shropshire's name is up there with Worcestershire and Herefordshire. Both these releases need to be banned for the following reasons. Over the past 5 years, on average, 3 balloons per 100 metres have been found during the Marine Society's Great British Beach Clean. Balloons marketed as biodegradable can last for 4 years. That's litter. Animals, including livestock, can be injured through ingestion, entanglement, and entrapment. Marine turtles, yes, we do have some, are particularly vulnerable. And just as an example, the digestive tract of a juvenile green turtle washed up dead in Blackpool, this is back in 2001, was completely blocked by marine litter, including a large fragment of blue latex balloon. Animals get tangled up in balloon ribbons and string, restricting their movement and indeed their ability to eat. And sky lanterns pose a fire hazard to crops and to thatched roof properties. So I move the following motion. All sky lantern and balloon releases are to be banned from all Shropshire Council property. Number 2, Shropshire Council will request the government to classify all such releases as littering, and thus they would be made illegal. And that number 3, Shropshire Council, and this is important, this one, will run a media campaign to discourage all such releases within the county. And thank you.
Thank you. And I understand Councillor Dan Morris is seconding that.
That's right, Chair. Reserve my right. Thank you.
Tony, Councillor Parsons.
Just think we need a definition of balloon. We don't want to be stopping hot air ballooning going across the county.
No, we do have a balloon carnival in Osler Street, but I think that's probably fairly self-obvious, but I'm sure that will be clarified.
If I may, it's balloon releases, and so that would be
letting go of the ropes.
Not a.
You get my point.
Many of them.
Okay. No other hands? Councillor Dan Morris?
Nothing to add, thank you.
Okay. All those in favour, please show. I believe that's unanimous again. Thank you. We'll move on to item 3. Motion has been received from Councillor Tom Biggins, supported by Councillors Jeff Elner, Ian Nellins and Chris Schofield. And probably all of us, I would imagine, but there you go. Okay. Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The council, Shropshire Council, has already written to the Chief Executive of the DVSA asking for the closure decision to be lifted, but so far we have been rebuffed. So the purpose of this motion is to help support the campaign and to move the process on. As members are probably aware, there are 5 current driving test centres in Shropshire: Ludlow, Telford, Shrewsbury, Oswestry and Whitchurch. And over the last 20 years or so, Whitchurch has been threatened twice with closure previously, but it has survived. Sadly, it is now under threat again, and there is a vigorous campaign to overturn the DVSA's decision, and there's a lot of petitions and lobbying going on. It is being led by local driving instructors and their pupils, and it's being supported by town and parish councillors, Shropshire councillors and the local MP. The loss of the centre undoubtedly would remove a vital service for the residents of most of North Shropshire, and this directly affects many of our Shropshire Council divisions. But it also affects people living in South Cheshire and also over the border in North East Wales. It is an exceptionally large geographic rural area. The DVSA's decision seems to be totally arbitrary. There was no consultation whatsoever with local driving instructors, their pupils, stakeholders, local communities, or indeed anybody at all.
And let's be clear, Whitchurch Driving Test Centre is not being closed because it doesn't meet the highways requirements for driving tests. In fact, it meets all the criteria. It's got roundabouts, traffic lights, pelican crossings, junctions, a bypass, and a dual carriageway, etc. We've been informed why they want to close it. The lease is due to expire on the current premises in Doddington. But most importantly, and I think quite uniquely, local people have put forward 2 alternative locations in the town at low cost or no cost to the DVSA for them to continue with a test centre in the town, and we are awaiting the outcome of that. They also say that the centre represents poor value for money. Well, it doesn't. I think it actually makes a healthy profit, and I think it provides exceptional value of money, both for the DVSA, and it also provides value of money for the people that actually use it, the people who are being examined. Under a Freedom of Information request, the running costs for Whitchurch in 21-22 were identified as £16,500. Whitchurch undertakes between 1,000 and 1,500 tests each year. The cost of each is £62. So the income produced by Whitchurch is therefore somewhere between £62,000 and £93,000 a year, compared with a running cost of about £16,500. We're told that the nearest test centres people are going to have to go to Crewe, Shrewsbury or Wrexham, and they can easily absorb the extra capacity. But I don't think that's right either. If you want to book a test in Shrewsbury, there's a 4 or 5 month waiting list. The same is at Wrexham, the same is at Crewe. And if you split that 1,500 3 ways, you've got an extra 500 people piling into Shrewsbury. And all that is going to do is increase the waiting list at Shrewsbury, probably by an extra 2 months or so. The DVSA claim that candidates can practice on any roads. They don't need to learn to drive on roads close to any particular test centre. Well, I don't think that's right at all. How can you expect someone who's been learning to drive in their home area to trek off 16 miles or so to a much larger town where they will be unfamiliar with the road layout and pass their driving test? The odds really are stacked against them. Of course, pupils need to travel to a new driving test town to have familiarisation lessons with their driving instructors and get to know the layout before taking the test. But this has a disproportionate effect of increasing the cost for North Shropshire people.
Down to the last 20 seconds.
Okay, with the extra travel time. In short, I believe this closure must be overturned for the benefit of our learner drivers in Shropshire as a whole, but particularly in the north of the county. And that is why, as a council, we are calling on the Secretary of State to do just that with this motion. I beg to move.
Thank you very much. I understand there's an amendment. Oh, sorry, seconded first, then I'll bring you in. Being seconded by any one of those? Jeff Elner. Okay. Now I understand there's an amendment. Can I speak?
Thank you, Chair. It's just in the spirit of cross-party cooperation, because I very much support this motion. I think it's an important one. I'm glad it's been brought forward. But I would like the motion to acknowledge the work of Helen Morgan, the local MP, who's been very active on this issue, who's actually met with the DVSA's chief executive, had a response from him. She's met with the Community Action Group. She's asked the question in Parliament Grant Shapps, and she's met with Baroness Fear. So I hope that the movers of this motion can accept my amendment, because I very much support it, and it would just acknowledge the kind of cross-party nature of the campaign which has been waged to save the test centre in Whitchurch.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Mr. Bentic, I saw you first. Councillor Bentic. Are you going to reserve your right, or? Okay. Richard.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. When I was elected to represent the Worfield division, I honestly thought I'd come into the chamber and spend the precious time that we have debating serious issues. Basically, we're now being asked by the Lib Dems to support something that's basically a name check and a vanity amendment. Now, I know if I was to go to the residents of Worfield and ask them, would they rather me spend my time debating serious issues that actually enhance the area that they live, or spend time debating a name check and a pat on the head for an extremely well-paid politician, I think I know what they'd say.
Thank you. Councillor Pardee.
Thank you, Chair. I can't vote for this amendment. I would have liked to, but I can't, because I agree that it is a big up for the Liberals. It has nothing to do with this, really. But the biggest problem is it would set a precedent, and that precedent alarms me, because I'm in the realms of fantasy now. But should our Shrewsbury MP ever do anything wonderful, which is unlikely, I'd be asked to do the same thing, and I would never do that.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else? Tom.
Chairman, I did mention...
Tom, I will bring you back in a minute, because it's an amendment to your motion. But you'll get your opportunity in a minute. All right. So, Mr. Bentic, Councillor Bentic, you reserved your right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm seconding this motion because I think that this afternoon we have exhibited a considerable amount of cross-party support, and I think for particular items it's important that we do show support and unity in the interests of the improvements of our communities. We've got a situation here where a large number of young people are having to wait a significant amount of time for a driving test, and we are mobilizing all possible political means to try to resolve the situation, and so I would ask this council to show support. Thank you.
Good. I'm not sure I completely recognise that, having been invited to join some new mythological party, but there you go. Okay, now I'm going to go back to the proposer. No, I brought in the seconder, who Joyce said didn't indicate in time, so I'm going to now go back to Tom, who can speak to this now.
Okay, well, I'm going to be very brief indeed. I did mention our North Shropshire MP in my introduction. I don't accept the amendment as it is, but what I would be prepared to do is to put this in. Shropshire, instead of the Lib Dem amendment, Shropshire Council also notes the campaign to save Whitchurch Driving Test Centre, led by local driving instructors and their pupils, that is supported by town and parish councils, as well as Shropshire councillors and the MP for North Shropshire.
Okay, there's a thumbs up and some head nodding. Are you happy to accept that?
Happy to accept that.
Okay, better than nothing, isn't it, eh? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you're withdrawing your amendment based on the words that have been said to be added to
yes, I'm accepting
original motion.
And I'm accepting the words that have been suggested. Yes, I am.
All right, excellent, good. So now I will go back to anybody who wishes to speak on the original. I don't think there is, so I'm going to come to Jeff Elner, who seconded. He reserved his right. Have people left? Anybody left their microphone?
Thank you.
Hold on. Try again, Jeff. Try again.
This one's like karaoke, isn't it? Right. I wanted to tell you that I really wanted to support this motion. In Ellesmere, we have quite a lot of people that will be affected by this. And I just want to put some meat on the bone so people can understand exactly what it does mean to people. At the moment, as we've said, it's £62 for a test. If somebody has to drive somewhere else to Crewe, Wrexham or Shrewsbury, that's going to take them half an hour and half an hour back. That's going to add an extra £27, which is the average cost per hour of a driving instructor, to every lesson they have. And it's going to make it so very expensive, and in fact could actually double the cost of somebody taking a test. If you take a test now before the 10th of April, it's going to cost you £62. If you take it after the 10th of April, it's going to cost you £90-odd. It's just ridiculous. It's a backward step. This is completely against levelling up. People in North Shropshire are just being penalised for living in the country, and it's wrong. In short, you need to be able to drive. It's not a luxury, it's a necessity to get a job, to go to college, and so on. So I urge everybody, please, to put their weight behind supporting this, because we need to keep this driving school open, and I cannot see an economic reason why not. As Councillor Biggins has said, it's just that the reasons they're giving just do not make sense. So please support us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Biggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. One of the opportunities that's been put forward to the DBSA has got our blessing, and that is the provision of a room at Whitchurch Civic Centre, and of course that is a building that Shropshire Council owns, together with a couple of car parking spaces. So we are very much involved in the whole process of trying to get a happy resolution to this. I hope very much the motion will be unanimous, because it will send a very strong message. But I would just like to point out that we're being offered really something pretty awful. The nearest test centre to Whitchurch is Crewe, 14 miles away. But if anybody has actually travelled to Crewe, it can take an hour each way to get to Crewe. And Niles Street, where the test centre is in Crewe, really is in the back streets of Crewe. It is not accessible at all. And likewise, I know from travelling to Shrewsbury to council meetings, dependence on traffic, it can take anything up to an hour each way to get to Shrewsbury. So I hope very much everybody will get behind this message, and that we can send a very clear message indeed that the Whitchurch Driving Test Centre must remain open. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move to the vote. This is a vote on what's in your paperwork, plus what Councillor Biggins has agreed to put on by way of thanks to local public driving instructors and the MP. So, all of those in favour, please show. No, I think that's unanimous. Thank you. We'll move on to item 4, which is a motion that's been received from Heather Kidd and is supported by the Lib Dem group. Heather.
Thank you. This is put down in the interests of the council. It's not a political motion. I do a lot of corporate peer reviews in other councils, and I see what is good and what is bad in other councils. And I would really like to see the outcomes from our scrutiny committees. And when we have an annual report at the present time, we can see the work programme, we can see what they've looked at, but we don't actually see the difference they've made. And scrutiny takes quite a lot of resources and quite a lot of member time. And it would be really good for every member, whether they're a Conservative, Labour, Independent, Green, where we could really see that actually the work we've put in, especially in task and finish groups, has paid off. So this motion is about us being able to be proud about what we've done, and scrutiny is not a political process. Scrutiny is about making good decisions. And and being able to influence things so that decision making is better than it could be. And I've seen, as I say, in other councils, both. So what I've lifted and put in here is the LGA guidance around all of that. And I hoped that actually we, as a council, could work towards doing exactly that, which is making sure that we can see the difference we've made with the resources we've put into it, and could all feel that actually scrutiny is worthwhile. Frequently, scrutiny is not worthwhile, and I can say that sitting on health scrutinies, because we all test the health service, and the health service comes along and says yes, yes, or tells us what they think we want to hear and goes away again. Scrutiny isn't about that. It's about actually building on things so that we can inform things, so that we actually all understand more and improve those decisions. I would love to see joint HOSC working better than it is, and health and adult social care working better than it does at the present time. And that's partly about making sure we have the right support and capacity around that group. We have loads of potential, lots of people who could do really good things, but we need to see what they're achieving. So this is the principle before why I've put this down. I just want to see what we're achieving. I want to see that we can influence decision making across the board. And as we know, all of the scrutiny committees have more Conservatives on it than anybody else. So it's not a threat. It's just about a better form of working. And then it also goes on to say that when those scrutiny decisions have been made, then Cabinet has to respond. And they don't have to do everything you've said, but they can look at it and respond to whether things are going on. And there's a legal requirement for that to happen. So I hope that we won't split down political lines on this, because I've brought it forward in the best possible way, and I want it to actually improve the way we work so that we all feel better about life if we're backbenchers and so on, because then we can have a good input to everything that's going on in the council.
Thank you. And that is seconded by?
I'm seconding and I reserve my right.
Well, Julia actually put her hand up before you. And there is nothing on my paper to indicate. Are you content with that? I'll let you speak first. Julia, you're seconding as you put your hand up first, and I'll bring you in first to speak, which is almost the same.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, anything that improves the quality of our decision making goes to the benefit of all of the council, and it's something that we should be striving for. So if we can adopt national standards for our decision making, then that is something that, as Councillor Kidd was saying, that this is going to be something that all of the council can benefit from. We will see faster decision making, we will see better decision making, it will save money in the long run, it will be better outcomes for all of our residents. So on that basis, I strongly support this motion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fully support the ethos of this motion, but I can't actually support the motion itself. I'd like to take the opportunity to perhaps share with Council the direction in which we are travelling. Hopefully by May we will be bringing forward the final version of the Shropshire plan, our corporate plan, which will be our golden thread. We have today passed the budget that sits underneath that. The next line up in that process is to get the performance management correct. So we have where we need to go, what money we've got, and how we're performing. When we look at the performance, that will be a key indicator for scrutiny to pick up pieces of work and to take the realms of that to see what's going right, what's going wrong, and then they've got a built-in way of making sure the performance goes up or it stays good as it does, and that will give them the loop to see how they are making changes. But more importantly than that, and we are hoping very shortly to be bringing forward green papers. Now, the purpose of the green papers will be, and if I gave you an example, and I can't say it will happen on that particular subject, we've talked about a parking review today. Our vision is that we would have a green paper on the parking review which goes to scrutiny before it goes to Cabinet. So scrutiny actually influences the decisions and does exactly what you want it to do, Heather. But then when the scrutiny chairs are doing their annual reports at the end of the year, they will have far more substance on how they have influenced the decision-making of Cabinet. So where I agree the ethos of the motion, I can't support it because it will tie us up in knots. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Leslie Picton and then Councillor Roger Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Heather and most of the opposition know that I'm very keen to look at different ways of scrutiny working. The reason I'm not going to support this, and I would like to say we debated this long and hard in the group, Heather. The reason I'm not supporting it now is that we absolutely do want to conform to those LGA principles, but I want us to be able to get a scrutiny system that we're all comfortable with and then adopt those principles, because at the moment I don't think we're in a position to do so. So I'm not against this. I totally agree with Gwilym. The ethos of this is right, but I don't want us to tie us to this with the current system that we've got, because the current system we've got isn't working. So I would rather wait for this and work with you on this, and I've already said this to David, is to actually work with the group leaders and others, if you like, to actually get scrutiny working in the best possible way. It's certainly not working at the moment, and I accept that. Good job, my wife's gone. Bye.
Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. I thought this would be nodded through. I'm disappointed. Are the executive telling the scrutiny how to work, to tell the scrutiny what subjects it can look at and it can't? We should be working together. I've got a printout here from the Councillor's workbook on scrutiny, and it says, guidance, what is good scrutiny? Fundamentally, all scrutiny work must add value. It must make a positive contribution to the lives of local people and scrutiny committee members. Must be very clear about how their work will do this. When scrutiny is carried out properly, it is constructive and focuses on the priorities of local people, which feeds into the priorities of the council and its partners. Good scrutiny tackles issues of direct relevance to local people. Tackles issues where, through the unique perspective of elected councillors, it can add the most value. Is about talking to a wide range of people, drawing them together and building consensus. Is about challenging the accepted ways of doing things and acting as a champion for developing a culture of improvement in the local area. Scrutiny is run by members. They do it in conjunction with the executive, constructively and working together. They should not be told what to do. This is all about making scrutiny effective and doing what members want and being constructive, working for the betterment of Shropshire people. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to come back to Councillor Buckley, who seconded and reserved her right.
Yeah, I just want to say I was reassured by the comments from Gwilym Butler. It was quite heartening to hear that progress is being made and that the review of scrutiny towards a green paper process is ongoing. Would it be possible to secure our confidence on that by proposing an amendment to this motion which says that within 6 months the revised scrutiny process will be brought to full council? If it really is imminent, then perhaps we can hold fire. The fear might be that we're being kicked into the long grass if there's no dates around it. Is that possible for us to explore as a way of reaching a compromise?
Well, I don't know if we can tag it to this amendment, which is essentially a Lib Dem amendment. Motion. Councillor Heather Gwilym.
Mr. Chairman, could I perhaps move a an
Well,
amendment
I think we need to put this one to bed.
Yeah. Okay.
And or wake it up, whichever, and then we can perhaps propose another.
All I should say, can the group leaders take this away for it to be delivered within the next 6 months? The working of scrutiny.
All right. I'm going to come to Councillor Heather Kidd, whose motion this was. I don't think we can just tack it on, to be honest. They're chalk and cheese. So, Councillor Kidd, would you like to sum up on what you've heard?
On what I've heard, I'm pleased to hear that something is going to happen, and actually the green paper system is pre-scrutiny, which the LGA thinks is a very good thing, and I've seen some very good pre-scrutiny happen in other councils. What I don't want is it being kicked into the long grass, as Julia says, and I would like a time limit on it, and I would like this to be used as the bones of that work to improve scrutiny. If we can agree that this motion is the bones of the scrutiny work alongside the green papers and so on, then I can accept that and we can all vote on it, if you're happy.
Okay. It looks like we will have to vote on this from the shaking of heads and then move forward.
Can I just come back? This is best practice. It doesn't mean to say we have to adopt it. What I'm suggesting is when we work around scrutiny, this is best practice across the country.
I think we all understand that, but we've got to get it working properly to then apply best practice to it. So, all right. So, have you finished summing up?
I think the point is, this is best practice across the country. It doesn't matter whether we get it working properly or not. We use this as the informative towards
Heather,
the work
with the best will in the world, I understand what you're saying, but you've put forward a motion. There's wording attached to the motion. We have debated it. There is a separate piece where the portfolio holder has said that to Councillor Buckley, who seconded it, you know, that we can move forward with something else that's acceptable, which will be reflected in the minutes, which should be enough of an anchor for you. But we're going to move to a vote on your motion, which is what we've debated. All right? So all those in favour of the motion, please show. All those against? Okay, that's fallen. It's not that I'm being funny about this. We've got your motion. We voted on it. It is now 4:20. I think, Gwilym, if you just want to say something now about to Julia, which will be reflected in the minutes, about doing something.
All I will say is this is a key part of my work going forward. And once the Shropshire plan is endorsed, I will work with Leslie. And believe you me, we need this system to work, because we need to get it right, and I would hope that it would be cross-party working for the benefit of everybody.
All right. So that will be in the minutes. It won't be particularly easy to kick it into the long grass. And as Gwilym has said, it will involve group leaders. So you will be involved as part of that process. And I'm sure, Heather, they'll talk to you about it as well. All right, I'm going to move on now. Okay. We're now moving on to motion number 5. The following motion has been received from Councillor Leslie Picton and is supported by Councillors Gwilym Butler, Dean Carroll, Rob Gittins, Kirsty Hurst-Knight, Simon Jones. I won't read out the rest. It's there for you. So, Councillor Picton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to read all of the preamble that's in the actual paperwork, because you will have no doubt read this yourself. Let me explain to you why I put this motion in originally. As soon as the information was released from the government about the latest county deals and levelling up bids, and the moment elected mayors or governors was mentioned, my inbox exploded. It exploded from right across the county, with people saying we do not, and to be fair to them, what they thought it meant was unitary authority, local government reorganisation. I did try and explain to them that there are two different things. Local government reorganisation is where maybe two councils become one, and actually forming a combined authority is slightly different, where each individual council still has their own identity but comes in under a directly elected mayor. But I think it was fair to say that pretty much every single response I had was, what is that going to offer the people of Shropshire? So it's quite simple. I'm certainly not a fan, and this is, we've discussed this in the group. I'm certainly not a fan of us joining up with Telford and Wrekin Council. as a unitary authority. I think those days have long gone. They, you know, it wasn't by accident. They took us apart some years back. We work very well with Telford and Wrekin Council. We actually share some services with Telford and Wrekin Council. And we also work well with our other partners. I should also state that we work very well with Hereford. But we will continue to work. And this is what this motion is about, really. This is saying this council's not in favour of merging with another authority. We did that in 2009. And this council actually doesn't think that the addition of a directly elected mayor or governor will add any benefit to the residents of Shropshire. Second part is that the council will continue to work with neighbouring authorities where appropriate and without the need for amalgamation. Why wouldn't we? And that myself and the Chief Exec will continue to impress upon the Department for Levelling Up Housing and Communities that we are best placed to deliver the needs of our residents, and we will continue to pursue our bids and county deals and fairer funding for Shropshire in its own right. Thank you.
Thank you, and I believe that's being seconded by Councillor Cecilia Motley. Do you wish to speak now, or are you going to reserve?
No, I'll reserve my right. Thank you, Chairman.
I'm looking around the room. I'm presuming everybody's still awake. Are there any hands?
No hands.
Okay. Cecilia, would you like to sum up the debate as you've heard it?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I hope you don't mind if I go on for half an hour. No, I have to say that I think the government is slightly off the mark in suggesting that this would be a good arrangement for two unitary authorities, because it seems to me that what the government is really primarily trying to concentrate on is trying to reduce the number of local authorities overall in the UK. And the chosen method of doing that is normally to try and persuade district and counties to go unitary. So in a way, this is something of a new departure, deciding that if you are rural authorities, therefore you need a mayor or an American-style governor. I don't think this is in any way a development which is going to be suitable either for a large rural county like Shropshire or actually a rather smaller but rather more concentrated authority like Telford and Wrekin. And as the leader has pointed out, we already work collaboratively with them, with Telford and Wrekin, as well as with our other neighbours, Herefordshire and Worcestershire. And we don't want to be tied down to having to work just with them. So this for us would be a thoroughly restrictive model to have to work to. And neither of us, neither Telford and Wrekin nor Shropshire Council, in any way sees the benefit of an extra layer of bureaucracy as would be produced by having to have either a mayor or, heaven forfend, a governor. And so that's why I would actually very much recommend to Council that at this stage at least, unless this becomes a really terribly attractive proposition, which at the moment it certainly isn't, I would request that we actually don't go forward with this. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Picton.
Nothing further to add, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. It's there in front of us. All those in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? Got those? Thank you. So we'll move on to the final motion, which is being received from Councillor Nigel Harton, is supported by Councillors Kidd, Phasma and Wilson.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm rather hoping that this isn't going to be controversial. Obviously, we are aware that HM the Queen has been on it now for a considerable period of time and put an awful lot of effort into what she does on the behalf of all of us, and I think it's important that we do all we can to recognise what has been a tremendously long period of reign. And I think that we are already doing a little bit in terms of the information that's on our website and so on, and we're aware that and in local areas, people are getting together and making all plans already for street parties and so on, and for beacons and so on. And I think this would just firm up the sort of support that this council is able to provide to people to help them do that. And I hope it's non-controversial, and I would beg to move the motion.
Thank you. I understand that's going to be seconded by Councillor Rob Wilson.
I think possibly Councillor Bagnall is seconding it.
Oh. Okay.
But I don't mind whom. Either of them would be fine.
Well, somebody volunteer. Councillor Bagnall. Do you want to speak now, or are you going to reserve your right?
I'll reserve my right, please.
Okay. So I've got Councillor Pardee first.
Thank you. As I get older, I find confusion is quite a problem I have. So as a councillor, if I'm invited to one of these street parties and asked to bring a drink, am I attending a street party or a business party?
I don't think they happen in Shropshire. Councillor Parsons and Councillor Picton.
My question's already been asked.
All right. Councillor Picton.
That's not my question. Councillor Harted, this isn't controversial by any means, shape or form, but I'm actually a bit confused, so I need your help on this. So obviously we want to see as many people as possible taking part in these celebrations, and why wouldn't we? What a fantastic achievement. But I'm unsure about the detail behind it. So if I just explain what because I'm going to move an amendment if that's all right with you. But what I'm saying is, in terms of public liability insurance, it's something I understand that the council cannot cover. Town and parish councils can in some cases, but in many cases you don't need public liability insurance. And also, we're not sure what fees you refer to, because in many cases, sort of traffic regulation orders and stuff where you have to close streets, we don't charge community groups for street parties anyway. So we're a bit confused. That's the only controversy of it. So I certainly don't want to vote this motion down. So I was going to ask if you would allow me to put an amendment. That's all.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. If you're happy with my amendment, it basically says, because we absolutely can help people learn how to, help them organise things and stuff. So this council resolves to help as many residents as possible to organise street parties to celebrate Her Majesty the Queen's Platinum Jubilee by publicising specific advice and guidance for events such as street parties, etc. Are you okay with that?
Absolutely. I have no problem with that. Quite happy to accept.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Okay, and I saw Cecilia waving. Are you seconding the amendment?
Yes, I'm very happy to second and come up with a little bit of information if that's of any use to members on this particular issue, because I did a little delving into this.
Okay, are you planning on disseminating the information now or
shall
by
I
email?
disseminate it now? Yes.
Okay.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Chair.
I was hoping you were going to say email, but there you go.
Basically, there is already, as Councillor Hartin referred to, there is already information on the website. But actually, the main man in all this is a gentleman who is the Events and Contingency Officer at Highways and Street Works. He can supply forms for road closures, and once they're filled in, he will then check them and is available to talk to any applicants through their individual cases, and he's very helpful, apparently. And once the application is logged, a temporary traffic regulation office order is issued, and all this is free of charge. And he will also advise on practicalities such as signage, community road stewarding, etc., etc., etc. And just for council's information, so far, this gentleman has received 29 applications which have come in to him from the website. So it does seem to me that quite a lot of community is already catching on to this. And if it would help the council, I will be happy to disseminate this information further through the offices of SALC.
Thank you. And I'm sure, members, if you want to get those names and details down, Cecilia will be only too happy for you to email her. So we've had an amendment. It's been seconded. I can't see any other hands. Bernie.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. I just wonder if the member might email all councillors because it's going to be important for everybody rather than receiving an email from us all.
I suppose it's just as easy for Cecilia to put members and push send.
Thank you.
With something in it, of course. Cecilia, are you content to do that?
Yeah, I will do that, Chairman, with
Excellent.
with
Thank you
pleasure.
very much. Okay, so are you content to take this on board?
Yes, I'm content to add
All
that
right,
into the
so
main
we can do it
motion.
in one vote then instead of... Yes, that's what I was getting at. Thank you for my help again. Okay, so all of those in favour of the now substantive motion, which is the amendment that's been given, please show. I think that's almost certainly unanimous, so thank you very much. We're getting there. Item 16, questions from members. There are a few questions. Member questions are allowed in accordance with procedural 15.15. 4 questions have been received. Councillor Wilson, do you have a supplementary? Please make it a supplementary if you've got one as opposed to a rehash of the original.
I will, thank you.
Thank you.
Just to note that I and the residents of Oakfield Road do not consider a 32% increase in traffic moderate, and can I invite Councillor Nellins to visit Oakfield Road and meet with residents to see for himself.
Okay. Do we have the relevant portfolio holder who wishes to answer that? Or?
Yeah, Councillor Nellins, I'm happy to, I'll liaise with you afterwards and I can visit.
Thank you. Councillor Rob Wilson again.
No supplementary, but just to note, these questions were delayed from place after it had been cancelled, so that's why they've ended up here.
Yeah, all right. Councillor Evans and Luff, levelling up funding for Craven Arms. Do you have a supplementary question? Super. Councillor Biggins.
No.
No. Super. Brilliant. So we will move on to item 18, which is exclusion of the public and press. I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Schedule 12A Local Government Act 1972, paragraph 10.43 of the Council's Access to Information Procedure, rules, the public and press be excluded for consideration of the remaining business. Councillor Williams, you seconding that?